In the midst of the vast sea of darkness and stars, two beings stood. Two women. One, with white hair, dressed in a summer dress, barefoot, with fair skin and pure blue eyes. The other, with jet black hair, dressed in a cocktail dress, with tan skin and intense red eyes. You keep running. Towards what? Where to? Asked the woman with red eyes. Why would I answer you? You're my complete opposite. Asked you who kill. You who destroy. You who are evil. You who are darkness. The darkness laughed with pure joy, as if a hired white woman were telling a joke. Yes, because that's what you are. You who live. You who build. You who are good. You who are light. So our battle begins once again, she said light as she shone with such an intense light that it seemed as if a new star had been born, taking the form of a sphere. Indeed, the darkness agreed as the shadow began to condense around it and devoured the surrounding light, taking the form of a tetrahedron. The avatars simply stood there. Then light and darkness begin to attack each other, and then nothing. No light without darkness. Just nothing, and then each star. All the planets. We're starting again. Both women say. Modern time, solar system, outer space. Spaceships flew through the system, firing at each other. One of them, with a navy blue and green ship flying above it, had an alien and elegant appearance. The other one is gray with some orange energy. It looked like something from the depths of hell, and this is the Chimera Hammer. Chimera Hammer. A dark figure sits on a throne with humanoid beings surrounding his consoles, and in front of him is a screen with a navy and a green ship. Mr. Vilgax? One of the beings asked the dark figure. Shall we continue firing? Vilgax turned to face the speaker, his dark red eyes blazing. Yes, fire at the engines. Then retract them. It's been too long, and I've come this far to be denied. No one can stop me from achieving my goal. Outer space. The Chimera Hammer begins to accumulate energy in its front and fires at the other ship. Planet Earth, Land of Fire, Konoha. In the village of Konoha, or Hidden Leaf Village, there lived a blond young man with tan skin, blue eyes, and 6 whisker-like markings on his face, dressed in an orange jumpsuit. This was Naruto Uzumaki, and he was currently being pursued by 10 men and women in armor and masks, the Anbu. But something wasn't right. They had neon-colored hair. Come back here, shouted an Anbu with a tiger mask and orange hair with black stripes as he tried to grab him. Then he turned to the others, pincer formation. Usagi, rabbit, Kaoru, frog, Taka, hawk, Supeta, spider, you on the left. Kuma, bear, Shishi, lion, Saru, monkey, Hebi, snake, you on the right. Nico, cat, you and I will keep moving forward and pretend we've called you back, said the Anbu with the tiger mask. Hey, sir, said Shishi, who had blonde and light brown hair. Yeah, she's gone, said Nico, since she was the only one who hadn't dyed her hair. And indeed, they had put diapers on her, but not there. Fuck, Tiger said. Konoha, Tori Hokage, Officina del Hokage. An elderly man sat behind a desk piled high with papers, as if he were trying to build a tower of paperwork. This man was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was alone in his office until a blurry, orange figure appeared before him, soon revealing itself to be Naruto. So, how was the exam? The Hokage asked. They failed, Naruto said sadly as he looked at the Hokage. I snuck into the Anbu hideout, joined Team Omicron, and dyed the hair of 9 out of 10 of them. I see. How serious was it? The Hokage asked with a sad smile. On a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 represents an extremely slight change and 10 a major change. 20. This surprised the Hokage and, before he could speak, the 10 Anbu appeared in the office and saw both the Hokage and Naruto with a sad look on their faces, and before they could speak. Naruto, how long were you at the Anbu base? The Hokage asked as the Anbu looked confused. 35 minutes, Naruto said as the Anbu began to understand. How long did they chase you before you got bored? The Hokage asked as they began to feel it more and more. 1 hour, 45 minutes and 35 seconds, he said, and the Anbu lowered their heads. How serious is it? He asked. They're so arrogant they think no one can enter without them noticing. If they'd wanted to kill or poison them, it would have been easy, Naruto said, looking at them. But I can name 3 Anbu who have passed the test, Naruto added with a smile. Oh, really? Said the Hokage, raising an eyebrow. Who? Nico, Yoon, Dog, and Okami, wolf, Naruto said. The reason Okami is always on high alert when on duty is that Yun is always looking under clothes to see if there's anything hidden, and Nico was the one who found me before I could switch her shampoo for dye. This left all the Anbu present in the room stunned. Tora, Tiger, I want all the Anbu to start addressing the problems that have surfaced today, Hiruzen Sarutobi told him. First, we need to train some sensors to keep watch in front of the Anbu headquarters. Both Hyuga and Inuzuka should be with the guards. Yes, sir, he said. Nico, you, Yoon, and Okami have earned something. My children, my grandson, my personal Anbu, and Naruto are going camping. I'd like the three of you to join us, he said, and the rest of the Anbu collapsed upon hearing the camping stories. Sir, is it okay if I invite my friends Kurana Yuhi, Anko Mitarashi, Hana Inuzuka and Tsume Inuzuka? He asked. Okay, he said. 25 minutes from Konoha, in the forest, Naruto set up his tent and sat down to meditate when he felt someone tugging at his arm. It was Konohamaru, grandson of the third Hokage. Nisan asked the boy. Yes. Naruto asked, will you help me set up my tent? Naruto asked as he looked back, watching the adults set up theirs. Okay, Naruto helps him. After a few hours, there was a campfire burning and the story continued, but Naruto decided to go for a walk. Nico, go with him, said the fire shadow as she stood up to follow the little boy. Her four friends followed her. The first was a woman with dark purple hair, a long tan mesh trench coat that covered her body and a dark orange skirt. She had fair skin and brown eyes, and this is Anko Mitarashi. The second was a woman with long, black hair, wearing a white battle dress with a red sleeve on her right arm and bracelets on both hands. She had fair skin and crimson eyes. This was Kurana Yuhi. The next description was that he wore shorts and a Chunin vest that he couldn't button. He also had 2 fang marks on his face, light brown hair, black eyes and 3 dogs, Hana Inuzuka and the Heimaru triplets. The final woman was the tallest of the 5. She wore a full Jonin uniform, but in black instead of blue. She had fang marks on her face, dark brown hair, and black eyes. She was Tsume Inuzuka, Hana Inuzuka's mother, and like her daughter, she had fair skin. Beside her was her canine companion, Kuromaru. Outer space. The battle continued as the Navy and the Green ship suffered severe damage and the Chimera Hammer was almost upon them. On the Navy ship and the Green ship. Xylene, I need help. Vilgax wants the Omnitrix. I repeat, Vilgax wants the Omnitrix, said a female voice, and then the sound of a saw breaking down a door was heard. A robot emerged from the broken door and was destroyed by a green laser blast. Xylene. Activate the Omnitrix and then escape. I'll program the ship to self-destruct, a male voice told her. But Asmu. No, we need you and we need the Omnitrix, and soon the ship began to glow and flash red. Chimera Hammer. Prepare to fire on the central section of the ship, Vilgax said. Before they could fire, the opposing ship fired 2 capsules, one was a stasis capsule and the other a sphere. There it is, Vilgax said, pointing at the sphere. Actor. And before he could finish speaking, the enemy ship exploded. Tierra, El Bosque, 25 minutes from Konoha. As Naruto and the 5 women walked through the forest, Naruto saw a shooting star heading towards them. Down, Naruto yelled at the 5 kunoichi as he fell to the ground, and they fell too. It flies at full speed overhead, going deeper into the forest. Boom! The meteorite ripped through the forest and the 6 ran towards the impact zone. There they found a metallic roly-poly that looked all rolled up. What is that? Anko asked as they moved, but Naruto sank beneath her feet as he slid to the bottom of the well. Are you okay? Asked the oldest of those present. Yes, said Naruto, getting up and walking slowly toward it, and it began to open. It's opening, he shouted over his shoulder as the 5 women prepared to attack. When it was fully opened, inside was a red wristwatch with a red hourglass symbol in the center, Ben 10 Alien Force Omnitrix. What's inside? Nico asked, drawing his katana from its sheath. A watch, said Naruto, reaching over and trying to grab it, but the watch jumped onto his wrist and he fell backward trying to get it off him as the 5 women joined the conversation. And still it didn't appear, but someone pressed the sides and a hologram appeared showing a hooded humanoid being. Big chill. What the hell? Anko asked as she examined the hologram. Naruto turned the dial and it changed to a humanoid that appeared to have circuits all over its body and a single eye. Upgrade. Another twist is a manta ray with arms and legs with 2 horns, jet ray. He turned it once more and this time it showed a humanoid made of rock and fire, heat blast, and was about to push it down. But Nico grabbed his hand. "We don't know what he does," she told him, "but it stuck to him," Anko said, pushing him down herself, and then a light enveloped Naruto, while the women shielded their eyes. Within the light, Naruto began to cover his body and clothes in molten rock before his body burst into flames, and in the center of his chest appeared an hourglass-shaped dial. And he shouted as the light faded, "Heat blast! OC heat blast!" "Naruto!" Nico shouted, only to see that fiery thing in front of her yell heat blast. "Where is Naruto?" She yelled back. "It's me, Nico," he said, oblivious to 3 things. 1. He was the same size as her. 2. He was a flaming being made of fire and molten rock. 3. His voice had changed. "You're not Naruto." He was a human, Kuromaru growled. Heat Blast began to look at himself before doing the most rational thing anyone would do in this situation, and that was He screamed and began to roll on the ground to shut down. "Is this Naruto?" Nico asked the others before a fire erupted as Naruto continued rolling. "I have a way to see if it's Naruto," she told the other women. "We have ramen." And as if struck by lightning, Naruto stopped, sat down, and the flames formed fox ears and a tail. "I'll take care of it," said the eldest Inuzuka sister. "Water release, water bullet technique," she said, spitting out a large amount of water that extinguished the fire. "All right, let's go back to the Hokage to see if he knows what to do," she said as they headed back, making sure Naruto didn't start another forest fire. Hokage camp. While they were sitting eating, Nico came out of the forest. "Nico, where is Naruto?" asked the Hokage. "Well, you see," he said as Naruto and the others left the forest. "Naruto transformed into that fire thing." "What?" asked one of the Anbu in the camp. "What happened?" Hiruzen asked Naruto as he sat on a rock, and then they told him everything, from the capsule to the watch attached to his wrist to his transformation into Heat Blast. "Where you, dragon, came, turtle, find that capsule and bring it here." The 2 knelt down and jumped towards it. As Naruto sat down, he saw that the fire was dying down, so he put his hand in to stir it up, then he took his hand out, looked at it, and tried to do something with the fire. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Nico asked. "While I'm like this, I might see if I can control fire," he said as a fireball formed in his hand and, using all his willpower, the fireball began to transform into a serpentine dragon that coiled around his arm before a beeping sound began as the hourglass flashed between red and blue before a flash of blue light enveloped him and he became human again. Chimera Hammer. The Chimera Hammer was surrounded by water, in a deep ocean on the border between the lands of fire and water. Inside the ship was a shattered model inside a tube with robots trying to reassemble it. "What?" said the body in Vilgax's broken voice. "Sir. Vilgax. You're awake," he heard through the tube. The voice was distorted by the liquid he was in. "Sir. Your body is severely damaged, you need some cybernetic implants to heal you," the voice said, becoming clearer and clearer. "Where is the Omnitrix?" he asked. "Sir, it's 45 miles away from us," the drone said. "Send some drones, 2 small ones and 1 big one," he said before falling asleep. Outside the ship, a hatch opened and 2 robots flew out, and another larger one also came out, but slower than the previous one. Hokage camp. The 2 Anbu had returned with the capsule, the Hokage was examining it, and Naruto was still trying to take off the watch. The hourglass was red again. "Nissan, can you transform into something else?" Konohamaru asked, looking at his watch. "Now Kano," Naruto began to say before the Hokage turned to him. "I'd like to see if you have any other ways to use that watch," he said. Naruto nodded and activated it, displaying Heat Blast. He turned the dial to show a dog. He showed it to the Hokage and then pressed the dial, and a flash of light appeared. Naruto's body began to glow with orange fur that covered him completely, gills grew on either side of his head, and he grew fingernails. With the clock face on his armor, "OC Wild Mutt," he roared. "Wild Mutt." When the light faded, it revealed Naruto in his new form. "Wild Mutt, not a bad name," said Tsume, looking at the new form, and Naruto turned to her to show her that he was blind, but could see through sound and smell. Then he turned his head to the side and saw two large discs flying towards them. Roar! Naruto roared. Tsume and Hana looked at what he was looking at. What is that? Kurenai said when she saw what they were looking at. They deploy robots, Vilgax drones from Ben 10, and weapons are deployed, while Naruto growls and stands in front of Konohamaru to defend him. Omnitrix. Found, they said as they loaded the weapon, but before they could fire, Naruto jumped towards them and cut the weapon off one of them as he mounted him. Nico jumped towards them, cutting off their path and joining Naruto on the drone, but it repelled them, although it exploded due to the cuts. We need a plan, said the Hokage, preparing to summon Enma. Naruto stood up, and then an idea came to him. He approached Naruto, pressed the dial, and Naruto was enveloped in a flash of light that transformed him into a moth-like humanoid, whose wings folded into a cape. Alien Force, Big Chill, Great Freeze, he shouted, and before the drone could fire at him, he flew through the air and pierced it, turning it to ice. Okay, how did I do that? Naruto said as his wings folded around him. I would say it's instinct, said the Hokage, but before he could examine this new form of Naruto, a larger capsule descended and unfolded into a 90-centimeter robot. Subject. Necrophagian, he said, looking at Naruto before raising an arm and starting to shoot at him. So he began to fly in circles, offering the ninja an easy target. Kaden, Genkyu, Fire Release, Great Fireball, Ryu shouted, exhaling a huge fireball. Futon, Kiryu Rambu, Wind Release, Wild Dance of the Air Current, said the third son, extending his palm and firing a large gust of wind. Reizo, Ikazuchi no Utage, Lightning Burial, Lightning Banquet, said Nico, plunging his sword into the ground, releasing lightning that merged with the fireball and gust of wind to form a huge ball of fire and lightning that explodes upon impact. They wait for the smoke to clear and see that the robot is marked, and before it can attack, Naruto starts to think. Gigi did it and I became Big Chill, so let's try it. And when he pressed the dial he turned into a large bipedal dinosaur that roared his name Humu I am sorry, and then it began to grow as his armor became more bulky. And then he started hitting the robot. But what they didn't know was that the robot was recording him and sending the video back to whoever had sent it. Naruto ripped off one of its arms and started using it like a club to beat it. When the robot raised its second arm, Naruto grabbed it and used his claw to stab and destroy it. Chimera Hammer. Back on the ship, Vilgax watched as his drones were destroyed. Some worm has the Omnitrix. I'll destroy him and his weak village, he said, growing increasingly enraged as the video looped. I swear I'll destroy that worm who kept me from having the Omnitrix. Hokage camp. I think it's... Naruto began to speak before beep. 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 And he returned to his formal tone. Dead, he finished. Omnitrix, said the third. That's what I called the clock. We need to know more, but I do know one thing, Naruto said. What is that? Anko asked, looking up at the sky at first. We are not alone. Land of fire, Konoha. The robots hadn't been in the crash for very long, but Naruto was still confused by what had happened. Hey, what do you think of this? Naruto asked the Hokage as he watched. What are you made of? He asked the boy. Should I turn into an alien, be attacked by robots, or have someone try to take the Omnitrix from my wrist? Naruto said, still looking out the window before turning to the Hokage. Either one, choose whichever you want. Well, as for you, who will become aliens, you will need training to know what to do. As for the robots, well, that depends, he said. About what? Naruto asked. We can see if we can recreate them or integrate their weapons to defend the village, and regarding your last question, we will find them, interrogate them, and then eliminate them, said the Hokage. Border of the lands of fire and water, seafloor, Chimera Hammer. The drones walked back and forth trying to repair both their master and the hammer. Mr. Vilgax, what do we do now? A drone asked. Where is the nearest land? His voice echoed. The drone zoomed in on the map of Earth, and a red dot was flashing, and part of the terrain was connected to the area, then the Omnitrix Wilder was inside. Here it is, sir. It's called the Land of. The drone began, before sparking and continuing, the Land of Noodles. Send ZWLB-01 to get and control someone to use it and then attack this Konoha, said the mutilated alien. "Yes sir." Chimera Hammer Robot Bay. There were a large number of capsules in the bay, and one was open. A robotic silver tiger fell from the seed, its eyes glowing with an eerie yellow before going dark. Land of Fire, Konoha, Training Ground 30. Naruto, along with other ninjas, was walking around and training Naruto in the use of the Omnitrix. "Alright, Naruto, transform into the first alien you ever transformed into," the Hokage ordered. He nodded, activated the Omnitrix, turned to Heat Blast, and pressed it. After a flash of light, Naruto transformed into a molten, flaming rock alien and shouted, "Heat Blast!" "Why are you shouting?" asked a man with pineapple-like hair, brown skin, dark eyes, and a goatee. He had 2 scars on the right side of his face. "This man is Jounin Commander Shikaku Nara." "Do I think my name is changing?" he said/asked as he started walking. "So what can you do?" Shikaku Nara asked. "From what I know, I can control fire and I think I can absorb it too," Naruto said. "Then Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique," exclaimed the Hokage as he launched a fireball towards Naruto. After a few seconds, the flames were absorbed by Naruto. Land of Noodles. ZWLB-01 was watching a caravan to find the perfect guest and after a few more minutes of surveillance found its prey. He has silver and gray hair that stands on end forming cat ears. He has green eyes and wears large frame glasses. As she walked away from the caravan, the animal attacked her. "Ah!" she screamed. He emerged from the forest, his eyes were now yellow. Silver armor covered him up to his arm. In his hand, he wielded a sword with the body of a ZWLB-01 tiger under construction. "I must find the Omnitrix," the girl said in an expressionless voice, before disappearing in a flash. Land of Fire, Konoha, Training Ground 30. Naruto had reverted to his alien form, transforming into the moth-like humanoid called Big Chill. As he flew, he grew accustomed to his new form, and just as he was about to transform again, his danger senses activated, rendering him intangible and thus protecting him from a lightning strike. They all turned towards the lightning bolt, and it transformed into a little girl. "Who are you?" asked an Anbu wearing a dragon mask. "I am ZWLB-01, and I am here too," she was saying before Naruto pierced her, turning her into a solid freezer. "You're talking to trash. So calm down," Naruto said, solidifying, but then his form began to vibrate. A beam of light shot from the leaf and shattered the ice. "Okay, that's cool," Naruto said, and then there was a beep before a flash, and he turned back into a human. "Oh, crap," he exclaimed before dodging arcs of lightning flying toward him. "Naru!" the Hokage began, but then he saw Naruto's eyes and, for a split second, saw rings in them before they vanished. "So that's what I meant." Hokage Tower, Konoha, 10 years ago. March 2nd. Sitting in the Hokage's office was an older version of Naruto, but without the whiskers. This was Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. "Minato, I heard you're going to have a child," said the young 3rd Hokage. "Yes, I'm happy but sad," he said, looking at the senior Hokage. This surprised the older man. "Why?" he asked. "When they are born, I hope my blood will not harm them," Minato said. "How would that be?" Hiruzen asked. "The Uzumaki clan possesses the ultimate Kekkei Genkai, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the Rinnegan. If my blood were to mix with theirs, I could awaken and seal it again and again, and possibly wipe them out," Minato said. Currently, Naruto dodged the lightning arcs with his eyes still open and sealed. And since he was going to help his honorary grandson, he called his partner Enma. "Sarutobi, what do you need?" he asked. "Transformation. We are helping my grandson," said the Hokage with a new gleam in his eyes and a will that Enma had not seen in a long time. "Very well, hench, Konganyai, transformation, adamantine staff," he exclaimed as he transformed into a large staff. "And soon he joins the fray." "Hey, don't hurt the girl, go get the sword," Naruto shouted as his eyes continued to spin. And then they stopped. And it began to fly through hand steps. Wind release. Piercing air bullet. Naruto launched a massive sphere of air that hurtled toward the girl. It knocked her down, and as Naruto performed more hand seals, he unleashed a lightning bolt at the sword. Lightning release, false darkness. Naruto began performing more hand seals. Doton, Yomi Numa, earth release, underworld swamp, he said, striking the ground to create a thick, sticky mud. The third Hokage began trying to separate the sword from the girl as the masked Anbu with a dragon approached along with Shikaku Nara, trying to come up with a plan. "Naruto, why are you attacking the sword and not the girl?" Nara asked. "The lightning came from the sword, not from her," she said, performing more hand seals until she stopped at the bird seal. Suten, Suryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. She drew water from the air to create a huge, oriental-style dragon. It began to fly toward the girl, but she cuts him in two with this sword and shouts Sandakiba, Thunder Fang, as she launches an arc of lightning at the four ninjas. "Katen, Kitsunibai, Fire Element, Fox Fire," Naruto shouted as 9 flames appeared in front of him. He extended his hand and the 9 flames shot out towards the girl, and the Omnitrix returned to its original red color. "Okay." Naruto turns to the hologram of Humangisaur and hits it hard, and as in all universes that have an Omnitrix, this one doesn't give a damn what its user wants. Naruto begins to develop circuits, like lines running through his body. His skin turns black with a red stomach, and his eyes merge into a circle. Then, in a synthesized voice, he shouts, "Upgrade! Heroes United," but in red instead of green. He blinked his one eye, looked down at his body, and all he could think was, "Shit." Just as the girl was about to attack, Naruto fired a red beam from his eye and kept advancing. "Naruto, what are you doing?" the Hokage asked. Naruto jumped towards the girl and began to possess the sword as it turned black with red circuits running through it, and the blade began to release the girl. ZWLB-01 Mind. Human Naruto floated in open space before taking the form of a large face with crimson eyes. "A child," she says. "The wielder of the most powerful weapon in the universe is in the hands of a child. And what do? You save." Her eyes lock onto him. "I will take it from you. And I will destroy everything you love." Naruto lost his mind. "Chimera Hammer. Erase ZWLB-01's mind," Vilgax shouted. "Sir," said the drones, and the drone did as they asked. "Send the others," said the evil brain. Chimera Hammer Robot Bay. 11 capsules are opened and they all depart around the world. Tierra de Fuego, Base de Lara East. A flying bow was heading towards its host, unaware that it was being tracked. Land of Demons. A chimera flew over the area and found the target it was looking for. Land of Wolves. A 2-headed eagle was flying over a human and then swooped down on him. Stone Land. A golden wolf was hunting someone before it pounced. Land of Forests. A lion was running through the deep forest and then it attacked. Land of Flames. A red bird was flying before diving. Tierra del Fuego, Capital City. A horse galloped and then leapt toward its target. Border of the Firelands and Cascade. A pair of wings were flying before they were shot down. Land of Waves. A serpentine dragon was flying, it found a small man and attacked him. Land of Sea. A unicorn ran through the fields with its gleaming horn, and found its user. Sea of Orcus. Land of Sharks. A turtle was swimming and then zoomed in on a diver. Chimera Hammer. Lord Vilgax, the weapons have found their users, said a drone. A malevolent laugh burst from him. It echoed from his face. Good. This is good. Land of Fire, Konoha, Training Ground 30. Naruto remained inside the sword, gathering information, while the girl lay unconscious. Suddenly, he emerged from the sword and emitted a beep. 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 Sound. After a flash of light, Naruto reverted to human form. Hee, I got some information from this sword, Naruto said, taking the sword from the girl. The entity in charge erased its memory of its origin. Did you get anything out of that? Shikaku Nara asked. Yes. But it's confusing, said Naruto. What isn't it? Well, I have blueprints. Star charts. Planet names. Alien race names, Naruto said, holding up a USB drive. How did you manage that? Ryu asked. I made it with upgrade using some parts from ZWLB-01, Naruto said, looking at it, and then they heard a groan. Where am I? He asked. Konoha, Diho Naruto. What's the last thing you remember? The Hokage asked the young woman. Well, I was with the caravan. I went to get some water and then a metal tiger attacked me, he said. You mean this tiger? Naruto asked, plunging his sword into the ground, which transformed back into a tiger. The girl stepped back. Don't worry, the evil within it has been destroyed, Naruto told her. Do you have it? The girl asked, her voice trembling. Yes, said Naruto, managing to calm the girl down. "What's your name?" he asked. Catherine," she said, looking at the tiger that had possessed her. "What is that?" she asked, pointing at it. "It's a form of living weapon. It's literally not of this world," Naruto said, then turned to her. "Its name is ZW Pound. It has chosen you as its wielder, its master, its owner," Naruto said. "Why me?" the girl asked. "Only you can answer that," Naruto said. The tiger approached her and sat on its hind legs. They looked into each other's eyes and the girl found the answer. "I am a free spirit," she said. The Hokage smiled, then his face turned serious. "Kathy, what do you want to do?" he asked her. She was thinking, when her new companion nudged her shoulder. "Can I join your village and become a ninja?" she asked the Hokage. He nodded and called Ryu. "Take her to my office and write for me there," he told the masked Anbu with the dragon mask. "Sir," he greeted before grabbing Kathy and her tiger and using Sunshine, Body Flicker, to head to the Hokage's office. "Naruto, those jutsu," he began. "I don't know, 1 minute I'm thinking I need help and the next 5 jutsus and their hand seals come to mind. They just fly into my head, how to use them and how to do it." "I see, so Naruto has to tell you." "I have the QB sealed inside me." "I know it," Naruto told the old man. "How did you know?" Nara asked. "Simple. First, my birthday is October 10th. Second, what people my age are saying is that the 4th Hokage killed the 9 tails, but chakra can't be killed, and even if he had, it would take 9 years to regenerate. So the best option is to seal it inside a newborn baby," Naruto said, looking at the Jounin commander. "And finally, the hatred I receive from the villagers confirms it," Naruto added, turning to the Hokage. "But I have a question." "Why me?" "And don't lie, I can tell the truth from a lie." "If I told you, it would be too dangerous," said the Hokage. "I'm already in danger because of this," Naruto said, pointing at the Omnitrix. "He's right," Shikaku Nara interrupted. "Now we all deserve it." The old man looked at Naruto and Shikaku and, frowning, said, "You're both right. You're both right. Naruto, what I tell you today, I'll tell the whole village tomorrow," before taking a deep breath. "Your father's name is Minato Namikaze, son of my students Jiraiya Namikaze and Tsunade Senju. Your mother is Kushina Uzumaki, the Queen of Whirlpools. A title that now belongs to you." He punched them both, causing Naruto to faint. Deep space. A gigantic orb was flying through space, and suddenly it stopped and turned towards Earth. "He will help us both," said a soft voice, as a beam of light shot out from it and headed towards a single destination, a single person to hold its light, Naruto Uzumaki. "Eyes up, ninja." Planet Earth, land of fire, Konoha. Upon waking, Naruto discovered that his father was the 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash, the only one with the power to control fleas, Minato Namikaze, son of the toad and slug Sanin. His mother, Kushina Uzumaki, Queen of the Whirlpools, was the daughter of Daisuke Uzumaki, the 3rd Uzukage, and Nakami Uzumaki, the Queen of the Dark Sword. Naruto lay down on his bed and stared at the ceiling. "What do I do?" Naruto asked the void, waiting for an answer, whether it was from Kyuubi or the Omnitrix. But neither of them spoke. And he closed his eyes. Deep space, solar system, Nessus. A beam of light flies over a planet that is a mixture of machine and plant. A human-sized robot with one red eye. It had a white fluid in its stomach, and little by little, more and more of these beings were looking at it. Earth, Konoha, Naruto's apartment. Naruto was eating ramen for breakfast when his gaze fell upon a package on the table, which Ananbu had brought him not long ago. After starting to think about what it was, he decided to open it. Inside there was a Haori, a crimson Haori with black flames at the bottom. Deep space, solar system, Satan's moon, Titan. The beam of light flew across the sky and seas of Titan. A gigantic worm-like being emerged from the water and watched it. Earth, Konoha, Naruto's apartment. Naruto was taking a shower, getting ready for bed, his mind still wandering over his new Haori and how it looked on him. Now he was even more confused. What should you do? What will he do now? Deep space, solar system, asteroid belt, the reef. As the light passed over them, a woman appeared seated on a throne. She had white hair, blue skin, and bright blue eyes. He murmured as he watched the light fly by. Earth, Konoha, Naruto's apartment. Naruto put on his pajamas and went downstairs to rest, gradually falling asleep. Deep space, solar system, Mars. As the light whizzed past inside Mars, a gigantic worm emerged from the sand and gazed at it with pure, unrestrained hatred. "You," said. Deep space, solar system, moon. The light shone on the moon, and as it passed over it, a shriek began to erupt from it as a demonic creature emerged and stared at it before turning away. Earth, Konoha, Naruto's apartment. Naruto was fast asleep in his bed, alone in his apartment, when a beam of light appeared in his room taking the form of a female figure. "So young. And yet, so necessary," she said, brushing a lock of hair away from his face like a mother would, and then she began to merge with him. Naruto's dream. Naruto was having the same dream he's been having ever since he got the Omnitrix. It's neither a good dream nor a bad dream. The image shows him standing in the middle of a dense fog, surrounded by alien shapes and shadowy figures. Then he became amused. His alien forms were numerous versions of himself. One with purple eyes with an initial ring, then the purple turned red and 9 volumes appeared on it. The next one shone with golden flames, its seal visible, its whiskers like thick black lines, and its eyes red and slanted. The next one had 9 black orbs floating around him, rectangular eyes, golden chakra hair, and a Harem made of the same golden chakra, with a black jumpsuit covering his entire body. The fourth one held a pure black Daido in his hands, while behind him stood a black-haired teenager, wearing a long black coat, whose face showed no emotion. Another one had a silver and blue ribbon in his hands. And another one has a huge bipedal white wolf with what appear to be veins of fire and eyes with flaming red eyes. Another one with 6 small creatures flying around him, and this one had a smile on his face. Another held 2 metal cylinders, one of which ejected a red leaf and the other a blue one. Another was sitting on a large black widow spider. Another is flanked by creatures, not aliens but monsters, and sports an arrogant smile. Another wore a glove on his left hand, and the glove emanated a power we had never felt before. One transformed into a giant black and orange reptile. One was sitting on a large lion-shaped machine, and next to him was a dragon-shaped machine. The next one had an orange flame above his head and an expression of horror on his face. Another was sitting on a small black dragon, and had green eyes. Another had a magic circle under his feet and a piercing gaze in his eyes. One of them wore a bone mask that looked like a demon with red markings. The next one had white horns on his head and a black katana. One of them wore bone armor with a small sword on her back. Another wore a large ring that hung around his neck. One of them had a dragon's head tattooed on his arm. One of them was holding a flaming hammer with an eagle on it. The one next to him had a flaming mace of considerable size. Another one has a shield made of purple energy. The next one had a purple bubble around it. Then fists of pure lightning crackled all around him. The one following him was bathed in the same electric energy that crackled around his entire body. Another one had a hot knife that he was spinning. And the one on the right was holding something on fire in his hands. One had a fan of lightning knives and the one next to him had a lightning cane. Another held a bow, but this one's bow was formed from the same purple energy as those who had the shield and the bubble. And another held 2 twin blades made of the same energy. One held a flaming sword and the other was in a well of light. The following ones were floating. They were divided into 2 groups. From the first group, lightning energy flowed around them. One had a ball of lightning and the other had lightning flowing from his hands. The others were surrounded by a purple aura. One of them had an enormous sphere of that color in front of him. The other noticed that the energy had become chaotic, as if it were exploding. And that was just a small part of the versions, and they all said with one powerful voice, "Be the bearer of peace, everyone needs you." And that's usually where the dream ends, but this time the fog rose to swirl around him, and he woke up. He woke up in a grassy field with a cherry blossom tree beside him. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, looking around. He saw that the grass stretched as far as the eye could see, but there were several things there. First, a gigantic lake that was part of a large island with trees forming a barrier. Second, the teenager who had been with that version of himself, leaning against a tree, staring at him. Third, a demon with skin as white as bone, wearing the same demonic mask, an oversized black shayakushu with red trim, and black hakama. Third, curled up and asleep, was that wolf with veins of fire and eyes. Fourth, in the tree, were those small creatures. Fifth and last, an enormous sphere. It was like a small moon. "What is that?" Naruto asked, looking at the sphere. "We don't know," said the teenager, As Naruto turned to face him, "Your mental landscape is now a sewer," he said, looking around. "That would be my doing," said a female voice, and everyone turned toward her. They saw a woman who looked to be about 20 years old. She had snow-white hair and wore a white kimono, but her sash was orange, purple, and blue. Her eyes, the same three colors, swirled in a vortex. Her skin was beautifully pale, and her bust was a cup eye, the same size as Hinata Hyuga's. "Who are you?" the demon asked, and his voice was mine, but distorted. "I am life itself. I am the mother of all stars, planets, and children. I am the home of many," he said as he walked past Naruto and the others, who were standing in front of the enormous sphere. "I am peace. I am order. I am all that is good. I am light, but they call me the Traveler," he added. This had left them all shocked. None of them knew what to say. "Well, Traveler, what is it you want?" Naruto asked her as the others turned to look at her, and now that the Ice and Fire Wolf, already awake, was also watching her, waiting to see if they liked her answer, she thought about what she was going to say. "I wish this fight would end," he said, looking at them with a sad expression. "I've been struggling for so long," she told them, looking older than she was and as if she carried the weight of the world on her shoulders, with tears rolling down her cheeks. "I've been fighting since the beginning of time, and they say I'll keep fighting until the end of time, and then the cycle will begin again, and so on." His answer left them all stunned. No one knew what to say, but Naruto approached and hugged her. "It's okay. It's okay," he repeated over and over so she could vent. Thank you," she said, her voice breaking with tears. "Why are you inside me?" he asked, and the demon burst into laughter. "I need champions. But since my body is in transit, I had to send my soul, and you are the only one worthy to be my host," he said, placing his hand on his chest. "Normally, when I bestow my light upon someone, they belong to one of these three classes: Titan, Warlock, or Hunter. But you can use any of the three. And I will give you a gift that all my chosen ones possess and will continue to possess." He extended his hand, and a sphere of light began to take the shape of a small machine that levitated in his palm. He had black and red armor and a single blue eye, army-forged ghost shell. "I think it will do. It's a ghost," he said as the ghost floated towards Naruto. "Hello," he said in a voice that drove someone crazy. "Kushina, where are you so I can tear you to pieces?" a voice shouted from behind the trees on the island. "Is that?" Naruto asked the teenager. "Yes, it's QB," he told his host. As the ghost loomed over his companion, the traveler had an idea. "It's time for you to become complete in the true Jinchuriki of the QB," he said as he began to move his hands in a swirling motion and two portals opened. Shinigami's womb. Floating in the belly of the god of death was the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, and from the seal he wore, chakra began to be extracted, taking the form of a nine-tailed fox. The fox moves its head, and a portal opens, and it flows through it. Tierra del Fuego, Temple of Fire. A small child lies in a bed when a portal opens above him and begins to draw out dark chakra. The mindscape of Naruto. From the two chakra portals, one of them emerges and flies towards the island where they are, flies among the trees, and then, the angry voice of the QB simply stops. "Now that it's complete," said the being of light before turning to Naruto. "Now, to complete you," he said as he placed his hand back on his chest. Then he felt powerful and weak at the same time, and what he didn't know was that crimson streaks were beginning to appear in his hair and the tips were turning crimson too. "What was that?" he asked. "I have awakened your Uzumaki blood," he had said. After receiving their answer, Naruto turned to the others in his mind. "Who are you then?" he asked. "I am your Zanpakuto Z hash A hash N hash G hash E hash D hash S hash U hash," he said as his name turned into static. "Excuse me, what's your name again?" Naruto asked the Zanpakuto spirit. "You can't hire me because you're not ready," he said as he leaned against the sakura tree. "I am you, hollow inside, great devil," said the devil, looking at him. "Hello, Diablo. Nice to meet you." "You too, King," said Gran, as he settled down to sleep by the lake. "My name is Wolfskrieger, and I am your doll," said the wolf, looking at him. "Nice to meet you," said Naruto, approaching to scratch the wolf behind the ears. The small thing floated down to show that they were fairies and that they all wore kimonos. One of them was wearing a pink kimono with red armor over it and said, "Hello, My name is Bara. One wore a gray kimono with white armor over it. Sup. Tog is my name. Next to him is a man wearing a purple kimono and blue armor on top. My name is Hinajiku, sir. The next one is wearing a blue kimono and pink armor. Hi, I'm Lily. The following is a man wearing a red kimono and yellow armor, Soitsuda. The last one wore a black kimono and red and black armor. Tsubaki. That's my name. It's a pleasure to meet you all, she said to the fairies just as she was about to leave. Kurama. A voice boomed from the island, and everyone's heads turned in that direction. They all headed to the lake, and a bridge emerged from the water towards the island and the trees. And when they get there, they see the Kyuubi just sitting there. That? Asked the traveler. My name. Kurama, that's my name, he said, looking at them. No one spoke. Then the ghost floated towards them and said, hello, your voice. Your voice is the same as that of my second Jinryuki partner's mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Kurama said, looking at his host, your mother and I were friends. I want you to know that I would never have attacked Konoha without someone controlling me. He added, looking at the young Uzumaki. Then Naruto let this information flow to him. And Uchiha, he said after a few moments of silence. And Uchiha did this? Naruto noticed. Yes, he seemed familiar. Not Madara, but familiar nonetheless. He said, looking at the group in front of him. I have to tell Gigi about this, said Naruto, receiving everyone's approval. The next day, Naruto's apartment. When Naruto jumped out of his mind, he took off his pajamas, put on his jumpsuit and his new Haori, activated the Omnitrix, turned to his ice moth and smashed it against the ground. Naruto's body began to grow, and his feet transformed into toes with fingers. His eyes bulged, and large wings sprouted from his back, folding around him like a cape. Great cold, he shouted. Do you like the new look? Said the being of light. Confused, Naruto looked in a mirror and could see the flame design on the bottom of Big Chill's cloak. Naruto simply chuckled and flew towards the Hokage tower. Tori Hokage. The third one was talking to a Chunin. I'm going to take Iruka and Naruto with me for a while, so he can learn about his clan, Sarutobi said. Alright, Lord Hokage, but when will Naruto return with his age group? Iruka asked. In about a year. And with that, the Chunin left the room and Naruto solidified. Hey, I have something to tell you, said Naruto, and so Naruto conveyed to the Hokage everything he had found out. Isn't that Madara, you said? He asked, receiving a nod from the Uzumaki prince. Then that would only make about 19 Uchiha. Do you have anything else? Male. 14 years old. Sorry, little one, that's all. Kurama said to his host. Well, Kurama said he was male and about 14 years old, Naruto said. That goes from 19 to 5 and 2 killed in action, the Hokage said after a few seconds of silence. Does it have any description, any distinguishing marks? He asked. Mask. A hole for an eye. His right eye, Naruto said, staring into space. Kit, how did you know? Asked the fox. My first memory is looking at him and him pointing a kunai at me, Naruto said, surprising everyone in the room and himself. That made the Hokage think the same of Izumi Uchiha. Naruto, the Hokage, is worthy, extend your hand, said the traveler, and as he did so, a similar ball of light formed a phantom, but not as phantom. Its shell resembled the sun, Sagira. The ghost flew towards the Hokage and uttered his first words. Eyes up, ninja, he said as he shone with the light that enveloped the Hokage. And when it faded, his youth had returned to him as the ghost floated beside him and he looked at Naruto for an explanation. You have been chosen to use the light, Naruto said to the man as he summoned his specter. This is my specter, Kushina, Naruto said. As the fiery shadow gazed at its ghost, it thought of only one name, Sagira. What did they launch? Planet Earth, Land of Fire, Konoha. After Naruto and Hiruzen spoke with that rogue Uchiha, they and their ghosts were sitting in the Hokage's office, waiting for the Anbu to gather all the villagers. So what do we know? Sagira asked her companion. Well, first we have a rogue Uchiha. One we thought was dead, the Hokage said. Furthermore, we have the fact that he was able to find out where I was born, Naruto added. And let's not forget that he controlled Kurama and killed my namesake Naruto's mother and father, Kushina said, her eyes lighting up. Were there any Anbu alive when Naruto was born? She asked the Hokage. I think. He turned to his specter. "Sagira, can you get a blue scroll that's on the shelf? It's labeled," he asked as she flew to him and took it. "Hey, Hiruzen, there are 19 of them," he said, surprising everyone in the room. "What?" asked the now 20-year-old Hokage. "That can't be. Unless," he said, looking around the room as Naruto did the same, and they both landed in the same spot. "Kit. Where are you looking? Is there anything emotionless?" Kurama asked, confused, and that confused everyone in Naruto's mind. "Kit. We have to go see him," said Kurama. "My power is for which you are not prepared," said Wolfskrieger. "When you learn my name, then you can begin to use my power," said his Zanpakuto. "The 3 parts of my power are not ready yet," his Hala said. "You need to learn how to summon us before we can help you," said Tsubaki, referring to himself and the fairies. "You haven't gathered enough light yet," said the traveler, "and until you control your dark side, you won't be able to use my power," said the fox. Naruto turned to the Hokage and shook his head, as if to say he hadn't accomplished anything. But that was unnecessary, as a shadow moved to fix itself in the place. The shadow was connected to a Nanbu with a rabbit mask. "Thank you, Shinka, dear," the Hokage said to a Nanbu wearing a deer mask. The one trapped in the shadow was a Nanbu wearing a cloak that covered his entire body and a mask with green markings. "So it's you," the Hokage said, looking at the Anbu bound in the shadows. "Is Danzo trying to capture me?" he added, not waiting for an answer, for his old friend Danzo was known for ensuring his Anbu never yielded to questioning. They were Root. "Well, what do we do with you?" Shinka said before Root collapsed and fell. Sagira flew to the body and examined it. "Dead," he said, his voice laced with anger. "Why discard him for someone like him?" he asked. "Sagira?" asked the third Hokage. "I scanned his memory and could only retrieve a few things," she said. "His mission was to spy on you to see if there was anything that could remove you from your position. There was another Root here, but that one reported to this monster, who restored your youth," Sagira told her companion. "I see," said the fire shadow, looking towards the village and seeing that everyone had gathered. "Sandaime-sama, the villagers have gathered." An Anbu wearing an eagle mask. "Thank you," Takahi said. At the top of the Hokage mansion, Naruto and Hiruzen were at the top, with the elders not far from them. "Hiru," said the only old woman before falling silent, wishing to see her former young teammate once more. "How?" asked an old man. "I'll tell you at a later meeting," Hiruzen said, to which the elders nodded. Looking outside and seeing all the people of Konoha, he stepped forward to address them. "Great people of Konoha. I have come today to tell you that we have committed a great deception against the previous Hokage, from the 4th Hokage to the 1st Hokage and the 2nd Hokage." "That's right," the 3rd Hokage said, looking at his people. His words shocked them, especially the elders. The 1st Hokage wanted the entire village to love his Jinchuriki as if they were their comrades, children, grandchildren, or friends. But you have rejected him for no reason whatsoever. The 2nd Hokage said that all ninja should answer to their kage and train the next generation without pretension. "And some Chunin are criticizing her for that," he exclaimed, growing increasingly enraged. "But all of you have been talking blues at Lord Fouth." And as he said that, wings of spectral fire sprouted from his back, and he floated into the air. "He's a sorcerer," said the embodiment of light. The people of Konoha hadn't expected this when they were summoned, and they had never seen him so furious. When the wings sprouted from his back, he looked like an enraged angel descending to punish them with the wrath of Kami, and his former comrades were even more terrified because this wasn't the professor, nor the savage Saru as Lady Seconds had called him. This was Kami no Shinobi. And this terrified them because he would strip them of their powers, and Ibiki would revel in punishing those who fell from grace. "You spat on his hope that the Jinchuriki would be seen as a hero, and you spat on him by treating his son like a monster," Hiruzen Sarutobi said, shocking the village, which now understood what they were doing. Even so, they believed they had portrayed many people as monsters, so who was to blame? "You thought that if we killed him, you would please his father," the elders agreed. "By beating him, he would make you regret it," all the ninja concurred. "By throwing him out of class to be killed, so that the force smile would be upon you again," the students agreed. "By letting him starve to death, by driving him away from the shops, he would give you a feast in the afterlife," he mocked, as the rest of the village nodded. His son is named Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. He is the prince of the land of whirlpools and the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi. He is the true brotherhood of the village, he said. Hiruzen, how is it that he's the real heir? An old man with bandages on his face and arm. It's Danzo. For those who didn't know, Minato was the son of my students Jiraiya Namikaze and Tsunade Senju. That makes Naruto the great-great-grandson of the first Hokage. Then he turned to Naruto, speaking loud enough for the entire village to hear. Naruto, do you want to talk? The young prince stepped forward to observe the village and, with his new appearance, he resembled his father, but that brought them even more shame. Hey, said Naruto, unsure what to say. What great weather. He tried to lighten the mood. It didn't work. Naruto-sama, we're sorry, shouted an old man, who appeared to be the owner of the Red Dragon restaurant. Please forgive us, shouted a woman in her 20s. Naruto knew she was the owner of the orphanage that had expelled him at the age of 4. And more people keep coming, over and over again, begging for forgiveness. Stop, Naruto said, his voice a blend of love and strength. Firm yet resolute. The voice of the first, second, and fourth Hokage. The voice of a leader. Now I know why you did this. So I can forgive you. But I will not forget, he said, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Some would swear that when his gaze fell upon them, they felt strong. As if he were a wall of hope protecting them and a powerful sword slicing through anything that could harm them. Now, mighty inhabitants of Konoha, rise. All those who had fallen to their knees suddenly felt strengthened and stood up, those who had been hunched over, stood tall. We are the fire. Those words, said the Hokage, that protects the great tree of Konoha, Naruto continued. Those are the words of the first. He thought that Naruto overlapped with his father and his great-great-grandfather. Konoha Council Chamber. It was total chaos, with shouts all over the room, exclamations and questions about why they hadn't been notified. Are you finished? The Hokage asked. Sandaime, why didn't you tell us? Shikaku asked. The main reason, to try to gain power, he said. If Naruto were adopted by the Nara clan, they would have more influence in the village than any other clan, he told them, and sighed. Looking at the council, with him and his sons behind him, he decided to be honest. Now I have to tell you something that no one saw, whether it was a sign or not, but a few days ago I went camping with some of them, and one of them was Naruto, he said, pointing at Naruto. Something landed on Earth, and that something is called the Omnitrix. Naruto held up his wrist, showing it to him. And no one has been able to take it from him. My son Asuma tried to cut it with wind chakra, but nothing. And before you speak, Danzo, if it were a weapon, Naruto's mental state would change when he used it, he said, silencing the old warrior hawk. What are you doing? Asked a woman in a long white dress with a circle print. Her name is Mebuki Haruno. Naruto, he said, turning to say person. Naruto, in full view of everyone, activated it and selected Heat Blast's Omnitrix. I want Heat Blast's Omnitrix, and slammed it to the ground with a flash of light. The Omnitrix said no. Thus, Naruto's fingers went from 5 to 4. His clothes transformed into an orange jumpsuit with a black stripe down the center. His skin turned gray. His head became bulbous, his eyes became frog-like, and as he lost all his hair, a black stripe grew down the middle of his head. He began to shrink as the Omnitrix dial appeared on his back. Before the transformation ended, a light enveloped him, and once it was complete, he wore a crimson haori with black flames along the edge. On his back, written in kanji, was the name Gray Matter. He squealed. After the flash, no one could see it, but they heard a sharp cry, fuck, and saw a small frog jump on the ground. What? Said a tall, big-boned man. It's a frog, said a blond man. No. Inoiki isn't a frog, Shikaku said, looking at his friend and then turning to Naruto with a grin. Watch out for the Fritz. His response was a string of swear words that would have made a sailor blush, and some of the kids were stunned, except for the young girl standing behind Tsume Inuzuka. It was Kiba Inuzuka. I've heard worse, she said when she saw her friends looking at her, and her mother laughed. And what is she doing, Gray Matter? Tsume asked. It seems I have extremely high intelligence, and I'm agile, he told her. Useful, said Shikaku, looking at the form. "What species are you, Naruto?" he asked, surprising everyone. That frog was Naruto. "I haven't looked at the USB yet," he said, receiving a nod from Nara. "As you can see, Naruto has transformed into an alien. The Omnitrix turns the user into aliens, and this has attracted the attention of two beings," said the Hokage. "Who?" asked a pale-eyed man. "The first one, whose name we don't know, seeks to weaponize the Omnitrix. We've faced him twice. The first time, he sent 3 robots, which we quickly destroyed. The next challenge was more difficult. He sent a mechanical tiger that could transform into a sword and possessed a girl from the land of noodles. Naruto defeated the machine and destroyed the darkness within it, but whoever sent it erased his memory," he said, leaving everyone in the room stunned. "And the other one," said the old man, "the literal embodiment of all the light in the universe. The Traveler. That's why I'm younger. The light has truly empowered me," he said. "How do you know?" Danzo asked as Naruto and Hiruzen extended their hands, and a ghost appeared from them. "Oh," Sugiura said to everyone. "Nice to meet you," Kushina said. "That's how," both light bearers said. The city council was shocked to see the small machines floating there. "Naruto, I'm going to create some ghosts, so you know what to do," said the Traveler. Naruto extended his hands and a sphere of light formed. From it emerged more and more ghosts, hundreds of them floating. "What happened?" Inoiki asked. "The Traveler has sent you to find the chosen ones," Hiruzen said, observing the palpable forms of the ghosts. Then he addressed the council. "Yesterday, after returning to my office and welcoming the new members of Konoha, I summoned my 2 remaining students. Along with a blood clone, I will lead Konoha. Naruto, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and I will travel to the Uzu ruins, gather everything, and then return," he told them. "But first, Naruto must tell you something. Last night, the Traveler took me to my mindscape. First, she revealed how she awakened my Uzumaki blood and made me the true Jinchuriki of Kurama. Now, before you say anything, let me continue," she said, seeing people's mouths open. "After recovering, she spoke to me. Without hatred, without pity. She told me why she did it. She was in control." When Naruto said that, everyone seemed confused. Then, one by one, they turned their heads towards the only Uchiha left in the room. "Yes, the Uchiha. But he was 14 at the time, and Kurama said this Uchiha seemed familiar, but not Madara," Naruto said, pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. "Kushina, how many Anbu were there when I was born protecting me, my mother, and my father?" -19, he said after thinking about it for a bit. "How many survived?" "2, she said to the council, surprised. Sugiura Hiruzen turned to his ghost. "What were their names?" "One was Kakashi Hitake, but he was sent there on vacation. Along with the other, Yuga Uzuki," he said. "A dead end," said the robust man. "No, Mr. Akamiki, I think I have someone in mind," Naruto said. "How many Uchiha died during the Third Shinobi World War?" he asked. 35. The one who answered was a man with gravity-defying silver hair. It was Kakashi Hitake. "And how many Uchiha fit this description, that of a 14-year-old boy with a Sharingan in his right eye?" Naruto asked as the pieces began to fall into place. "Only one," Kakashi said, looking down. "Obito Uchiha. Killed in action. Your father's student, like me," though the words "killed in action" sounded wrong now, as the name traitor fit better. "We have a person. But what means? What is their motive?" Shikaku asked. "Rin," Kakashi said. "He loved Rin, and now that I had killed her, he sought revenge." "I'm not dead," said a female voice as a woman Kakashi knew entered. She had purple tattoos on her cheeks. It was Rin Nohara, and she was accompanied by a red and white ghost with gold details. "Dance of the Sun, Phantom of Destiny." This surprised everyone, and they listened to Kushina. "Those who are worthy, I will bring back from the dead or choose from among the living," said the Traveler's voice. The next day, Konoha Gate. Naruto and Hiruzen were waiting for the 2 remaining Sannin to arrive, and Rin was with them, and not far away 3 people were approaching the village. The first was a woman with shoulder-length black hair. She had fair skin, a slender figure, onyx eyes, and a C-cup bra size. She wore a long, bluish-black kimono with white trim, fastened with a white obi, and low-heeled, open-toed sandals. Her name was Shizune Kato. The next woman is a strikingly beautiful woman with bold hair. She has fair skin, a voluptuous figure, hazel eyes, and a J-cup bust. She wears a purple diamond on her forehead and a grass-green haori. Underneath, she wears a sleeveless gray kimono-style blouse, held together by a wide, dark grayish-blue obi that matches her trousers and low-heeled sandals. She is Tsunade Namikaze Senju. The first was a man with long, white hair and fair skin. He had red markings on his face. He wore a short green kimono and matching trousers, beneath which he wore chainmail armor visible at his wrists and ankles. He also wore gloves, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and a red haori with 2 yellow circles on each side. He carried a large scroll on his back and a horned headguard bearing the kanji for oil. He was Jiraiya Namikaze. When the 3 approached the 3 light bears, 2 seemed sacred while 1 looked at them in awe. The reason? Hiruzen spread his spectral, flaming wings as he looked at his 2 students in embarrassment. Then there's Naruto, with a purple energy outlining him. And finally, there's Rin, with a blue, lightning-like energy. It sparked all around her. "You're late," said the Hokage with an angry expression. "Sensei, it's been a while," said the Toad Sannin. "I said 11 o'clock. "It's 1300 hours, said the Cage. "What brought you here?" Rin asked the younger woman who was there. "Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya had hangovers and said you could." Shizune was saying before Namikaze covered her mouth. "Really?" Hiruzen asked, his eyes also glowing with the same spectral fire. 5 minutes later, further on, the 2 Sannin each had about 50 bumps on their heads. As they walked, they saw a large group of fishermen. The fishermen were heading in that direction. "Where are you going?" Rin asked a passing fisherman. "Oh, the Lake of Monsters," said the fisherman as he passed by them. "The Lake of Monsters?" Naruto asked, turning to the older ninja. "I've never heard of that," Tsunade said, turning to her husband. "Have you, Jiraiya?" she asked. "Yes. They say that every 100 years a creature appears that lives in the depths of the lake," the wise toad had said, looking at the fisherman. "People want to catch it." "I know this creature," said Kurama. "She is my brother Isabu's offspring. My father allowed it for 2 reasons. The first is that the child of the prophecy would require her. The second," Naruto asked. "She wanted grandchildren." And when Kurama said that, Naruto burst out laughing. "And Naruto, what's wrong?" Hiruzen asked. When Naruto answered, Hiruzen laughed, but then realized someone was missing from the group. "Tsunade, where's your husband?" he asked. He looked around and saw Jiraiya speeding towards Monster Lake, and sighed before pointing. Lake of Monsters. The group soon reached the lake, and what they had seen could no longer be forgotten. "By Kemi," exclaimed Hiruzen. "Into the light," Sugiura said, with a surprised expression. "It can't be," said Naruto, his brain about to collapse. "The traveler helps us," Kushina said. "By the gods!" exclaimed the Zanpakuto, looking ill. Wolfskrger was whining. "The fairies were hiding in the sakura tree." "That's the work of the devil," said Diablo, sitting down dejectedly. "This is the work of darkness," said the traveler. "What is the name of the wise man?" Kurama asked. "Why?" "Why?" Rin asked, falling to her knees. "This is Ghost 003. We need help. I repeat, we need help." Rin's ghost tried to ask for help. Shizune covered her eyes while Tsunade put her hand to her face and shook her head. The reason was Jiraiya, dressed in tights and a fishing vest, and carrying a huge fishing rod. "What do you think you're doing?" asked the slug Sannin. "I'm fishing," he said, turning towards the lake. And it was a gigantic lake, 200 miles long, and it must have been about 1,000 feet deep. "Jiraiya, I want to do this for a reason," he said, interrupting his wife and turning to Naruto. "There are poachers here, and we need you to search for this monster around the lake," the Toad Sage said, receiving a look from the Hokage. "Orochi, female Orochimaru, has been trying to create the Kakai Genkai." And so they began to set up a camp in order to service the lake, fish, and watch for the presence of Orochi's ninjas. Naruto approached the lake, turned the Omnitrix towards a fish-like man and smashed him against the ground. His hands and feet became sharp, and webbing grew between his fingers. His jaw widened, teeth sprouted from his lips, and an antenna light emerged from his head like that of a deep-sea fish. His eyes transformed into fish eyes, and gills grew on his neck. Fins sprouted from his elbows and neck, and long whiskers like a catfish grew from his face. His skin turned into fish scales, and he wore a loincloth. In the center was a belt with the Omnitrix style. The loincloth glowed and now had a red flame design. "Ripjaws!" he shouted. Naruto, transformed into Ripjaws, jumped into the lake. Deep in the trees, a woman with skin as white as snow watched the Konoha group. "Sensei, please." He turned to his right and saw a woman with silver hair and glasses. "Kabuto. Send the pawns first," she said. "Yes, Lady Orochi," Kabuto told her. "Sensei, save me," said a voice that sounded like Orochi's as he looked at Hizen and walked away. Inside the lake of monsters. As Naruto swam through the lake, the fish in it were not ordinary fish. There were other types of fish that didn't seem normal. Some of them seemed older, much older. "Kushina," Naruto called to his ghost. "Yes, Naruto," she asked. "Contact Gigi." "Okay," she said. Shore of the Lake of Monsters. The group fished with mixed results, and Sugira appeared separated from her partner. "Hizen, Kushina is trying to contact you," he said. "Leave it like that," he said. "Gigi," said Naruto's voice coming from Sugira. "Yes, Naruto," said the Hokage. "Here are ancient fish," he said, and by ancient I mean older than the tailed beasts. This puzzled the group. Why were there ancient fish in a lake? They should have evolved like all the other fish. "Roar!" someone shouted loudly from inside the lake. Inside the Lake of Monsters. Naruto and Kushina searched with their eyes for the source of the sound. "Do you see it, Naruto?" the cage asked. Naruto was about to say no, but then he saw a large shadow looming over him. Turning around, he saw a giant, bipedal creature with 4 webbed feet, a tail with a fin, and 2 tentacles protruding from its mouth. It had blue eyes, golden teeth, 6 gills on its neck, and its upper body was dark cyan, while its lower body was olive green. "Yes, I accept. Kushina, send me a picture." "Okay," she said in a weak voice. Shore of the Lake of Monsters. Sugira showed the image of the beast, and around it was a scale indicating its size. "Lady, that's great," said Shizune. "I've seen bigger ones," both Sanin had said. Before the cage could mark 45 ninjas with a musical note, the head protector said. "That's all," the leader said. "Move on and you will be able to live." The fishermen ran away as fast as they could, but the ninjas stood their ground. Nobody moved, and a single leaf fell from a branch, floated down and, coming to rest between the 2 leaders, everyone sprang into action. 20 of them entered the lake and 25 stayed behind. As they fought, Rin drew a kunai and began using the thrust and retreat technique. She gathered arcing energy in her hands and launched it at one of the ninjas, who began leaping from one to another. Hizen concentrated spectral fire in his hand and hurled it at the ninja leader, reducing him to ashes. Shizune rushed at the enemy, throwing poison senbone needles and attacking them with chakra scalpels. Tsunade defeated them with her immense strength, while her husband eliminated them with a fishing rod. But more ninjas like these kept arriving. "Hiruzen/Rin, you can use your super now," both ghosts told their companions. Hiruzen and Rin felt the power of the light flow within them begin to grow and grow. Suddenly, Hiruzen summoned a spectral, flaming sword that appeared in his hand and began unleashing arcs of spectral fire at the ninjas, reducing them to ashes. Meanwhile, Rin obtained a staff of undulating blue energy and swiftly charged toward the ninjas, piercing through them and disintegrating them in her wake. Seeing their ranks dwindle drastically, as if they were nothing, they began to retreat. Boom! A giant explosion erupted from the water. They turned to see the creature with Ripjaws riding it alongside an enemy ninja, as they both fought over it. A few seconds earlier, inside the Lake of Monsters. As Naruto and the creature stared at each other with Kushina back, inside Naruto, multiple cuts alerted them as Naruto turned around and saw ninjas swimming towards them. "Look, there are 2 of them," said one of them. "Lady Orochi would love both," said another. So they attacked. The creature finished off most of them with its claws and crushed the rest with its tentacles, while Naruto swam to attack the survivors. They were winning until one of the enemies reached the creature with Naruto, and that's where the story begins. Once the creature emerged from the water, Naruto and the ninja fought each other, and Naruto had the upper hand until he started to dry out and had to jump into the water. The creature, seeing its protector retreat, dove after him and then leapt out of the water, followed by Naruto, its claws slashing at the ninja. And then, with a flash of light, Ripjaws became Naruto. He fell backward into the water. But then he found himself on something soft and wet. He glanced over, and Naruto was riding the creature. "Thank you," he said, and the little animal let out a small roar as if to say, "You're welcome." So, after that, the fight ended. Naruto decided to spend the rest of the day swimming at the bottom of the lake with the creature he called Kraken, which was female. So Naruto spent his time collecting things from the bottom of the lake. And then they left. Destination: Alien Bounty Hunters. What's next? Planet Earth, border of the lands of fire and water, seafloor, Chimera Hammer. In a dark place, 29 beings awaited instructions on what to do. They are bounty hunters. One of them was a burly figure in black armor. One of them resembled a fiddler crab with golden brown armor, a sideways mouth, 4 side-like legs, and a giant, powerful claw for a left hand. A being with armor. Its feet are hooves. It has purple pads covering its central joints, a belt and 4 central lines on its helmet that outline its face, which are its eyes and mouth. One of them is a gigantic yellow tank with a green eye. Metal Tank Z. A huge red robotic dragon. Dragon Head Y. The next one was a bipedal, lion-like creature with 2 3-clawed gauntlets. X-Saber Bellum. This was a humanoid robot with green electronic wires coming out of its fingers. Watt Kinetic Puppeteer. Another was a stone creature surrounded by flames. Volcanic Slicer. The next one was a being in black and dark purple armor, with a red 39 on his shoulder and 2 swords at his waist. Number 39 Utopia Ravi. A serpentine green dragon with lightning bolts is gathering around him. Thunder Dragon. Another example is a robotic ball with a drill on top of its head and 2 drills serving as arms and tracks. Drill Synchron. A kind of green, rocket-shaped robotic bird. Vindicate Argenix. There were 2 yellow robotic dragons, one with a blue excavator shovel for an arm, the other with a kind of screwdriver and a shovel-shaped tail. Power Tool Dragon. A large, green creature with stone bracelets and a tail resembling a cement mixer. Nero Warrior. Next to her is a small pink machine with a face that looks like a clown's. Nero Synchron. Another is a red robot knight with a billowing cape. Math Mech Edition. A blue stone golem with a cannon on its arm, from which fire erupts. Lava Cannon. It was a titanic creature. Its skin was as black as night. It had crimson eyes and sharp claws. Radian. The multi-dimensional kaiju. The next one was a Spinosaurus, but it was blue and red, and its fin was on fire, but it had a collar around its neck and was being controlled by another machine with chains connected to its hands, Urexpino and iron chain on coil. The next one was another machine, and this one is blue and green with thin, blade-like legs, a rocket launcher for one arm and a blade for the other, high-speed droid puzzle. The next one had the appearance of a stereotypical alien, but seemed to be composed of a kind of gray slime. The following is a demon made of cowboys with blue fire earrings. Flam the Fiend. The following is a dark-skinned being who wears Egyptian-style clothing and has a creepy smile on his face with a golden ankh hanging from his neck. Exodia Necros. Next, a man-sized spider appeared with a sphere of darkness in the center. Dark Tuning Spider Cocoon. I apologize to those who suffer from arachnophobia for the image of a human-sized spider. The following is a serpentine mechanical dragon, dark navy blue in color with blue markings and long connectors. Dark Cyber Keel. The next one was another machine. It looked like a gun, and a dinosaur had an illegitimate child, Blowback Dragon. The next one is a birdman, wearing samurai armor and with black wings, each tipped with 4 blades. His head resembled that of a sparrow, and he held a katana in his claw-like hands. Chidori, the torrential rain. As they stood around, Vilgax's image appeared on a screen. "The tests begin now," he said. The one wearing bulky armor took out a rectangular object and dropped it. It transformed into a flying board which he jumped on and flew around while drones were released. He took out a blaster and began shooting at them, destroying them. Next, Vilgax called. The crab-like creature entered as the drones flew in. The crab opened its claw and fired a laser with it, then crushed another creature with the same claw. Next, the one wearing purple armor approached, and when the drones flew towards him, lasers deployed and simply fired at them. Next, the tank advanced. 2 cannons shot out and launched large lasers that atomized the drones. Next, the red dragon took off and, upon seeing the drones, unleashed a large amount of electricity from its mouth. destroying them. Next, the lion-like beast simply ran towards her and began shooting down all the drones sent after her. Next, the humanoid robot approached when a drone entered its range. It threw one of the green cables at it. The drone turned toward the others and destroyed them. Then, an electrical discharge traveled through the cable and destroyed it. Next he called again. The stone creature began firing large orbs of magma at the drones. Next, the one wearing number 39 in red walked among the drones. He grabbed the blades at waist level and snapped them in half. Next, the green serpentine dragon unleashed an explosion that impacted the drones flying towards it. Next, the orb ascended, jumped, and pierced the drones. Next, the rocket plane flew through space and shot down the drones. Next, both yellow robotic dragons continued walking. One used its shovel to crush the drones and the other used the screwdriver to pierce them. Next, the green creature and the pink robot awoke. The green creature swallowed the pink robot. Steam began to emanate from the green monster as it destroyed all the drones, before spitting out the pink robot. Next, the chivalrous robot raised his sword and began to shoot down all the drones that flew towards him. Next, the blue stone monster raised its cannon and fired a burst of flame, turning all the drones into scum. Next, the Titan walked by, fought with a large drone, and then shot it down. Next, the Spinosaurus emerged with a small machine, whose eyes glowed first blue and then green. The collar did the same, and the Spinosaurus unleashed a burst of flame at the drones, destroying them. Next he calls again. The blue and green robot sprang into action and fired rockets to destroy some of the drones, and then shot down the last one. Next, the grayish substance transformed into a human being and began to make hand gestures, and then the air around it turned into arcs of wind that cut through the drones. Next, he shouted. The blue flame demon simply extended his hand, unleashing bursts of fire that melted the drones. Next, he shouted once more. The dark-skinned individual reached out towards the drones and a beam of light destroyed them. Next, the spider climbed the wall and, as it did, passed by the drones. They began to be crushed before disappearing. Next, the mechanical serpentine dragon slithered through the area where the plugs were connected to one of the drones, and began firing at the other drones, and then the drone turned on itself with its blaster. Next, the creature, half dinosaur, half weapon, opened fire on the drones, eradicating them. Next, he shouted one last time. The Birdman samurai approached and began shooting down the drones. After a few minutes, the crippled warlord's voice boomed, "Everyone out. I want you to find someone," he said as an image of Naruto appeared. "Bring him to me dead or alive. I don't care. Whoever brings him to me will receive 1 million credits and 1 million glimmer." With that, everyone left. Tierra del Fuego, abandoned town. Naruto and the others were resting after yesterday's incident, in which Naruto obtained a pet in the form of the Kraken, and were examining what Naruto had obtained from the bottom of the monster lake. And what he had obtained was a green tablet with a pentagram and a blue M with a diamond, a silver helmet with wings on each side, a wooden staff that nullified power, a green lantern-like object that emitted green light, a book in a foreign language with a dragon on the cover, a recipe for granting power, a container with spices, vials of blood and instructions, 2 chessboards with red and white pieces, a key with the symbol of cancer, a large black box with glowing spots that appeared to be plugged in, a giant golden disc, a coin with a dragon's footprint, a bag with many gold rings, a stone key the size of Jiraiya, blueprints for armor, a large mirror, 2 large chests full of spheres, 2 of which appeared to be alive, a huge recipe book, a stuffed lion, 5 cases of whiskey bottles, a giant blue chest with thousands of gold coins, a red crystal that appeared to levitate in his hand, a quill with a glowing tip, and a large table approximately 2 meters long and wide, an egg that dissipated heat and from which Naruto could hear a heartbeat, 3 coins, 1 red with an eagle, 1 yellow with a tiger, and the last green with a grasshopper, a red gauntlet with a green jewel in the center, a map, 2 rectangular objects with handles, one with a white ace of spades and the other with a red ace of spades, a book called the Standard Book of Spells, a deck of cards, a pentagon with a symbol for fire, a leather board box, a jewel with 2 stars, a metallic cylinder that glowed with blue light, a small screen that attached to the ear and displayed numbers, a flask with a white liquid, a large box of cannons, a steering wheel, a purple bottle-like object with a gray cross, it appeared to have some kind of metallic coating, a case of lenses, a book called History of Magic, and a blue scroll with some kind of kata related to water, a toolbox and welding equipment, a blue glass cube surrounded of golden metal, a golden jewel with a sun mark, a book called More Powerful Potions, a glove with golden veins and a golden eye in the palm, a book called Advanced Potion Making, a rusty robot, a helmet with a small visor, a bread recipe, dragon-themed armor and a large sword, a small red device with a small screen and 3 buttons, a flask with black liquid, a bag full of tubes with green gas, a jetpack, a small set of drills, 2 more blueprints, this time of vehicles, a scale scarf, a robotic eye, a robot blueprint, another egg, but this one larger, a book called The Monstrous Book of Monsters, a large flask of liquid, a red book with a sun mark, a book called More Macabre Monstrosities, a book that translates the first book, another table with a round lid, a chest of gems, another book titled Advanced Rune Translation, 2 paintings of robotic animals on a pile of rocks, a chest full of different types of metals, another book titled Simplified Ancient Runes, a blue card, a small black robot with wheels, 3 rolled-up scrolls with ancient writing, a katana, another book titled Translation of Ancient Runes, a box of scrap metal wires and tubes, another spice box, a fruit box, a book called Asian Anti-Venoms, 2 huge blue crystals, a ring with foreign markings, a summoning contract, a broadsword, a box of colorful cabbage, a laptop computer, a small book on personal grooming, a ninja scroll containing 2 eyes of the Uchiha clan, a chest of gold ingots, a box of computer chips, a double sword made of a golden metal, art supplies, another map, another robotic eye, a robotic arm, another kata scroll, but this one is green, a book called Book of the Gods, 2 boxes of honey, a set of black armor, and finally, a book on automail. "Wow, kid, you've got a lot," Jiraiya said as he sealed everything into scrolls. "I know, but I have a feeling it will help me," said Naruto as he held one of the rectangular objects and gave the other to Rin. "Naruto, I know," Tsunade was saying before an explosion was heard, smoke billowed from the rectangular object, and a hole appeared in a tree not far from them. "Be careful," she finished, looking at the hole. Naruto looked at the object in his hand and said, "I'll call it hand cannon." "A perfect name, if I may say so," Rin said, holding her hand cannon. Hers had a white pike. "We need to practice," she added, glancing toward the abandoned village, and then an idea struck her. "Tsunade, could you make me a set of dummies and—" she began, before turning to the younger woman and nodding, "my future husband, so he can test these hand cannons?" Everyone looked at her strangely when she said that Naruto was her future husband. "What do you mean by that?" Tsunade asked. "Naruto is going to be placed under the council's guardianship because of his characteristic greed," Rin said, gazing at the horizon. "He'll need someone to help him with everything. With Obito attacking the village, he's out of the question. Kakashi has become the council's favorite, so he's out of the question too. And I'm the only one of Tsunade's students who cares about Naruto," she said, turning to Tsunade. "I'm the same financial age as Naruto. He'll need help, and the council will only send fortune hunters." "You're right," Hiruzen said, looking at Naruto. "He's been under the Civil Rights Act," he said, surprising everyone. "Yesterday, after we left, the council subjected you to that law." "Can you do that?" Jiraiya asked. "Yes, with the power they now possess," he said sadly. "Fortunately, Tsume Ayunzuka sacrificed herself and her children for you." With that, Jiraiya's nose began to bleed. "What?" was all Naruto could say, his race being both crimson and white. After a while, Tsunade made some mannequins for Naruto and Rin to try out. "Ready," said the Sannin slug. Both Naruto and Rin were 5 yards apart. "Aim!" They both reaffirmed their hands and feet. "Fire!" he shouted. And with a squeeze of the trigger, bang! 2 loud bangs echoed through the air, for now there was a hole in each doll. While Tsunade examined the hole, Jiraiya examined the coin with the imprint, but then his danger instinct kicked in and he began to look around. He saw a ninja in a black uniform, a brown bulletproof vest with shoulder pads, a cloth covering his head and mouth, feet flattened like Play-Doh, and grayish skin. "Sensei," Jiraiya called. "I know," said the Hokage as he saw a menacing-looking stone-slash-bone creature watching them, with fire spewing from its mouth. "I have 2 here," said Shizune upon seeing two dragons, one made of metal and the other of scales. I see three, Rin said, noticing something resembling a crab, a huge green monster, and a pink propane tank. I have one, said Naruto as he looked at a rabid beast with 6 claws, 3 per hand. And I have two, Tsunade said as she looked at a small being riding a giant reptile with a flaming fin. The leaf ninjas looked at each other, nodded, and went into action. The two dragons flew in, one of them opening its mouth and shooting lightning bolts. Naruto's eyes flashed purple for a split second as he began performing the ox, dog, rat hand seals. He summoned Fujin Heki, wall of swift wind, and the wind began to form around him, creating a wall of eddies that completely enveloped him. When the lightning dissipates and the wall breaks, Naruto is no longer there. Look what you did, you studied reptiles, said the maniacal dragon in a deep, synthesized voice. Shut up, said the other dragon in a feminine voice. You know nothing. And then she set off in search of her prey. Hiruzen lunged at the creature of stone and bone. It did the same. Water release, water formation wall. The Hokage exclaimed, spewing forth a massive wall of water against which the creature crashed. It let out a roar of pain. Then he heard, water release, water dragon bullet technique. The Hokage said after performing 42 hand seals at lightning speed, transforming the water into an oriental-style dragon. The water dragon lunged at the creature, reducing it to nothing, but not before launching a ball of molten lava that flew above it and struck the gray-skinned ninja, turning him into a statue. Tsunade ran towards him just in time to dodge a laser beam coming from her right, and it turned out to be a humanoid in purple armor. #pound and dollar. $& pound tilde? He asked. What? She said. Where is the Omnitrix? The creature said listlessly. Then it turned to her. And where is it? It asked, opening its pincers menacingly. He clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground, raising a large cloud of dust. Then he punched the one wearing purple armor, sending him flying into an abandoned house. He jumped away from the crab, who opened his claw and shot out a beam of light. Shizune ran towards the small pink propane can, but before she could reach it, the green monster swallowed it and steam began to pour out of it at an accelerated rate. The green monster watched her disappear before feeling something on his leg. He was pulled underground upon hearing the cry of Doden, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Double Suicide Decapitation Technique. Shizune then appeared on the surface. The monster that thrashed around her began to expand and swell. Shizune started running, and then, boom, the enormous beast exploded. Then she turned and saw a colossal demonic creature preparing to attack her, but 3 things flew past her head, piercing her hand. She turned again and saw Rin running toward her with a huge grin, followed by a rabid creature, half lion, half human, missing some claws. Hello, he said as he ran past them with the rabid creature on his back. What the hell? Exclaimed both the ninja and the demon as they saw them pass by. Then they looked at each other, shrugged, and went back to their fight. Jiraiya ran toward the clay ninja, now a statue, but it began to be crushed by nothingness. Suddenly, a human-sized spider emerged from the statue, and Jiraiya fell to his knees as if gravity were pulling him down and crushing him. Try as he might, he couldn't get up. The food is mine, said the spider as she approached Sanin. The totem was just 3 feet away from him. The coin with the imprint fell to the ground, began to glow with a faint green light that spread over the ninja, and he lost consciousness. Jiraiya's mental landscape. Jiraiya was standing next to a lake similar to the Lake of Monsters, but the other side could not be seen. Is anyone there? He asked after looking around. So you're my bearer, said a male voice. Looking around, she saw a teenager wearing a green vest and black sweatpants. He had tan skin, black hair, and piercing green eyes. To think that I would have another one, he said as he walked across the lake and stopped over the water. Beneath him, in the water, 2 blue eyes began to glow. Use, he said as his form began to transform into a dragon-like creature. Abandoned village. The spider was now 1 foot away from the ninja. Then the green light became brighter. Then the light began to fade, and as it did, Jiraiya began to stand up, and the coin floated up to his palm. He grabbed it, and it took the form of a large dagger with few imperfections thanks to the pieces that were added to it. Use me. The dragon roared once more as Jiraiya leapt towards the spider, electrocuting it. The gravity around her began to increase, and Jiraiya then began to touch her as a golden shield appeared around her. He simply continued walking forward, ignoring the now frightened ones as his eyes shone with an emerald green. "Get away," said the spider, backing away, but Jiraiya kept advancing. He drew the flute dagger from his mouth, the blade began to glow green, and with a swift slash, the spider was dead. The spider's body then began to be absorbed by itself until nothing remained except an orb of darkness that sank into the shadows, generating a shockwave of darkness. Rin keeps running, but now a kind of blue stone golem was shooting at her. And, once again, she was being pursued by that rabid creature, half lion, half human, which now had no claws. With Naruto, he was stealthily approaching to attack and then he felt something pointing at his back. He turned and saw a burly figure in black armor. "Don't try it," he said in a great voice. "Can I know the name of my killer?" Naruto asked, watching as he concentrated chakra in his feet. "I'm not going to kill you," he said. "And my name is Tetrax," he added, withdrawing the blaster from Naruto's back. "Well, Tetrax, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked as he turned around. "To make sure that Vilgax doesn't get hold of the most powerful weapon in the universe," he said, and his head armor retracted into the armor, showing that his head is made of green crystal. Before they could speak, they both drew their respective weapons and pointed them at each other. Behind Tetrax is a robotic dragon with a forward-facing cannon. Behind Naruto is a robot with a cannon for an arm and a sword for the other. "Friends of yours?" Naruto asked the crystal being. "Bounty hunters," he said, looking at the robot behind Naruto. "The one behind you is called HSR Puzzle, and the one behind me is called Blowback Dragon." The dragon stared at them with its legs spread wide. It pointed the tip of its cannon, which glowed with a white light, at them and fired. Tetrax pushed Naruto away, but the blast hit HSR Puzzle, who responded by firing at the dragon. Naruto, still gathering chakra in his feet, ran towards the dragon gun and kicked it, leaving a dent. Then he activated the Omnitrix, turned towards the manta ray alien and slammed it into the ground. A tail began to grow, his skin turned red, 2 yellow horns appeared, and his fingers lengthened. A membrane formed from his arms to his tail, and his body flattened. His back glowed, revealing a tattoo of black flames. With a cry of Jetray, his transformation was complete. Naruto turned his head toward the robot with the bladed arm and fired a laser from his eye at the cannon arm. A rocket struck one of the holes, causing an explosion that ripped off HSR Puzzle's arm, while Tetrax's arm transformed into a blade and sliced through the bladed arm. The HSR's eyes glowed red, then blue, and returned to normal. Tetrax drew his blaster. "Yes, tell him," he said before pulling the trigger and blowing his head off. Naruto and Tetrax turned their heads towards the other robot and both fired lasers at the dragon, making it explode. "Good aim," they said to each other. Boom! An explosion shook the ground, and both aliens rushed out to see the little human, Shizune, standing on the corpse of a Titan demon. Before they could comment, they saw that Rin and his ghost, whom he had named Sundance, were being chased by the rabid half-lion, half-human creature, a blue stone golem missing its cannon and a small ball with a drill horn. "Hey, Naruto and Glass Boy," she said, running past them, pursued by her small group, before turning around, glowing with spectral fire, and shooting the 3 of them, disintegrating them. "Are you going to help?" Naruto asked, seeing more bounty hunters. "Yes," was all Tetrax said. Shizune, now that she had killed the demon titan, became a warrior with 2 swords and a red 39 on her shoulder. "You killed Kenny, you bitch," she yelled as she ran towards her, banishing her, with Shizune attacking her with her chakra scalpels. "Shut up," he yelled at the creature as they fought. Jiraiya, after facing the spider of darkness, came out and saw a dark-skinned being looking at him, holding an orb of light in its hands. "You're not going to let me go?" he asked, gripping his new weapon tightly. He shook his head. "That's what I thought," said the wise man, dodging the ball, now transformed into a beam of light, and attacking with a dagger. Tsunade, having lost sight of the crab and the humanoid in purple armor, turned the corner and could see the reptile with the flaming fin and the small machine, and jumped towards the robot. Hiruzen was running to join a battle when lightning arced around the ground beneath his feet. "Running away from a fight?" a voice shouted, and when the Hokage turned around, he could see a man in a bird costume and samurai armor. Running towards one, he stated before biting his thumb and summoning Enma, who transformed into his staff form and assumed his fighting stance. "May I know your name?" he asked. "Chidori," he said, extending his katana. "Your name?" the Birdman asked. "Hiruzen," said the cage as they both lunged at each other. As they collided, the cage suffered a deep cut to his clothing. The Chidori had split in two, exposing his upper body and legs. "See you in the afterlife," said Hiruzen, approaching. Tetrax ran to help the ninja and the lightning dragon. "Hello, traitor," he said before lunging at him. Rin was now in a real firefight, she with her hand cannon against a demon made of flames, and it seemed that she was winning. "Well, it's in my memory. Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden mist technique," he says as a thick mist begins to form, and steam rises from the demon's form, and then all the heat dissipates. As the fog dissipates, Rin stands over the demon's lifeless body. Back with Shizune, she had broken her opponent's swords and had cuts in her kimono. "My blades," said the dark, armored figure. "My clothes," Shizune said. "Bastard/bitch." And their fight starts again. After flying and shooting for a while, Naruto attracted the attention of 6 robots patrolling the area, so he changed form into gray matter. The small alien first entered the Red Knight robot and began modifying its circuits to attack the other robots. The Robot Knight turned towards the dragons, annihilated their arms, and then went for their vital points. Tsunade jumped up and at that moment she was fighting on top of the reptile. Then he crafted chakra scalpels and attempted to cut the small robot. "You won't win," she said as she jumped back, and once she jumped, she cut the reptile's collar. The reptile attacked the robot and turned towards Tsunade. She became tense. He licked her face like a dog. Back with the pervert, a fist fight broke out with the dark-skinned being. Jiraiya grabbed the dagger, which glowed green, and unleashed a green flame at the dark-skinned creature, reducing it to ashes. Shizune, now wearing only the upper half of her kimono, revealing that she was wearing a black lace thong, stands victorious over the corpse of the armored figure. "What a cute thong," Rin shouted as she approached the doctor. "Thank you," she replied, her face flushed. Before they could plug in the sockets, a gunshot accompanied them to the fallen armored figure. "Power," was heard as the crazed mechanical dragon burst forth from the earth. "Yes," said the cage's voice as his spectral flame sword sliced the dragon to pieces. "But it will also be your downfall," he said, stepping away, and once he saw Shizune, a nosebleed sent him flying like a rocket. "Shizune, victor of Titans and Cage," said Rin as Shizune lowered her head and fell onto her shoulders, embarrassed for showing her leader her underwear. With Naruto, he used Grey Matter's intellectual power to destroy robots, and once he managed to control the puppeteer robot, he began to make it self-destruct. "2 down, 2 to go," he said as he ran toward the crab and ripped out some cables, causing sparks that deactivated its armor. Naruto then jumped from the crab to the purple one and began ripping out the cables from its jetpack, throwing it at the crab and knocking them both unconscious. Beep, 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 the Omnitrix flashed and Naruto turned back into a human. Naruto, along with Rin, tied up the 2 who were still alive. The 2 remaining robots approached and merged. The red dragon's wing detached and disappeared, and then its body merged with the tank. Before he could attack, he was melted by the flames of the reptile that Tsunade and Jiraiya were riding. "Where's Tetrax?" Naruto asked, looking around for his new friend, and then a large crystal emerged from behind a house and Tetrax stepped out. "I see you have 6 and crab," he said, looking at the tied-up bounty hunters. "I'll send them far away," he said, tapping something on his arm, and both bounty hunters were teleported away. "What will happen to them?" Shizune asked. "My ship will put them in some kind of hold," he said. "And the space police?" Naruto asked. "There aren't any," Tetrax said, surprising everyone. Vologtax annihilated them to test his power. "And every time someone challenges him, he crushes them," Tetrax said, looking at the ninjas and then fixing his gaze on Naruto. "No one has been able to stand against him for more than a day." "But you've done it for 5 days now," he said. "What are you going to do?" Hiruzen asked him. The crystal alien remained silent. "You could join us," Naruto said, looking at him. "With your help, we could effectively help the universe." "Will you?" he asked. "Yes, I think I will," Tetrax said as everyone left. Planet Earth, border of the lands of fire and wave, sunset. Our small group of ninjas and aliens was getting ready for the night. Jiraiya and Tetrax were setting up the tents. Tsunade and Shizune were cooking with some of the food and spices they had found at Monster Lake. Hiruzen and Rin were lighting the fire, and Naruto was trying to repair the rusted robot, now transformed into gray matter. So I need to get its cable and connect it here, Naruto said through the robot's casing. To activate the quick-release fuel system, this has to go in there. The recharge port needs rewiring, he added as he jumped out of the robot and approached the boxes of parts. Cables. Cables. Ah, here they are. Oh, an R2 astromech droid, Textrax said as he approached. What's the problem? He asked, sitting down next to the droid and helping Naruto build it. The AI still works, almost all the internal circuitry is ruined and most of the internal components. Naruto began. Beep. 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 The additional components are rusted but they work, he finished. While the human and the alien were working on the droid, Hiruzen approached them with several thoughts running through his head. Naruto, how did you know all those jutsus? He asked. I don't know, said Naruto, but I have a theory. The Jinchuriki, addressing the Hokage, said, when the traveler sealed herself inside me, she made me Kurama's complete Jinchuriki. I believe I gained all the jutsu that users possess, and the knowledge to perform them. I see, said the Kage as Naruto turned to the droid. As they worked on the droid, venturing deeper into the forest, a dark purple portal swirled open, and a woman with long crimson hair emerged. She had blue eyes, a round face, and pale skin, with a large bust. She wore a white kimono with a floral pattern and had a deep gash from which blood flowed. I need to find help, he said as bat wings sprouted from his back and then he flew away. A few minutes later, a pentagram formed on the ground and a huge green arm emerged from it, gripping the ground and extending outwards. Back at camp, Naruto and Tetrax were tinkering with the droid. Naruto transformed back into gray matter to do the internal work, while Tetrax asked questions about the planet. So your people can use an energy that is inside you to do anything, the snail told the Sannin. Yes. And many people possess only one element, while others have two or three, Tsunade said, taking a sip of soup. And then there are the clans. The Uchiha, like the Sarutobi clan, are known for their mastery of the fire release style, but they also possess the dojutsu called the Sharingan. Other clans with dojutsu are the Hyuga and the Uzumaki, she told the crystal alien. Dojutsu? He asked. The clans possess ocular jutsus with different effects, Hiruzen said as he took a sip of soup. The Sharingan can copy any jutsu it sees. The Hyuga clan possesses the Byakugan, which allows them to see chakra points within the body, and finally, the Uzumaki clan has the most powerful one, called the Rinnegan. No one knows the true power of the Rinnegan. So Naruto has the... Tetrax began. No. He has to unlock it, Tsunade said. The dojutsu is different from other Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei they simply need something to unlock it. After a few seconds of silence, some sounds were heard coming from the droid. Beep beep buzz, said the droid as Naruto called it. You fixed it, Jiraiya said, looking at the droid. Yes, Naruto said as the Omnitrix deactivated, returning him to his human form. It wasn't so difficult. One less to worry about, he continued staring at the laptop he had acquired as it began downloading the data from the USB drive. So, Tetrax, who is this Vilgax? Rin asked as she gazed at the stars. Vilgax is the worst of the worst. He has destroyed more planets than he has ever known and has annihilated countless attempts to create a police force. He is a monster, and nothing can stop him, said the Petrosapian. No one knew what to say until Naruto spoke. I'll do the next one and this one won't fail, he said with fire in his eyes and with the look of a million men, since his eyes had a purple tint from all the fights. I know you will, Hiruzen said, looking at the little boy and seeing his parents behind him. Where do you begin? Jiraiya asked the young prince. Open-minded people. Not just Konoha, we need the whole world, Naruto said, looking up. Well, let's start with Konoha, with those who don't care about appearances, forms, or where they come from. That will be difficult, Rin said. The sensei made Iwa fear its name. Kiri is afraid of the name Uzumaki, she said, listing villages. Kiri also has bloodline wars underway, said the wise toad. And let's not forget that Kumo has tried to steal Konoha's bloodlines not once, but twice, he continued. Suna treats his Jinchuriki like a monster and tries to kill him every day, Tsunade said. The same could be said of the Taki's Jinchuriki. I know. That's why I have an idea, Naruto said. After we return to Konoha, Naruto said, gesturing to the Sannin, Shizune, Rin, And Tetrax, we'll go from village to village not only to gain allies for Konoha, but also for the police. That's not a bad idea, Shizune said, but where do we start? Iwa will want me to die, or we could have a political marriage with Naruto and some of his kunoichi, Rin said. Kiri diho tsunade, Iremosha Kiri. This left all the humans astonished. Why that village? Tetrax asked, not understanding what was so shocking. Well, not only will we stop the rebellion, but Konoha will be able to gain Kiri as an ally, and we'll properly begin creating a space police force, he said, looking at the small group. Hiruzen pondered this and chose something he had in mind, the bloodline civil war, with Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, executing all those who possess Kekkei Genkai, he said. If we fail, he will turn his attention to Konoha. You worry too much, his ghost told him. In the ninja world, if you're paranoid, you survive, the cage said, looking at her. Sky over the camp. The red-haired girl flew trying to find help. A monstrous roar echoed through the air, shaking the trees with shock waves. The girl turned around and saw a gigantic monster staring at her. He's freed one of the evil ones, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. She gazed at a gigantic, green-skinned creature, its arms and head covered in bone armor, with enormous black wings and piercing, demonic red eyes. The evil root of terror, she said, just as the monster knocked her to the ground with a swipe of its hand. The group was getting ready to sleep when a huge crash echoed through the air. And shortly after, a red-haired girl was thrown toward them, her clothes covered in blood. Run, she said weakly. The same roar erupted, and it seemed to be getting closer. Everyone prepared for the fight, and a gigantic figure burst forth from the trees, revealing itself to be a green monster in bone armor. What the hell? Jiraiya said. The evil root of terror, one of the evil monsters that obey one of the rules of hell, said the girl. So this thing is a demon? Shizune asked as the monster stood there staring at them. No, that's not a demon. Demons have a rather distinctive appearance, the redhead said. It's an artificial being made from the bodies of fallen beings and shadow souls. Naruto ran toward it and slammed the Omnitrix against the ground. No, don't do it, she yelled at him. Naruto began to grow. His skin transformed into a brown, scale-like plate, his neck lengthened, and he began to transform into a dinosaur-like humanoid. Spikes grew down his back to his tail. A light enveloped his back, which transformed into his Hiyori, with tattered sleeves and kanji spelling out the alien's name. Humongous Oreo, he shouted as he jumped up and punched him in the head, but she turned to him and slapped him so hard he flew over the trees. Oh, said. What the hell? The girl asked, looking at Naruto. Tetrax transformed his arms into blades and ran towards him, while Shizune did the same with Bistari's chakra, but as soon as they cut it, the wound began to regenerate. You must seal it, the girl said. Seal it on a stone tablet. Only then will you be able to defeat it. I'm glad to hear it, he said. Naruto, as he began to grow until he reached his maximum height. Can you seal it? He asked the girl, and when she nodded, he turned to the Toad Sanin, perverted sage. Can you make a tablet for his seal? I can try, he said as the other went to attack the monster. Rin ran and, activating her light as her bow staff appeared in her hands, ran towards him and began to hit him, electrocuting him, and when he was about to push her away, Naruto punched him in the head. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, Hiruzen exclaimed as a dragon head made of clay emerged from the ground and began firing at the root of terror. Tsunade, joining her sensei, ignited the clay bullets with Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet. As she exhaled a great burst of flame. I know I need the snake seal, but what else? Jiraiya asked. Add the boar seal, Shizune said as she jumped off Naruto's back and cut the monster's helmet horns. Next, use the monkey, said the cage, summoning his light and beginning to send out arcs of spectral flames. After that, use the rat, Rin said, ducking to dodge a swipe and firing several rounds at the monster. Add the dragon seal afterward, Tsunade said, striking the evil terror root. Add the tiger seal now, Tetrax said as he cut off the dread root's arm. Finish with the snake, and then with the clapping seal, Naruto said, pushing the evil root of terror with his shoulder, and when it regained its balance, it punched Naruto. Alright, let's do it, Jiraiya said as he began performing the hand seals. Snake, boar, monkey, rat, dragon, tiger sank claps on the final seal. Sugoi Sekaban, great stone tablet. he exclaimed as a huge stone slab erupted from the ground and the girl began to sing in a foreign language. Ra magna virtutis signa et bestium. Lucy and superme. Obelisk omnipotens prohaber retro atquia tergo. Comminuet ad flaget me inimicus. Slifer versus eora misreacher. Talem me, signum hoc monstrum. O great Ra, grant me the strength to seal this beast. Illuminate my path. Almighty Obelisk, stop this monster. Crush my enemy. Benevolent Slifer, attack them. Empower me. Seal this monster, he said as a crimson and black energy began to flow around his hands, taking the form of demonic skulls, and shot out at the evil root of terror, enveloping his arm. I have to pick it up, said the red-haired girl. Tetrax, curl up on yourself, Naruto told the Petrosapian. Tetrax obeyed, and Naruto threw him at Dreadroot, sending him crashing down onto the stone tablet. Tsunade intervened and punched him with all her might, slamming him even further into the tablet. Naruto, meanwhile, delivered a double punch to the monster's head. Rin and Hiruzen threw their grenades, and when they exploded, they kicked her back, leaving her just a few feet from the tablet. Shizune concentrated all her chakra into her arms and struck the evil root, pushing it toward the tablet. The girl began to move her hands in a circular motion as the crimson and black energy began to attract the evil root of terror towards the tablet, and it began to be absorbed by it. Rias Gremory, they will find you and drag you back before him, said Root of Terror in a thunderous voice, none of you can save her. You can't even save yourselves. He added before being sealed on the tablet, whose outline was engraved on it. The newly identified Rias Gremory fell to her knees, breathing deeply, while Naruto, motionless like Humongosaur, stood over her. Who are you? He asked. I am the heir to the Gremory clan of the 72 Pillars. I am Rias Gremory. I am a demon, she said as bat-like wings sprouted from her back. A demon? Kushina asked as she materialized next to Naruto. Yes, hell or the underworld. Call it what you will, demons, archdemons, devils, he said as his wound began to heal. Devils are at the top of the food chain in hell, then why did they send the evil root of terror after you? Naruto asked, shrinking back to his base size. A political marriage. But unlike you human political marriages, we do it to survive, she scoffed. Normally they ask their son or daughter, but my mother wanted it, so I ran away and my fiancé sent him, she said. Beep 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 turn beep, said the droid as it approached. We had forgotten about you, said Naruto. I'm sorry he said to the droid. What do you want to do? Naruto asked Rias. Well, demon law states that I must marry the one who saved me, she said, looking at Naruto. But... Beep beep beep, and in a flash of light, Naruto turned back into a human. You already have a fiancé, he said. Yes, that would be true, but it's an old law. And my family tree includes you as my fiancé. Hell, Gremory Manor. A woman with brown hair was sitting in a high-backed chair. She was looking out the window at her garden when a man with crimson hair burst into the room. Venelena, my dear, we have bad news, the man said. Yes, Venelena turned to him. The family tree was what he said as they both approached him. And there was her daughter, and she met someone new. Xionicus, why is she? The woman asked. He looked at her and then back at the family tree. The old law, he said. Do you mean she'll have to marry a human? Yes. As they looked at the tree, he said. Rias Gremory will marry Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Back at camp, Naruto and the others were reflecting on this information. All of them gathered around a campfire. Then I have to marry you, Naruto asked. Yeah. Do you agree that Naruto should have to marry several women? Kushina asked. Yeah. And you don't mind that he's a Jinchuriki of Kurama no Kyubi? Hiruzen said. That's how it is. And it is the traveler's first Jinchuriki, Sagira continued. Yes, said Rias, emphasizing the final P. You don't care that he can transform into aliens, Jiraiya said from behind the ghost of his sensei. That sounds great to me. And what about your plan to create an intergalactic police force? Shizune asked. I can help, he said. What? Tetrax asked. When I am strong enough, I will obtain evil pieces with which I can reincarnate humans and turn them into demons, she replied. Beep, asked the droid. No, I will only convert those who want to be converted, he said. What do you want to do? Tsunade asked. Follow Naruto, she replied. After a few more questions, everyone went to sleep. Hell, location unknown. He was a blonde man, dressed in a red suit and a white shirt. He sat on a throne made of some kind of fire crystal, looking at a screen of flames that showed Naruto and his group preparing for the night. "Marry a human." Then he said, "A human," spitting the word out like poison. The flames began to illuminate the area around him. Cages containing monsters of many kinds could be seen as he clenched his fist. "You'll be mine," he said as the screen of flames faded and he rose from his throne. His move toward a gray-furred werewolf clad in blue armor with a Gatling gun on his shoulder was, "You're next," he said as he looked at the armored werewolf. "Bring me my queen," he commanded as a flaming pentagram burned below. Rias Gremory, his voice echoed, "I'll have you." Earth of the earth, tombs of the earthly ones. The wave of shadows that came from the spider that Jiraiya had killed spread across all the lands. That was until he came across the gigantic outline of a spider. And the outline burst into purple flames, and from within emerged a spider made of darkness and shadows with red tribal markings upon it. Then it sank into the shadows, without leaving a trace, and its outline disappeared. The end of the world, land of demons. A man wearing a black watch sat at the bar, his arm glowed purple, displaying the outline of the spider that was on Earth. "The moment has arrived," he said as a spider landed and sank into the palm of his hand. He turned to look at the patients in the bar. Outside the end of the world, a purple light began to emanate from him before he was consumed in purple flames, before the same gigantic spider, made of darkness and shadow, destroyed him. This world will be bathed in shadows. The next day, with Naruto's group, 2 hours from the land of whirlpools, the group moved on and boarded a boat. And after 2 more hours they were able to see the land of whirlpools. "The home of my clan," Naruto said, looking at the island. "Planet Earth, land of whirlpools, ruins of Ozashiogakuer." Naruto, along with his ever-growing group, walked and rolled toward the ruins of the once great village. "What happened?" Rias asked as she looked around. "Kiri, Iwa, and Kumo attacked Uzu. They thought that without the Uzumaki clan, they would win the second war," said the Toad Sannin. "Did they?" Tetrax asked. "No," Tsunade said. "The Uzumaki clan annihilated half of its forces before being brought to the brink of extinction." "How many?" asked the devil. "Unknown. I knew one in Ame, but he died shortly after Naruto's birth," Jiraiya said. As they continued walking, Naruto felt something drawing him in. It was a large circular building. It had the clan's crest on the door. Its walls appeared to be made of red sandstone. The building seemed to be 606 meters tall. "What is that place?" Rias asked. "I think it's the clan's vault," Naruto said as he approached the building. "Why?" she asked. "Money and clan scrolls," Rin said, looking for a way in. Then she noticed a seal on the wall. "What's that?" she asked, pointing at it. "What is what?" Trizin asked, looking at what he saw. "I don't see anything," said Tetrax. "Me neither," said Shizune. "Or me," said both Sannin. "I can see that," said Rias, approaching the seal. "Me too," added Naruto. After that revelation, they headed towards where Rin had pointed, and there was an object with the Uzumaki royal seal around it and some inscriptions. "Only the king or queen of the whirlpools can do this, only the clan's blood will reset the whirlpools. May the sage endure as long as the whirlpool flows," Naruto said as he read. Then he addressed the group and continued, "Bachim can't see it because her blood is too diluted. Tetrax, Gigi, Shizune, the pervy sage, and R2 something I have to tell you, your name can't see it because they don't have Uzumaki blood." Then he addressed Rin and Rias, "You two can see it because you will be my wives, and I because I am the prince of the whirlpools," he concluded. They all nodded and headed towards the enormous door. Naruto cut his palm and wiped it on the door. A loud clunk echoed as the clan shield began to spin, accompanied by the sound of stone against stone. Another clunk sounded as the door burst open. Upon entering, all one could say was "Wow," as this place seemed endless, with hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of scrolls. In the center of the building was a gigantic pit filled to the brim with platinum, gold, silver and copper coins, platinum, gold and silver ingots, all kinds of precious gems and jewels. To the right of the moat were shelves and tables with weapons. To the left of the hole, thousands of shelves full of books. In front of him was a money pit with an arch, and behind him there appeared to be hundreds of millions of chests made of stone. Below them was another archway that led to a room filled with clothes of all kinds. "Do you have all this?" Tetrax asked, looking at everything. "It seems so," said Naruto as he walked forward and went down one of the flights of stairs. Vantra's castle, land. In a huge tower that dominated the entire land and ocean, 50 people were seated around a table. Each of them wore robes of many colors, and not far from them was a werewolf in blue armor with a rotary machine gun on his shoulder. "This is the second shadow beast that was brought to this realm," said a man in a purple robe. "And the first one was hunting a demon, and then it was sealed away." "What kind of sealing?" asked a man with a blue oak tree. "Ninja or magic?" "Well, Master Jace, it seems it was a magical sealing," said the one wearing the purple robe. "What do we do?" A man wearing a navy blue robe with a flame design. "Well, Mr. Gaga, I think we need to know what that devil wants," said a blonde man in blue and gold armor and robes. "I agree," said a dark-skinned woman, dressed in a blue cape and a black skirt. "And I?" A man in green armor and a green robe. "I say we hunt the devil." A man in black armor and a green robe. "I second the motion," said a man dressed in a white robe. A woman dressed in white and blue shook her head and gestured with her hands. "That's what she said," said a red-haired woman dressed in a suit. "Yes, if we hunt them down they could be on a level of Satan and destroy everyone around them," said a woman dressed in black and gold robes. "Not to mention they could summon the first beast of the shadows," added a silver-haired, blue-eyed woman wearing a blue dress. "Yes," said a man who looked like a rock star. "You're right, we must meet with the devil and ask him why you're here," said a man dressed in green. "Lady Morgan, why?" began the man in the white robe. "Don't finish that sentence," said a young woman dressed in a white toga. "I hate to agree with her." A woman dressed in red, with eyes and hair as black as onyx. "But we have to be civilized, not evil." "That's right," agreed a man dressed in blue and silver robes. "But who should we send?" asked a woman dressed in dark red. "One magic user from each discipline," said the one wearing a purple robe. "No, that's too much. One of each element," said a woman dressed in white and gold robes. "That's a good idea," said a woman dressed in a red and white suit and golden armor. "I will lead the group before the devil and ask them why they are here," said a woman dressed in black robes and a mask resembling that of a jackal. "So will it be you and 10 other people or you and 9 others, Mrs. Beastet?" A man in a white and gold robe with blue details. "Me and 10 other people," he said. "I, Virgo Star Sentinel, the Virgin Sorceress, recommend Sister Blanc for the position of light magic," said a red-haired woman as she observed the group. "I, Mahad, the Dark Magician, recommend my apprentice Mana, the Dark Magician, for the position of dark magic," said the man in the purple robe. "I, Isis IV, Hand of the Matriarch, recommend my daughter Isis V, Hand of Nephthys, for the position of metal mage." The one wearing the red and white dress and the golden armor. "I, Juana the Blue-Eyed Priestess, recommend my daughter Kasara the Blue-Eyed Maiden for the position of Ray Mage," said the woman in blue robes who had blue eyes. "I, Trish the Red-Eyed Priestess, recommend my daughter Trinity, the Red-Eyed Maiden, for the position of Fire Mage," said the onyx-haired woman. "I, Jace Belleron, the Mind Sculptor, recommend Sasha, the Ether Adept, for the water magic position," Jace said, referring to the next person. "I, Supai Dustwalker, am applying for the position of Ice Mage." The dark-skinned woman wore a blue cape, a black skirt, and a blue cloak. "I, Soichiro Tenjiku, the Herb Magician, recommend T, the Apple Magician Girl, for the Wound Magic position," said a man with blue hair and a lab coat. "I, Suzuha, the Noble Magician, recommend the Sky Maiden Wendy Marvel for the position of Wind, Air, and Sky Magic," exclaimed a woman in a pink dress with blonde hair. "I, Carly, the Lady of Fortune of the Earth, recommend Asa, the Enchantress of the Earth, for the position of Earth and Earth Magic," said a woman in a tight black suit with curly hair and an orange dress. "I accept the recommendation that we will leave after this meeting," said the woman with a hut mask. "We have a bigger problem than the devil," said a woman dressed in green. "What do you know?" asked the man dressed in a white robe and armor. She remained silent and said something that caught everyone's attention. "One of the Earthlings has escaped." Nobody moved. The air felt calm. All sound ceased. Even time stood still. "What?" Jace asked. "And that's how it all began. One of the condemned to Earth. OMS. Which? It took thousands to seal just one of them," someone shouted. "And that was the weakest one," another added. "Damn, let's hope it's not the Condor," Joan said. "Forget about the Condor. The main problem is the whale, which can hide anywhere," Trish shouted to her counterpart. "Silence," shouted a man in a silver robe with a long grey beard, whose voice had been magically enhanced.
"Thank you,
Lord Dumbledore," said a man with a white beard. "We must remain calm," he continued. "Send the Rune Knights to find out what happened," said a small, bold man with a white mustache. "While my group and I go to hell, we send the 4 expert mages along with the Rune Knights," said the woman with the Hakal mask, looking at the man in white armor, who nodded. "I will lead my men along with 2 battalions of Rune Knights," he said. "Now I depart," he continued, stood up, and left. Uzushiogakour, Uzumaki clan vault. Naruto and his group walked through the vault looking around before splitting into 3 groups. Group 1, Jiraiya, Sundance, Tetrax, and Tsunade entered the room, which was filled with chests. After a rough count, there were 120 chests. Jiraiya unrolled 2 scrolls and drew 60 sealing seals on each one. Tetrax opened a chest and looked inside, and all he saw were spheres of many colors. "This chest is full of spheres," he exclaimed, lifting the chest and carrying it to Jiraiya. "The same goes for the other 4, Tsunade said as she carried 2 chests, while Tetrax carried the other 2. Sundance hovered over the chests. "These chests contain fruit with a strange energy signature," he said as Tsunade and Tetrax carried 5 chests to Jiraiya. Tsunade opened the next 3 chests, and they were filled with light yellow stones with a small yellow gem in each one. "What is that?" Tetrax asked as he approached her. "I don't know," she replied, trying to crush it, but it didn't even crack. Then she added chakra, and it began to glow like a torch before crumbling into dust. "Okay, so when you use chakra it makes it glow." She carried the chests to her husband. Tetrax opened 2 more chests, 2 chests with blue spots. "This chest contains medical reports," Sundance said as he moved the chest to the ceiling area. "2 chests full of chakra metal," Tsunade said, "and 4 other chests full of chakra stones." "What kinds?" her husband asked as he sealed them on the parchments. "One type has an embedded leaf and the other is cyan gems with a flower inside," she replied. 5 chests full of gold rings," Tetrax said as he and Sundance carried them. 3 chests full of gold coins," Tsunade shouted. "This kid's loaded," she yelled as she dragged the chests away. "A chest full of green gems," Sundance said as it hovered over him. "Another 12 chests of those chakra stones, one dark purple with some smoke and the other made of green glass," Tetrax said, dragging the next 2 chests. 6 more chests with gold coins," said Sundance as she, Tsunade, and Tetrax carried the chests. "A stone chest," Tetrax said as he picked up another chest. 5 chests full of tablets," said Tsunade, dragging 2 chests the same size as herself while Tetrax and Sundance brought the others. "Another chest full of blueprints," said Sundance as he handed the chest to Jiraiya. 3 chests full of ore," said Tetrax. 11 chests filled with rings and other jewels," Tsunade said as the chests were sealed. 5 chests filled with blue stones with bubbles inside," Sundance said as he floated the chests above them. 3 chests full of taijutsu scrolls," Tetrax said. 5 chests full of green chakra stones with lightning bolts," Tsunade said as she held up the chest to her husband. 5 chests full of sun-shaped chakra stones," Sundance shouted as he carried the chest. 2 chests full of diamonds," said Tsunade as she carried the chest. 14 marble chests of many different colors," Tetrax said as they lifted all the chests. 2 chests of chakra stones made of ice," Sundance shouted. 4 chests full of red stone with fire inside," said Tsunade as she dragged the chests. "The last 8 are full of more money," Tetrax shouted as he dragged the last of the chests. After all the tricks were sealed, Jiraiya stored both scrolls in his ninja pouch. Group 2, at the same time. Hiruzen, Ren, Sagira, and Shizunade began to seal all the money that was in the well, and once it was sealed, Sagira did some calculations and discovered that the amount of money in the well was, missing amount 54,371,030,400,000. Why once Ryu? Group 3, at the same time. The last group was going to seal the weapons. The final amount was shocking. 9 million shuriken. 9 million shuriken fuma. 45,000 kunai. 45,000 kunai leaves. 96 million explosive labels. 96 million smoke bombs. 48 million explosive tag balls. 94 chakra swords. 99 puppets. 3 scrolls with diagrams of changing terrain. 36 axes. 96 million barrier labels. 96 million chakra suppressing labels. 97 chimes. 54-piece bookbinding cloth. 67 arches. 829 arrows. 67 crossbows. 829 crossbow bolts. 6 pipes that use bubbles. 95 chakra cannons. Triple-bladed claws powered by 88 chakras. 6 butcher's swords. 19 clubs. 50 dako. Noventa maces. 96 eyepieces. 74 fishing rods. 9,000 stun grenades. 9 giant folding fans. 2 portable kunai launchers. 97,000 ice bombs. 66, 72 Jaio. 7 knight swords. 2 million makibishi. 77 spears. 400 scalpels. 9 million senbon. 6 snowboards. 6 surfboards. 66 tonfas. 9 mushrooms. 19 umbrellas. 17 whips. 9,000 weights. 9 enormous rolls of wire rope. 11 employees. 50 finger claws. 50 clawed gauntlets. 70 war hammers. 90 shields. 99 flails. 18 chakraham. Siv Raipurs. 12 nunchucks. 45,000 daggers. 45,000 chops. 70,000 tridents. 7 flutes. Land of whirlpools. Entrance to Uzushio Gakour. Outside the gates of Uzu stood 11 women with robes and hair of different colors. The first woman wore a purple and blue cloak, a black and gold top that covered her chest, loose pants with a black and gold skirt. She had tan skin and black dreadlocks. Around her neck she wore a gold necklace. The next figure is a woman wearing golden armor on her chest, covered with a red cloth that wraps around her torso. She wears a red skirt with gold trim at the waist and golden sandals. She sports a bird-shaped helmet, adorned with a red feather on top. Her skin is tanned. The next one is a young woman in a white dress and a pink rabbit-shaped hat. She wears white boots with a golden trident. She has fair skin and silver hair, as well as innocent eyes and an air of innocence. The next woman wore a blue and pink suit. She wore blue boots and carried a small blue cane. She had fair skin, blonde hair, and green eyes. The next woman had silver blue hair and blue eyes. She wore a brown dress with a silver dragon and stared at another woman with jet black hair with reddish highlights and crimson eyes. This second woman also wore a brown dress with a black dragon and was looking back at her. She had tan skin. In contrast, the silver blue-haired woman had fair skin. The next one had brown hair, medium-toned skin, and yellow eyes. She wore a very revealing silver dress with a purple train. The next one wore black Mayan-style clothing, had silver eyes, brown hair, and tan skin. She wore long black gloves and carried a large staff with a demonic mask. The next one is a woman in a revealing red outfit with wings on her back. She was next to a girl with blue hair and brown eyes, who wore a pink kimono with a black sash and also had an air of innocence, but also an air of danger. The next one is a teenage girl with brown eyes and hair. She was wearing a green sweater, black shorts, and a tan watch. She was also carrying a cane with embedded crystals. Beside the woman, there was a small white humanoid cat and a striped squirrel with wings and a horn. "What happened here?" asked the blue-haired girl. "A war," said the woman who was guiding them, while saying Jita al-Haya, seek life. She extended her hands, which lit up as she showed them the Uzu vault. "There is life in there," she told them, pointing to the vault. "So, Bastet, what do you think is happening with the devil?" asked the one dressed in Mayan clothes. "I think it's the old Supai law," replied Bastet, now identified, as they moved forward. "Hey, miss," called the blue-haired girl. "Yes, young one," said Bastet, turning to her. The girl pointed as a lizard man with a chainsaw ran towards the vault. So everyone ran to look for him. Kokuenden, black flame explosion. The crimson-eyed woman screamed as she spat a huge red and black flame at the lizard. Boom echoed, destroying most of the buildings. "Trinity, don't destroy the area," Supai shouted as he gathered blue and silver energy in his staff and yelled Apat Lamas, moon explosion, and fired a beam of light that hit her, knocking her down and making her skid to a stop. Hirobi no Basuta Sutarimu, burst of destruction. The silver blue-haired woman launched a beam at the downed reptile. Baraku Baningu, Kamadura Negra/Ringo Bakadan, Bomba de Manzana. The one dressed in blue and pink fired a burst of dark electrical energy, while the one wearing the festive red outfit threw a huge red apple at the lizard man wielding a chainsaw. "Stay out of it," shouted the lizard as it turned towards the magic users. Just as he was about to pounce on them, A Fuma shuriken flew out of the vault and cut the lizard man's cheek. "Rias, what are we dealing with?" A male voice boomed as magic users watched 7 humans and a crystal being run out of the vault. "Well, it's Lizard Man Armkite," said the red-haired girl, now identified as Rias. Then, an older man with white hair made a seal with his hands and shouted Sugoi Sekaban, Gran Tabla de Piedra, and a huge stone rose from the ground. The daring boy standing there turned his watch toward a hologram of a slimy creature and slammed it against the table. Naruto's clothes, skin, muscles, and bones turned into a red slime before he fell into a puddle. Part of the slime glowed, forming a flame pattern. As a small UFO hovered over the puddle, it transformed into a humanoid slime with a black flame pattern extending to its feet. "Trash!" it screamed in a synthesized voice. "What the hell?" asked the girl in the white dress, watching as the red substance flew toward the lizard man, whose cheek was completely healed. Beside her, a girl with 2 purple rectangles on her cheeks pulled out a gun and began shooting at the reptile. "My name is Rin Nohara, soon to be Senjunami Kaze Uzumaki," the girl said, firing at the lizard and sending it reeling back. "The woman with pigtails is Tsunade Senjunami Kaze, and the man who summoned the stone slab is Jiraiya Kaze, her husband. The woman with black hair is Shizune Kato, her adopted daughter. The old man with the monkey staff is Hizen Sarutobi, her sensei," she said before throwing a lightning dagger at the lizard. "The red substance is Naruto Senjunami Kaze Uzumaki, and that red-haired imp is Rias Gremory. Finally, the Petrosapien is Tetrax," she continued before throwing a lightning grenade and walking away. "Hinoto Ryudama, Firebird's Fireball." The woman in golden armor gathered golden fire in her hand and threw it at the lizard, but it threw a grenade that sent her and 2 other magic users flying. They were ready to touch hard ground, but they felt something soft and liquid. "Are you okay?" the liquid asked as the 3 of them stared. It was the red slime called Naruto. "Ra magna virtutis signadet bestium. Lucient superme. Obelisco omnipotens proaber retroatquia tergo. Comminuet ad flaget me inimicus. Slifer versus Eorum is Reacher. Talem me, signum hoc monstrum. Oh, great Ra, grant me strength to seal this beast. Shine upon me. Almighty obelisk, stop this monster. Crush my enemy. Slifer's graceful blow, strengthen me. Seal this monster." The girl named Rias chanted as demonic energy rushed toward the armor knight lizard man, slowly dragging him toward the tablet. "Murtakan Kibumi, Miri Madad Karo. Mujais Seal Quran Main Sahayata Karen. Main 3 Buddhamanan Kobalanahun. Main 3 Caravan Se Puch Hatahun. Land of the dead, help me to know. Help me to seal this. I call upon the 3 wise men. I ask the 3 shepherds." Beastet sang as chains made of bone wrapped around the lizard man. "Hit him with all your might," Supai shouted to everyone. Naruto, after getting up, hit the dial on his chest and transformed into a walking creature of magma and fire with a clock made of crimson lava with hardened magma in the form of flames at the bottom. He extended his hands shooting a jet of fire. Kokuenden, black flame explosion. Trinity screamed, firing the same black and red fireball. Cross Barbie, the girl in the white dress, screams, and plunges the trident into the ground, throwing a golden cross towards the lizard man. Denri Uno Hoko, the roar of the heavenly dragon. The blue-haired girl screamed as she shot a tornado from her mouth. Baraku Baningu, Kamadura Negra, the woman dressed in blue and pink throws a dark electric orb at the reptile. Hirobino Basuda Sutarimu, burst of destruction. The silver blue-haired woman fires one last burst of lightning. Moon explosion. Explosion lunar, called Supai, firing another explosion. Vanber, water drill. The woman in the very revealing dress shoots a piercing jet of water. Aparudama, apple ball. The woman dressed in red launched a sphere of red energy toward the creature. Piogia crystallina, crystal rain. The brown-haired, brown-eyed teenager turns the dust around her into shards of glass and fires them at her target. Hino Tarakaz, firebird wind. The woman screamed in the form of a god as golden flames erupted from her hands, joining the other attacks. Speaking of the attacks that seemingly merge and form a dragon that strikes the lizard man and throws him against the stone slab, sealing it. After Jiraiya sealed the stone tablet in a sealing scroll containing the evil root, he turned to the woman who had just appeared. "So, who are you?" he asked. "I am Beastet, the gravedigger spiritist, Beastet informed him. "I'm Supai Dustwalker," Supai said, a wide smile on his face. And the two women staring at each other are Trish pointing to the woman with crimson eyes and Kasara pointing to the one with silver blue hair. "I am Sister Balak of the Three Holy Sisters," said the young woman dressed in white with a pink bunny hat. "Iris V, the hand of Nephthys," replied the woman in golden armor. "Mana is the name. Magic is the game," the woman in blue and pink replied enthusiastically. "And this is my little sister T," she added, hugging the woman in the red dress. "My name is Sasha," said the woman in the dazzling white and purple dress in a majestic voice. "Hello, I'm Asa, and this is Alvin," she stammered as she stroked the squirrel on her shoulder. "I'm Wendy, and she's Carla," said the blue-haired girl as the humanoid cat simply crossed her arms. "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you," replied the wise toad as he stood up. "You already know us. What are you?" he asked. "We're practitioners of magic, and we have to ask the devil why he's here," Sunday replied. "Do you know why?" she asked. "They forced her to marry, that's why she ran away," Jiraiya informed them. "And what about the shadow beasts?" Kasara asked. "To drag her back to him, even though she's Naruto's fiancée now," he told them as he started walking back to the vault, but stopped. "Does one of you have to marry him because of old law?" "Yes and no," Beastet said. "Then Isis, Mana, and Asa," he began to say, but was interrupted. "I have to do it because my instinct tells me he's my mate," Wendy, Trish, and Kusar said in unison. "My sisters and I share everything," Mana said as she hugged T. "I would like to be with him," Blanc said. "As a tomb guardian, I must find a powerful partner with whom to have children, and he eradicates power," Beastet stated. "He is the sun and I am the moon. I need to be with him," Supai said, placing her hands on her hips. "The feminine magic tells me I must have it," Sasha said. The only male Sanin looked at the magic users, shook his head, and led them to the vault, shouting, "Naruto, you damn lucky bastard. You have 11. 14 Mana told him. 14 more wives," Jiraiya corrected himself as he went back to selling books. "Awesome," exclaimed Naruto, still transformed into Heat Blast, sitting on the edge of the well. He turned to Rias, who was reading a book. "What are you reading?" he asked. "I'm trying to find out the origin of your clan," he replied, filing a page. "So far, the only thing I've read is the story of a man named Hagoromo Otsutsuki." "Naruto, that name," Kurama said in a trembling voice. "What's wrong, Kurama?" Naruto asked when his time ran out. "That's my father's name," he stated, leaving Naruto and all the inhabitants of Naruto astonished. "He is the sage of 6 paths." "Kurama just told me," Naruto said as he stood up and walked shakily towards Rias. "What?" Tsunade asked. "The name Rias just mentioned is Rikudo Sennin," Naruto told everyone. It was as if a bomb had gone off. Rias began to scan all the books she had nearby when Naruto joined her. 5 hours later, after reviewing and sealing more than 4 million books, they know that the origin of the Uzumaki clan is found there. The Sage of 6 Paths had 2 sons. The eldest son, Indra Otsutsuki. The youngest son, Asura Otsutsuki. Indra had 2 children, a son and a daughter. Asura also had 2 children, but they were both boys. Indra's son formed the Uchiha clan, and this clan hated the clan of the firstborn of Asura's children, the Sanju. But Indra's daughter and Asura's son fell in love, and the child inherited the Rinnegan and crimson hair. Indra banished his daughter while Asura waited for them, and they lived on a large island that would be known as the Land of Whirlpools and the clan called Uzumaki. The love of the Senju, Tsunade said she had to sit down after all the information had sunk in. The Uchiha's skill, Hiruzen added. Together with the spirit of the sage, Rin said as she tried to catch her breath. "My clan was the first true clan," said Naruto, while he too was having trouble containing himself. Naruto began to spin the Omnitrix towards his last alien and slammed it into the ground. Naruto's skin began to turn white as he shrank to 1.27 meters. Headphones appeared above his ears and connected to his back, and the traveler's radiance enveloped him. As it faded, it revealed a crimson and orange jacket with white trim and a black flame design. With a shout of "Echo, Echo," it was all over. Then Naruto split into 25 copies of himself, and these ran off through the village. "What is he doing?" Trish asked. "I don't know," said everyone except Beastet. "I think he's getting something to use as a tombstone with the names of his dead clan members on it," he said as he watched Naruto's forms disappear. After 3 hours of waiting, they were able to see Naruto returning towards them with a scroll clutched in his right hand. "Are you ready?" he asked everyone, and they nodded, and began the return to Konoha. Land of Fire, Konoha Gate, 2.5 days later. After they saw them enter through the door, Hiruzen's blood clone approached. The original cut his palm and the clone returned to the original, although memories of the last 2 days leaked out. "Well, they've built your clan's compound and decided on the number of wives you can have for CRA, he told Naruto. "How many?" Isis asked. "Without a minimum and without limits," he said. "I can have it," he began. "Yes," said the cage, walking towards the westernmost point of Konoha. Land of the Earth, Valley of the Damned. The man with the spider tattoo was sitting on a rock surrounded by corpses. One was still alive, and that was one of the members of the Magic Council. "It's still not a challenge," he scoffed. "Yami no Jubaku, Curse of Darkness," the councilman's agonizing voice, as chains of darkness enveloped the man, said, "I know that won't hold you forever, but it will hold you for a couple of years." He exhaled his last breath and passed away. The man screamed as he was dragged into the darkness, vowing to return. Solar System, Planet Earth, Land of Fire, Konoha, Konoha Cemetery. Hovering above the cemetery were 7 ghosts scrutinizing the graves in search of their ninja, or as they called him, their guardian. "Where are you?" asked a ghost with a red crystal lion as it flew toward the Uchiha graves and scanned them. "There you are," it said, transforming into a grave marked Madara Uchiha. As the phantom drew near, he could feel the pull of the darkness toward the person he had chosen. "This is not good," he said as he reached the body, which he could feel split in two. A dark side that desired death and destruction, and a light side that desired redemption. "The body is open," he hummed as light began to emanate from it, clearing the room of all darkness, as the body was removed from the room. "Now I have to create a new body, but I have to be careful," he told himself as the body began to reform. "That shouldn't be there," he said when a face appeared on the body's chest. It was destroyed after a few hours of trying to fix the body, and he almost gave up. "Every time I make him a man, I corrupt him," he said aloud before an idea struck him. "Grow those things." 2 protrusions grew from his chest, becoming breasts. "Remove this, remove that, and do this." And then his body began to feminize. "Done," he said as all the light was projected onto him. The light flooded his body, which shuddered. "Guardian. You, Guardian. Eyes up, Guardian," he said as the now woman looked around. "What the hell?" she began, but stopped when she heard her own voice. "Why is my voice feminine?" she asked. "You were trapped in the clutches of darkness," he said as he floated down until he was level with her. "Your body was being consumed by the darkness. That's why I had to rewrite your body's composition and turn you into a woman," he told her. "I see," he replied as he watched his body and clothes materialize around him. They both heard themselves being called in a muffled voice. The tomb was opened, revealing a young man with bald hair descending and stopping in front of the now female Madara Uchiha. "Madam, why are you at Madara Uchiha's grave?" he asked before noticing the ghost. "Ghost, who is this?" "This is Madara Uchiha," said the phantom. "I have to change his gender and his genetic makeup to create him." "I see," murmured the bold boy. "Follow me, please," he said as he left, followed by Madara and his ghost. "Who are you?" Madara asked. "Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki," he said as they left the tomb. As Madara gazed upon the Uchiha, he could see thousands of graves and only one Uchiha boy. "Then my memories are correct," he stated sadly. "About what?" said his ghost. "My dark side ordered my great-great-grandson to annihilate the Uchiha," she said as she watched 2 Uchiha approaching her with ghost. The first phantom is white with gold details and a gold core. The woman who possesses it wears a black dress. She has long, jet black hair and E-cup breasts. In addition, she has pale skin, like all Uchiha. The second ghost was a pale sand color and next to him was a man with short black hair, who wore black clothes and carried a katana on his back. "Naruto," shouted an older male voice, and everyone turned towards a man who appeared to be in his 20s and was wearing the Hokage robes. With him were 3 women and 3 ghosts. The first figure has a blue crystal serpent coiled around it. Beside it stands a woman Madara knew very well, white hair, piercing red eyes, and red markings on her cheeks and chin. Pale-skinned, dressed in black and wearing dark blue armor, She was Tobiyume Senju. The second woman had long, red hair, wore a long white kimono, and sported a small purple diamond on her forehead. She was Mito Uzumaki, the former queen of the whirlpools. The ghost accompanying her was dark gray with gold details. The last woman had long brown hair, brown eyes, black clothing with red armor, and her specter had a yellow crystal falcon with the specter's core. Cave 1 mile from Konoha. A camouflaged specter appeared, hovering and scanning body after body, until it looked up at a young man with brown hair. The boy had green eyes and sharp teeth. He wore a dull green robe over a muddy brown cloak, wooden geta, and bandages on his head and wrists, with a purple headband. "Don't be afraid," said the ghost in a feminine voice. "I have given you back your life." "Why?" the boy asked. "We need you," was all he said. "Follow me," he whispered. The forest is 3 miles from Konoha. A red and white ghost with a crown design flew through the forest and revived a man who resembled the head of the Hyuga clan. Valley 4 miles from Iwa. A reddish/brown ghost flew towards a wooden cross over a grave, and revived a blonde woman, who looked at the ghost. Konoha, Uzumaki Complex. Naruto with many people who were sitting in his living room. Naruto was going over all the plans. Tsunade was going over the recipe for making someone powerful and the blood vials, while Shizune was reviewing all the medical reports. Jiraiya examined all the weapons. Tetrax examined the crystals. Rin was reading some of the books they had. Bastet was heading towards the Book of Magic. Mata examined the wooden stick that Naruto had found in the Lake of Monsters. Iris was counting all the gold rings. Blanc looked at the mirror, the enormous key, the golden key, the pen with the shiny tip, the chest of lenses, the scarf made of scales, the ornate ring, the winged helmet, and read the book on Automill. Kasara was examining both eggs. Trish was reading the book about dragons. Sasha was examining both pieces of armor. Supai was storing all the money in the clan's vault. The tea consisted of storing all the food, spices, and drinks, along with the recipes. Wendy was looking at both maps. Asa was going over all the chakra stones. Rias was examining the 3 ancient writing scrolls. And Carla was going over all the liquids. "What are you doing?" Mito asked. "We're reviewing everything I found both in the Uzu Vault and in the Lake of Monsters," Naruto replied. "Well, brother-sister," Tobiyume said, turning to the brown-haired woman. "Why are you a woman?" she asked. "It's the same as Madara," he replied. "Except for the gender, I'm still Hashirama," he stated. Naruto looked at one of the blueprints, and it looked like a motorcycle levitating above the ground. "This could be useful in open areas," Naruto muttered to himself before looking at the other blueprints. "What can you all do?" Hashirama asked. "I can use moon magic," Supai replied as he entered the room, picked up the chest full of taijutsu scrolls, and began to organize them. "I use spiritual magic," Bastet said as she read the book she was holding and put it aside. "I use the magic of the great Nephthys," Iris said contentedly as she counted the rings. "I use sacred magic," Blanc said as she examined the enormous key and turned to Naruto. "This is a creator's key, the manufacturer's key?" he asked. "The creators created the creator keys to aid in the creation of their constructs. These keys take a fragment of their user's soul and insert it into the body of a construct, acting as a conduit for the transfer and giving life to the stone being," he told her. "I use ancient magic and this raised her wand is the most powerful wand in existence," Mana said before giving it to Naruto, opening the chest full of balls, closing it again and shouting to the magic users, "Quidditch balls." "I use the magic of the blue eyes/red eyes white/black dragon," Kasara and Trish said before throwing daggers at each other. "I want to go," Trish shouted when one of the eggs began to glow. "Come here, bitch," while the other egg also glowed. A short time later, a loud crack was heard and both eggs shattered. From one egg hatched a small black dragon with piercing but innocent red eyes, and from the other a small white dragon with hunter's eyes. The black dragon locked eyes with Trish, as did the white dragon with Kasara, before they both shouted Mona, mother. And both women went from being teenagers to mothers taking care of their children. "I used blue mana," Sasha said as she created sands for the armor and examined the jewel with 2 stars inside. "I use apple's magic," Dee said as she turned the page. "I use the magic of the celestial dragon hunter," Wendy said as she looked at the maps in front of her and the Ninja World map to see where they fit together. "I use earth magic," Asa told them shyly as she moved all the chakra stones to the armory. "I can transform into aliens and, just like you, I can use the Traveler's Light," Naruto said as he began to dismantle the robotic arms and eyes. I possess the power of destruction, Rias said as she examined the scrolls. Here are chants from 3 of the most powerful shadow beasts, she told them as she led them to the room they used for the shadow beasts. I am an exceed from the planet Etelos, Carla said as she examined the liquid. A healing potion, acromantula venom, and liquid luck. She listed the ingredients she saw before taking the summoning contract and reviewing it. I am the last Petrosapien, said Tetrax, taking all the precious stones and marble and placing them in the kitchen. I see, Hashirama said as he spoke to his sister to check that she was reading the tales of the 6 paths. Look, she said, turning to her best friend as they went through all the fire jutsu scrolls. Turning to his wife, he looked at all the scrolls and seals. She turned to her granddaughter to see her examining the medical reports, while Tsunade's husband reviewed all the water jutsu scrolls. He finally succeeded, collected the scroll with the Sharingan sealed on it, and stored it in the Uzumaki clan vault. While they were collecting all the things Naruto had obtained, the head of the Uchiha clan burst into the room with her son's best friend. That son of mine, that scoundrel, shouted Mikado as she approached her sensei. What did your son do? Tsunade asked her former student as she read the medical reports. He wants to kill Izumi because she murdered the clan even after I told him about the Uchiha coup, Mikado said, catching the attention of the former Uchiha boss and Hokage. Why did you plan a Uchiha coup? Madara asked. Because they blamed us for the Kyuubi Kurama attack on Konoha, Mikado said when Naruto interrupted her by saying the name of his tailed beast. And Uchiha did it, Rin said as she turned the page of her book. Obito Uchiha survived. My evil side possessed him. Corrupted him, Madara added as he finished his book and looked at the glove with golden veins. I discovered that Rin was murdered by Kakashi, Tsunade added, finishing reviewing the medical reports, and began to observe the blue and gold crystal cube. I learned that Kushina was giving birth. Jiraiya continued reviewing another 100,000 jutsu scrolls. She killed the nurse and Biwako Sarutobi before using me as an incentive to release Kurama from her, Naruto said as he hung up the pictures. The sensei and the idiot got into a fight, Shizune added as she flipped through a book on personal hygiene. And you know the rest, all the ninjas said at the same time. Konoha, Sarutobi clan, main building. Hiruzen was sitting in his living room with Sagira, who was reading a book, when another ghost flew into the room. The phantom was white with some orange touches and behind him waved a woman with brown hair and tan skin who entered. Honey, I'm home, she said. Biwako, the Hokage said weakly, and prepared to kiss his wife, who had returned. Uchiha clan complex. A dark gray-haired boy walked towards the main building in his white ghost with a blue snake design and knocked on the door. I'm coming, shouted a male voice, and once the door opened, the boy punched the person who opened it before disappearing, seemingly by teleporting. Konoha, Uzumaki complex. Everyone who had finished had left, although everything that came from the Lake of Monsters and the Uzu Vault. Everyone went to bed with the people who had just gotten up, beaming. What do we do? Hashirama asked. Well, you two are well-known women, Mito pointed out. And that's why I have an idea, she said. What? Dobiyume asked. We met with the prince, Madara said. What? The brothers said to each other. Think about it. What do we have here? Mito asked before smiling. I love my husband, but I like men more, she joked. We have Tsuna, said the first Hokage. She's married, Madara said, but inside. Konoha needs, he said. They have Sarutobi, Mito added. They were 100 years older than him, Dobiyume argued. We're rejuvenated, Mito said, dismissing their argument. After that, the sisters remained silent, for they knew they had been defeated, but Hashirama asked something she herself had been wondering about for a long time. Why have we risen up? Konoha, the next day, Uzumaki complex. It was a quiet day and everyone was resting. Well, that was until the 2 baby dragons woke up. Rap, they shouted. Wow, I'm so sleepy, said Naruto, staring at the ceiling of his room. He got up, got fully dressed, and went to a breakfast when he saw the most hilarious thing Naruto had ever seen. Around the table were the 3 Uchiha drinking tea like civilized people, while the first and second Hokage were engaged in a catfight under the table. Kakashi was crying while eating pancakes saying Obito, why? The baby dragon was fighting over a slice of bacon while Trish and Kasara were fighting over a sausage. Rin held both hand cannons in her hands with a slice of toast in her mouth, The hand cannon in her right hand was pointed at Shizune as she tried to steal her coffee, while the hand cannon in Rin's left hand was pointed at Mana as she tried to take food from her auntie's plate. T was yelling at her sister, "Bite me, blonde." Supai had lunged at Bastet for taking her drink away. Asuma Sayutobi and Kurenai Yuhi were yelling at each other while Hana Inuzuka was strangling Might Guy and his dogs. Kuramaru and Akamaru were fighting over the meat. Sume Inuzuka was yelling "my food." Kiba Inuzuka ran after Alvin, who was breaking plates. Wendy growled at Carla while she hissed back. Blanc was meditating, as was Iris, who was on fire. Asa was pouring a full bottle of alcohol into a cup of coffee. Rias and Sasha were walking around naked. Both the Sanin and Mito were drinking sake, murmuring about the noise. Tetrax was embedded in a wall, and a blonde girl was eating on the roof next to a woman with purple hair. Hizun and his wife were talking to their grandson while their daughter Mimi Sarutobi was arguing with Akoma Tarashi, and Tenma Izumo was yelling at a girl with light blue hair. All the ghosts were flying around chasing Madara's ghost because he was attacking Kushina and Sagira, while R2 followed them. "What the hell?" Naruto shouted before bursting into laughter. They all turned towards him and shouted at him at the same time. "It's not what it seems." Hell, Gremory Manor. Lord and Lady Gremory were sitting in their living room waiting for someone. "Mother, father," called a crimson-haired man as he entered, followed by a silver-haired maid. "Why have you called me?" he asked. "Your sister is going to marry a human," said Lord Gremory. "I see," he said as the flames formed an image of the dining room in the Uzumaki clan compound, showing everything that was happening. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. "Fix this," Lady Gremory said as she looked at the people in the dining room. "Sirzex, don't you know Lady Venelena?" said the maid as she looked at the breast in front of her. "Graphia, I just want my family to continue living," Venelena said sadly. "I know, Mom, but please, think," Sirzex said, looking at his mother. "Why did she leave?" he asked. "We forced her to marry someone 3 times her age," Lord Gremory said, looking at the ground. "And what does that tell you?" Graphia asked. "We forced her to do something she would rather do than die or marry a human," Venelena replied. "So, Mr. Xionicus, what do you do for a living?" Graphia asked. "We invited you here to meet our new son-in-law," said Xionicus as he raised his head to look his son in the eyes. "Yes," Sirzex said, smiling as they watched the scene of everyone in the Uzu compound laughing. Solar System, Planet Earth, Land of Fire, Konoha, Uzumaki Complex. After the chaos of breakfast, things slowly began to return to normal. Sume, Hiruzen, Biwako, Dobume, Madara, and Hashirama went to the council to find out what the civilians want now. Mikoto, Shizune, Kurenai, Hana, Anko, and Rin went shopping for food, more furniture, and other necessities. The compound only has beds in each room and dishes because Kiba wrecked a kitchen table. Shinsui, Asuma and his sister Mimi went to work. Kakashi and Guy began their monthly challenge. Kiba went to school along with Tenma, who had been sent back to school. Tsunade was giving a tour of Konoha to the magic users who were accompanying Naruto. Jiraiya and Tetrax were deciding where to place the furniture before the woman returned and changed everyone's layout. Mito was teaching Naruto about her clan while Rias listened to the lesson. "So I have 2 guards?" Naruto asked. "Yes, the Yang guard is granted the ability to heal at the same level as a Jinchuriki," Mito replied, "while the Yin guard has the ability to use Genjutsu at the same level as the Kurama clan. But Kurama can create real illusions," Naruto stated as he pondered the matter. "Yes, but with our abnormally large chakra, all Yin guardians can make any Genjutsu, or all of them, come true," Mito replied. "Incredible," exclaimed the prince as he absorbed the information. "Now, for your lesson, we'll begin with the 3 fundamentals of ninjutsu," Mito said as she led him and Rias into a large room with 3 training stations. First, the Hench no Jutsu, transformation technique. Normally, this is just a disguise, but we turn it into something that completely changes things. "What?" Rias asked. "Because the Uzumaki have so much chakra, we have trouble with simple jutsu, we have to use a lot of chakra," Mito said as her form faded into smoke and was replaced by a wolf. And so Naruto continued training until he could transform into a real wolf. It took him between 3 and 4 hours. "Well done, young prince," said Mito as she watched Naruto walk by transformed into a wolf. A portal opened in the training room, and a silver-haired maiden stepped out. When the portal closed behind her, she began to look around until she saw Rias. "Mrs. Rias, you and your fiancé will be wanted in hell so your family can meet him," said the maid. "What do you mean, Grafia?" Rias asked her. "Do you know her?" Mito asked the young demon. "She is my brother's queen, my sister-in-law, and a maid of the Gremory family," Rias replied, "and I mean that your mother and father wish to apologize for what they have done and would like to meet your fiancé, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki," said the Gremory maid. Naruto, still in wolf form, stared at her and, with a nod of approval from Rias, returned to his normal form with a puff of smoke. "I am Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki," said Naruto as he looked at her. Grafia looked him up and down and asked, "Do you have any formal clothes?" "How formal?" Mito asked. "Well, she's going to meet her future in-laws," replied the maid. "I see," said Mito, turning to her great-great-grandson. "My prince, I have just what you need," she said before running off, shouting, "Follow me." As the maid and the two 10-year-old children followed her. Mito had left Grafia and Rias in the living room. "Why do they call your fiancé a prince?" Grafia asked. "The Uzumaki clan is like another human clan called the Hyuga clan," Rias said, looking at her before looking away and continuing. "The clan is divided into branches, but unlike the Hyuga, the Uzumaki don't call them branches, but rather Uzu, while the royal family is called Daiuzu." "I see, so he's a prince," murmured the maid. "What else can you tell me about the Uzumaki clan?" "As far as I know, there are now 4 Uzumaki left," Rias said, leaving Grafia stunned. "Why so small?" "The villages of Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri attacked them in the Second Ninja War, and before the Uzumaki clan was brought to the brink of extinction, they managed to annihilate half of the combined forces of the 3 ninja villages." "How did they do it?" "Many things," Mito said as she went back inside with Naruto following her, dressed in his formal suit. He wore a burnt orange nagagi, a jet black sash, another crimson haori with the same black flames at the hem and the Uzumaki spiral. He wore navy blue hakama, white tabi socks, and set of sandals. Rias looked at him and couldn't utter a word at his appearance. Grafia, on the other hand, said, "You look handsome." Mito spoke to her, and she raised an eyebrow. "Thank you," Naruto said as he approached her. Rias, still in shock, stood in front of the silver-haired maiden as a portal opened behind Grafia, and the 3 of them stepped through it. Hell, Gremory Manor. Naruto, Rias, and Grafia emerged from a portal and were greeted by 100 maids and butlers. "Welcome home, Mrs. Rias," they all shouted. The 3 approached the gates of the mansion and 8 people were standing at the door. The first is a man with the same long, crimson hair as Rias, a light stubble, blue eyes, and fair skin. He wore a white suit with gold details and a black shirt. Beside him stood a woman who looked like an older version of Rias, with blonde hair and violet eyes. She wore a white dress with black details, a floral patterned necklace, and a silver choker with a red gem. Next, another man with long crimson hair, blue-green eyes, and a fair complexion. He wore a black suit with a brown vest, a white shirt, and a green tie. The next one was a small boy with short, crimson hair, red eyes, and a fair complexion. He wore black shorts, a gray shirt, and a red and brown frock coat. He was a man in a Shisengumi uniform, burly and with blue eyes. The next one is a tall, wild-looking man with spiky orange hair and a thick coat. The next one was a thin man with piercing eyes. He wore a red robe with a unique design. The last one was a man in a business suit. "Welcome home, Rias," the woman shouted as she ran towards Rias and hugged her. "Hello, mother," Rias said, trying not to look at the woman who was watching her. "And you must be Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki," she asked. "Yes, ma'am," he replied as he bowed to her. "Allow me to introduce myself," she said. "I am Vinalena Gremory." The maids and butlers went back inside as the 4 of them approached the men and the boy. "The man in the white suit is my husband, Zeoticus Gremory. The other red-haired man is my son and Rias's brother, Sirzex Lucifer," she said. "Lucifer?" Naruto asked. "He holds the throne of the 4 great demon kings. The little one is his son, Milikas Gremory. Then we have his nobles, Tsuji Okita, Surtur II, McGregor Mathers, and Beowulf," Vinalena said, pointing to each one. While everyone else went about their business, the Gremory family and Naruto, along with Misaka's, didn't bother to pay attention to their father as he tried to get his new uncle to teach him some ninja tricks. "Grafia, what is that you have?" Sir Zex asked his wife, pointing at the parchment she was holding in her hands. "I don't know why Prince Naruto's master gave it to me," he said as he handed it to Naruto to read. "My Lady Mito would give you this," he said as he examined the parchment and, before pausing on something, "I see." Naruto looked up and asked, "Who is the head of the Gramarye clan?" "I am," said Zoshio. "Why?" he asked as they handed him the parchment and he read it. "Ah, I see. What do you want in return?" he asked. "Honey, what's wrong?" his wife asked. "One thing he says is that if the Gramarye clan needs help, the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan will help, or if the Uzumaki clan needs help, the Gramarye clan will lend a hand." "What should we take?" Rias asked her fiancé. 25,000 gold coins, Naruto replied, and turning to his future father-in-law, he added, "and whatever you can match." "I see. How about we take classes on the topics of your choice?" he asked. Naruto thought about it for a moment and nodded, as did Zosius. Milikas turned to his father to see him reading a list of names. "Father, what is that?" he asked. "Lord Sparta is looking at a hare," he said, catching the attention of his family. "Don't you have 2 children?" Vinalena asked as she took a sip from the cup of tea that a maid brought her. "But they have angel blood," he said, saddening the family. "What's wrong with it?" Naruto asked. Grafia turned to him. "You see, Prince Naruto, while some families accept Nephilim or those born of angels and demons, many more oppose the very idea of someone with that blood," she said, leaving the sentence hanging. "Ah, I see. It's similar to what happens in ninja villages," said Naruto. "How is that?" Rias asked. "Well, if I understand correctly, this Sparta is of high rank?" he asked. "Yes. He is the true leader of Hell," Vinalena replied. "Well, in ninja villages we have our leaders, the Kage," Naruto began, looking around at the demons. "Konoha has the Hokage. So when we need a new one, it's chosen by vote, but no one from the Uchiha clan will be considered a candidate for Hokage," he continued. "Why?" Sir Zex asked. "For the same reason as angel blood," Naruto stated. "I see what Uchiha did about it," Zosius asked. "They stopped doing it after the 3rd Hokage took over, because 50 Uchiha applied, but Hiruzen Sarutobi rejected them all," Naruto said, pausing to think. "So the Uchiha clan started granting their Kekkei Genkai to their allies." "Kekkei Genkai?" Milikas asked. "Some clans possess a unique ability, like our power of destruction," Rias told her nephew. "I see," said the boy. "Yes, the Uchiha clan would literally give up their eyes," Naruto continued. "So the Uchiha are like the Uzumaki and have a dojutsu?" Rias asked. "Yes, it's called Sharingan," Naruto told him. "I think I understand that if, for example, someone with the Sharingan were to become Hokage," Grafia began. "Then someone born with them can also have them," concluded the Crimson Satan, as the Prince of Whirlpools nodded. "Lord Spada would have to have a half-human hair type that Hell likes, and once he has that, then they will be able to see the Force forming a semicircle," Grafia concluded for her husband. "I have an idea, but it's unlikely," Zosius said, looking at his son. "What's wrong, Dad?" "Naruto, before you say anything, would you object to having demon blood in your veins?" asked the head of the Gramarye clan. "I understand what you mean, but what effect would that have on my Uzumaki blood?" he asked in turn. "It would increase your blood level tenfold." Before Naruto could speak, a portal of orange flames opened and 8 people with striking hair emerged from it, 2 women and 5 men. "Zosius, my friend, are you the youngest who have returned?" asked the eldest of the brave men as he entered. "Yes, Mr. Mako, he has done it and brought back his new fiancée," Vinalena said, pointing at Naruto and Rias. "But..." a man in a maroon suit began to say, but the older woman interrupted him. "Now I understand why Razor is no longer her fiancé," he asked. "As you can see, your son sent a shadow beast after her and Naruto saved her," Lady Gramarye replied. "I see," the woman said, looking at her son who was trying to speak and giving him a withering look. "Well, for the honor of the Phoenix clan, we offer our apologies to both of you," she said, bowing deeply. "Lady Phoenix, I accept your apology, but my fiancé does not," Naruto said to himself as he pointed before pointing at Rias. "You're right, the evil root of terror was chasing me, so why should I accept the apology?" Rias asked, leaving her family stunned. Huge energy spikes occurred in the room as the Gremory clan shook it while everyone stared at Razor. "You?" Mako Phoenix said in a low voice. "Which father?" Riser asked, oblivious to the tension that hung in the air. "I told you you're a damn idiot," Mako exclaimed to his son, blue and gold flames dancing around him, forming wings. "I told you to leave her alone and then treat her kindly, but you didn't." "But father," she said weakly as the heat around her began to increase, while her mother added the same blue and gold flames. "Razor, shut up already," he said in a voice that sounded like a roaring fire. "You haven't just bought the same thing for the Phoenix clan, but for all of hell," he screamed. The youngest girl asked, "What do we do, Mom?" "That will depend on the severity of the crime," Lady Phoenix said before turning to Sirzex. "What is your punishment?" she asked. "Well, he sent the werewolf armored knight, the lizardman armored knight, and the evil dreadroot after her in Eden," he said, pulling out a piece of paper. "Your son sent the equivalent of 21 levels, the evil dreadroot 10 plus the lizardman armored knight, size 1, 6 plus the werewolf armored knight, size 1, 5, and I believe a level 10 shadow beast is worth 1 life and a level 1 is worth gold," Satan said after doing some calculations, before being interrupted by a flash of moonlight that spoke to both Naruto and Arias. "We have sealed 2 other shadow beasts with the names Iron Cyclops, size 3, 12, and Demonic Beast, Grendel, size 3, 9, he said before vanishing as Riser began to turn pale. "Then go up to level 42, he said before turning to his sister. "Rias," she asked. "Well, first Ravel must marry Naruto to help him reclaim his clan," she began. Her brother nodded, and then a malicious smile spread across her face as she looked at Razor. "Next we'll go to levels 3, 7, and 4, he said as he approached, surprising Riser, who tried to stand upright but began to back away and turn pale. "You have 16 levels left, sister," said Lucifer. "Then let's go to level 11, she said as Riser fell on his butt. "Please, anything but that," she pleaded as she felt her magic transfer to Naruto. "And to top it all off, 2 level 2s and 1 level 1, she said, standing in front of Riser, who nodded defeatedly. "To make sure I understand correctly, you have invoked the 12th level rule. Whoever sends the Shadow Beast must marry a member of their family to someone chosen by the victim. 11. Whoever sends the Shadow Beast grants their magic to someone chosen by the victim. 7. Whoever sends the Shadow Beast must give the victim all their property. 4. Whoever sends the Shadow Beast must give someone chosen by the victim all their possessions, this includes noble titles, which will then serve that person's family. 3. Whoever sends the Shadow Beast must give someone chosen by the victim all their wealth. 2. Twice, whoever sends the Shadow Beast must give someone chosen by the victim a relative. And 1. The family of the one who sends the Shadow Beast must pay someone chosen by the victim 4,000 gold coins, Sirzex asked. "Yes," said Rias as a woman dressed in a cheongsam ran in and screamed. "All of Lord Riser's Shadow Beasts have escaped." This left them all astonished, and they turned to Graphia to see and say. "Riser still sent the others," Lord Mako said, turning to the woman. "Zwalen, summon the rest of my son's ancient nobility," he asked. After a couple of minutes, 14 women stood up while looking at Lord Phoenix. "Mr. Phoenix, why have you called us?" asked a woman with long, wavy, purple hair. "Well, Ubluna, you and the rest of my son's former entourage will be this young man's servants from now on," Mako said, pointing at Naruto. "Why, my lord?" asked a woman dressed in armor. "Well, Carlamine, my son has violated the laws regarding shadow beasts by releasing them upon Rias outside of a game," Lady Phoenix told her, shocking her and the rest of the girls, who felt their evil pieces leave them and fall to the ground. They all approached Naruto and knelt as Ubluna spoke. "Please treat us well, sir." "Prince," she said before Graphia interrupted her. Finally, upon hearing his words, the Gremory clan, with the exception of Rias, looked at Naruto, who nodded his head. "So you're a prince?" Vinalena asked him. "Yes, I am the son of Kushina Uzumaki, the queen of the Uzumaki clan," he replied. Now, the pressure on Riser was increasing because of his 2 brothers and his sister. "Prince Naruto, I would like to say that you are my son," Mako said before Riser screamed. "I, Riser Phoenix, challenge you to a duel, Naruto Uzumaki," and before anyone could stop him, he began to mutate. His wings fused into long, flowing ones, his legs became claws, and 5 metallic feathers sprouted from his back, while his head transformed into that of a bird and took on a ruby-like color. The demon transformed into a bird stood there before rising up to shoot fire at Naruto. Ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, bird, ox, horse, bird, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, ox, ram, snake, boar, ram, rat, monkey, bird, dragon, bird, ox, horse, ram, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, hare, boar, dragon, ram, rat, ox, monkey, bird, rat, boar, bird. Naruto recited with each hand seal. Suten, Suryudan no Jutsu, water element, water dragon bullet technique. What is he? The ninja in training asked. He's in the form of a phoenix, Lady Phoenix said as she looked at her son with sadness in her eyes. You seem sad. Why? He asked. If a member of the Phoenix family takes that form, they can never return to normal. They transform into a shadow beast, Mako said as he watched the water dragon fight his son. I see, Naruto said, noticing Zoshis carrying a stone tablet. Rias? Naruto asked as Rias nodded and recited the sealing incantation. Water began to condense around Naruto's arm, forming a swirling sheet of water that leapt toward Riser. What was that? Milikas watched in amazement as his future uncle attacked the newly formed shadow beast with a water dragon and a sword. That's the Suten, Kokusuijing, water element, strong whirlpool water leaf, Rias said as she watched the battle, her energy arms also attacking Riser. A jutsu created by the Uzumaki clan and Tobiyume Senju. The energy chains that were reaching Riser were soon destroyed by the bird when his family began to unite, as did we, the phoenix and the Uzumaki maids. Naruto, you have enough light, said the traveler as stars of blue energy crackled around Naruto. He raised his fist in a Superman pose and fired at the phoenix, striking it in the back and knocking it to the ground. Naruto, his hands in the snake seal, shouted, Raiten, John, lightning release, false darkness, and he spat out a lightning spear at the same time as the water dragon struck him, blaming him for losing, but not before firing a huge fireball the size of a tailed beast bomb at Naruto. The demons could only watch as the fireball consumed Naruto. No one moved as Riser's form was sealed within the stone tablet, bearing a new name, Nightmare Phoenix. Rias saw the water dragon attempt to extinguish the flames before its chakra ran out. Silence fell, and then a black and crimson energy began to form a shield around something, consuming the fire. Black and crimson energy began to form flame-like waves, and Naruto could be seen with the black sword in his hand, the same sword he had seen in his dreams. Naruto, now you have me in my sealed state, he said, the voice of his Zanpakuto. Well done. Naruto let himself fall. And as he did, Rias caught him and hugged him. Don't you ever scare me like that again, she shouted. Lord Gremory nodded, approached Naruto, and asked, Naruto, would you take Lord Sparta's blood if you were asked to? If he loved me. After receiving medical treatment for his injuries, Naruto was teaching some E-rank jutsu to his future nephew, transforming into anything he wished. After a couple of hours, they were all greeted by an elegantly dressed man with silver hair combed back and a monocle over his right eye. It was Lord Sparta. Sirs, why have you called me? He asked the bearer of the name Lucifer. My lord, we pointed to himself and his father believed that if you were to make this young man your heir, he said, pointing to Naruto, who approached and bowed to the man. Sparta circled the young Uzumaki and asked him, how many children will you have, human? That will depend on how many wives I have in the future. But with Rias or Raval I'll have between 1 and 3 children each, Naruto said. What kind of gender will your clan produce? Extend your arms, Lord Sparta asked as he examined the Zanpakuto attached to Naruto's back. 50-50, the women of my clan have always been stronger than the men, said Naruto as he extended his arms as instructed. Do you have any lineage limits and a true lineage? He asked, looking at the boy's hands and feet to see if he had any training scars. Yes to both. I am heir to the Uzumaki clan and, therefore, prince of the clan, and I will unlock the Uzumaki Kekkei Genkai, the Rinnegan, Asi como otros Kekkei Genkai artificas, Kekkei Tota y Kekkei Mora, Kami clan ha criado. I see, Spada said, impressed by all this information. Name these skills, he said, thinking, I might. He Rinnegan it grants the user all the elements, the ocular power of the Uchiha clan, the ability to summon any animal with their mind, transform their body into a weapon, absorb chakra from their target or a jutsu, revive the dead, take someone's soul, control gravity, summon the being known as the King of Hell, create clones in limbo, travel through space with any being within their field of vision, transform chakra and living beings into food, analyze codes, and summon the Ten Tails body, Naruto said as he listed his eyes' abilities. The Uzumaki clan also possesses the Zanpakuto, a sword that comes from our soul, the hollow interior which can be used to create the dark half of the Uzumaki clan, the doll which can be invoked when both users are ready, the pharaohs which require proper synchronization, and my clan is blessed with longevity. Sparta was extremely impressed, nodded, and gestured for Naruto to follow him. Naruto did so, accompanying Grafia to Tsunade and Mito. Rias, why are we here? Tsunade asked. I think you could help transfer Lord Sparta's blood to Naruto, said Rias as she began to explain everything to him. I see. As she looked at the maid, they were led outside. As they sat down, a girl with turquoise hair asked Mito, are you Mr. Naruto's mother? No, child, I am your great-great-grandmother on your father's side and your great-great-grandmother on your mother's side, she said, leaving everyone in the room stunned. How? Zuelin asked. Well, do you see this little guy? Mito brought out his ghost. He brought me back to life. No, I don't mean that part where you're his great-great-grandmother and his great-great-great-grandmother at the same time, Mako asked. Well, you see, I gave birth to twins, a son and a daughter. My son didn't show any of the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan leader, so he became the heir to the Senju clan. My daughter did, so I had to train her to be the next queen, and when she turned 15, she was sent to Uzu to rule as queen. My son married and had a daughter, and then a son, while my daughter had triplets, a boy and 2 girls. The son became king, while my granddaughter, my son's daughter, married her husband. Mito began before taking a sip of tea and continued, the great-grandson married because he was going to be a father, and the same could be said of Tsunade. The king had a daughter, Naruto's mother, while Tsunade gave birth to a son, Minato Namikaze's son. Everyone nodded after absorbing all this information, and then Milikas began asking him questions about ninjas. How many jutsu are there? Too many to count, she replied. And what about the villages? Many, but 5 main villages, he said, Konoha, Kiri, Iwa, Kumo, and Suna, he listed. What's so special about them? Well, Konoha has the most clans of any ninja village, and they were the first village to exist. Kiri, however, has the most Kake Genkai, and they specialize in silent assassination. Iwa is known for its Sushikage because everyone knows the Jinten, dust element, and the Bakuto explosive element. Kumo is famous for its Kuroi Kaminari, Ryo Negro, created by the third Raikage, and Suna for its use of the Puppet Master technique and its use of sand, iron sand, and gold dust by its Kazekage, Mito explained. And the questions kept coming until the boy ran out of them, and that's when Naruto came in with a silver-furred wolf and Lord Sparta. Mito nodded as she felt the power slipping away from the young prince, then Grafia opened a portal for them and they returned to the Uzumaki compound. Rainforest, United States. A man wearing an orange mask with a single eye hole watched over the village as a half-plant, half-human creature emerged from the ground behind him. The QB has returned, the plant said. That's right, said the man in a deep, threatening voice. What do you want to do? Asked the pants. We're waiting for the right moment to attack, he said, turning around to see everyone listening to an orange-haired man talking to someone. Then he turned to his right to see an old man from Konoha wearing bandages. Danzo, my friend, you know what to do, he said. Very well, Obito, said Danzo as he left. Obito then turned to the red-haired man as he approached. How's the members' meeting going? Solar System, Planet Earth, Land of Rain, Amiga Core, Tower of Pain. Obito Uchiha was watching a group of red-haired people with the same eyes giving orders when a person shaped like a Venus flytrap, with black and white features, emerged from the ground. Obito Konoha knows you're alive, said the black half of the body while looking at Obito. How? He asked the plant. Naruto Uzumaki, along with the third Hokage and Kakashi Hitake, did the calculations and discovered that you were the only one who fit the description, the white half replied. And Madara Uchiha has been rejuvenated and brought back to life by some robot. Obito clenched his fist and turned to Platinum. Great, now I can't use that name. Furthermore, you saw my Naruto Uzumaki when he was a newborn. He added the black half. Even better, he blurted out. Any other bad news, Zetsu? He asked. Yes, Hashirama and Tobiyume Senju have also returned to life. Naruto Uzumaki can transform into aliens. It has reached the sealed form of his Zanpakuto. He has devilish blood running through his veins. And finally, he has begun to be trained in magic. Obito began reviewing all this information and devising plans to counter each of the things Zetsu had told him. They won't work, but I made it seem like he had a chance. A man with orange hair approached Obito. I've sent Azuma and my Asura path to find someone named Nadaroga, he declared. Meanwhile, Konan and my human path must find someone named Jiro Shinji, Kakazu's partner. Do I see anything else? Obito asked. Yes, I would like you and my Deva path to find the experiment known as Shin Uchiha, he replied, seeing their curiosity peak. Also, send Zetsu and my animal path to find the Gold and Silver brothers, while my other two paths go to retrieve Aoi Rokusuho, he continued. Well done, Pain, Obito said, nodding his head before grabbing the man by the shoulder, and they dispersed into a black hole. Land of Snow, outside of Yukigakure. Two people in black cloaks walked through the snow to a large iron building. Is this it? One of them asked. Yes, it is, replied the other. I see, said the first one, looking up as his eyes turned red with 3 volumes inside before transforming into a 3-bladed shuriken. Izumi, we don't need to fight, she said just as 20 people came out armed to the teeth. It doesn't matter. Land of Lightning, Valley of Thunder. A brown-haired man was eating in a small bar when 2 people wearing black capes entered and sat down opposite him. Jiro Shinji, the woman asked. Yes, Jiro replied. My name is Konan Uzumaki and my husband and I would like you to join our group, she asked. Why should I? Jiro asked. We know you hate that Kumo let the Nibi Jinchuriki go free after they sowed chaos. Lord Raikage told me they would find me, he thought as he looked at them. Allah Sakatsuki. What do you want then? The man asked. Jiro looked at them and, remembering the Raikage's words, said, I will find one, but I want my own partner. Okay, Konan said as she pulled out a ring with the symbol of Nishi, West. Land of the Earth, Grenade Valley. Pain and Obito entered the valley, and Pain told him everything that had happened up to that point. Izumi and my Asura are fighting against Yuki Nen while Jiro has decided to join us, he said. Do I see anything of your other paths and of Zetsu? Obito asked as they walked towards the Uchiha experiment. Ginkaku and Kinkaku have said they only want to join if they can go after the QB, while Aoi said she was happy to join, he told the masked man until a small child approached them. The child had onion-shaped hair, wore a gray cloth and had a purple sash, and had pale skin. Can I help you? The boy asked. We are looking for Shin Uchiha, Obito said with his Sharingan activated. We are Shin Uchiha, said voices around him as clones of the boy emerged accompanied by a bald man. But I am the original Shin Uchiha, said Shin Uchiha with a twisted smile on his face. We're here to ask you to join the Akatsuki, Pain asked. What do I gain from this? He asked all of us clones as they prepared to attack. What do you want? Obito asked. The death of Konoha and that of my clones also add up, Shin said simply. That can be fixed, they both said. He nodded as all the clones retreated. Shin approached Obito and shook his hand. Welcome, Pain said as he handed Shin a ring with the symbol of Tora, tiger. This is going to be fun, Obito said as he absorbed everyone into the black hole that sprouted from his eye when he didn't see any ninja from Iwa. I have to warn Lord Tsuchikage about this, he said as he ran back to the village. Land of Snow, outside of Yukigakure. Izumi and Pain were standing next to the Yuki-nin corpses when 3 men came out. The first had purple hair tied in a ponytail, a larger man had short dark purple hair, and finally, the last was a tall man with black hair combed back. And what does the pleasure of meeting the Uchiha Crow hold for us? Said the tall man. I've come with a proposal too. The 3 of them, Pain said, interrupting Izumi's gaze towards the 3 men. And what would that be? Asked the man with the ponytail. Join the Akatsuki and bring peace to the world. Land of Fire, Konoha, Uzumaki Complex. Naruto Uzumaki was sitting drawing something on a piece of paper while a woman dressed as a priestess with a yellow fox mask watched us. To use certain types of magic you will need a magic circle, he said. What kind of magic is that? Naruto asked as he drew. Summoning magic and high-level magic, She replied, all of Naruto's fiancés are there reading about the ninja world and learning from Hashirama, Madara, Tobiyume, Mito, Shizune, Rin, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. So, what do you do if Naruto is away on a mission and the Uzumaki clan is needed for a meeting? Hashirama asked. The main wife will attend the meeting, and if she is not present, the most experienced one will go, Supai said. Yes. If a clan has problems with the Uzumaki, what should be done? Tobiyume asked them. We'll find out what's wrong and find a solution, Bastet told them, receiving a nod from the second Hokage. What is the motto of the Uzumaki clan? Mito asked. Family is our chakra. Chakra is our body. Body is the whirlpool. As long as the sage lives, the whirlpool will flow, Rias replied. Why is the sage so important? Madara asked. He is the founder of the ninja, Isis replied. What are the 3 types of ninja arts? Shizune asked. Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Genjutsu, Blanc said as he read a book about the Second World War. What are the ranks of the ninja? Rin asked. Academy student, Jinan, Chunin, Special Jonin, Anbu, Sanin and Nenkage, Mana said as she tried to remember each rank. Who do the ninjas give orders to? Tsunade asked. The cage of your village, Kasara and Trish said at the same time as they fed their dragons. What are the 5 ninja elements? Jiraiya asked. Fire, water, earth, lightning, and wind. Wendy listed the elements. The questions and answers went back and forth until a crow with a scroll in its beak flew in. That's from Izumi, Jiraiya asked as the crow nodded, then he took it and read it, feeling the bad news. Tsunade turned to her husband. What's that? Akatsuki has gained 208 more members, Jiraiya said, drawing Naruto's attention, who received a blow to the head and was told to get back to work. How is it possible that there are so many? Tetrax asked, with a bad feeling in his stomach. Well, clones from an Uchiha experiment conducted by Orochi, who doesn't control his own body, Jiraiya read, oblivious to his wife's surprised expression. And Dodokazan also gathered strength and joined him. What is this Uchiha experiment about? Madara asked. Orochi, following orders from someone on the Konoha Council, had to create an Uchiha as strong as you, replied the wise toad. Who? He asked as his eyes turned toward the Mangekyo Sharingan, which demanded blood. Izumi doesn't know, and neither do I, she said honestly. Madara was about to go and kill the council when Hashirama stopped her. Killing them all will only make them hate the Uchiha even more, he told his best friend. And we need proof, Tobiyume added. Okay, but how do we get proof? He asked. Nobody spoke, then Rias had an idea. One about appeared in the air around her. Maki, can you tell my brother to investigate something here? She asked her bat, which nodded and disappeared. Everyone was tense until a light shone next to Naruto and he jumped off the paper. A 6-winged dragon was inside 6 hexagons with Latin writing. Around it was a fire-breathing dragon, and around this, more Latin writing along with 4 symbols. Well done, Mr. Naruto, said his master as the magic circle began to float towards him before merging with him. The mindscape of Naruto. Above the grassy fields, an obelisk with a dragon sculpture emerged from the ground with its magic circle engraved on it. Uzumaki complex. Now comes the difficult part, said the teacher as she made a plate appear. Put your hand on the plate and it will discover what your element is. So what's so difficult about this part? Naruto asked. Well, if you have only one element, you won't have a problem, but if you have more than one, it will be more difficult. He paused, trying to find the right word. Difficult, he continued. Naruto nodded and put his hand in the dish. Steam began to come out of it, which turned into flames and then into black smoke. Oh, you have 3 elements, said the professor. What elements? Tsunade asked. Wind, fire, and darkness, she replied. The magic of fire means you are stubborn and obstinate, the magic of wind means you are a free spirit, and finally, the magic of darkness means you are mischievous and cunning. That defines the Uzumaki clan, Mito said, laughing. Can I use other items? Naruto asked. Yes, but they will be difficult, he replied. Water, earth and light mainly, he added. After a few more hours, Naruto's magic master transformed into a small spirit fox and disappeared from his sight. Naruto, try some level 1 spells, Mana said as she stood up. Naruto nodded and headed to the training area, leaping towards one of the training poles. A fist burst into flames as he yelled Faramignas, Fire Fist. leaving a large crack in the post. He jumped high and shouted celestial attack. Surrounded by an orange aura, he shot towards the center before turning towards the far post. "He's doing well so far," said Supai as he watched Naruto prepare the last spell he had learned that day. "And it will continue to improve," Mana said as she watched him gather shadows around his hands to form an orb. "It still amazes me that a level 1 darkness and shadow spell is one of the most powerful spells in existence," she added. All the shadows and darkness clashed within an orb in his hands. Naruto extended his hands, launching the sphere as he shouted Dark Void, which shot at the pole and exploded. The smoke cleared, revealing that a large section of the pole was missing. Naruto struggled to his feet before collapsing from exhaustion, but a woman in a simple outfit with brown hair caught him before he hit the ground. "Thank you, Marion," said Rias as she approached. "No problem, Lady Rias," Marion said as she gently laid him down. "And to think I bought her a present," said Tetrax as he came in, wiping the oil off his hands. "What is it?" Sasha asked the Petrosapien. "I got him a Wokar, Transformers War for Cybertron Air Raid Alt Mode, a single-seat ship," Tetrax said. "I also got a ship for Rin, Tsunade, Shizune, Jiraiya, and Rias," he added. "What have you brought us?" Rin asked, her eyes shining like stars. "Well, I got you an Echo Zero, Destiny, Rias a Star Exploder, Ratchet and Clank, the Sanin and R-22 Spearhead Starfighter, Star Wars, each, and finally, Shizuna GGSP GGF, Go-Go Sentai Bukanger." "And what about everyone else?" T asked, putting her hands on her hips. "Well, with the amount of money they got from the bounty hunters they killed and defeated, it was a small amount, so don't worry, everyone will have their own ships," Tetrax said, dismissing their argument. Love, Tower of Pain. The next day, Obito was observing the village when Pain approached from behind. "You called Obito," Pain said when Obito told him his real name. "Yes. You can send Izumi and Konan to gather Orochi from the Sanin," he said, looking at the red-haired man. "Why her?" he asked. "The main reason is that she's a Sanin. The other reason is to find out what Danzo is really doing," Obito stated. "What do you mean?" Dolar asked. "Danzo has been playing against Konoha, the United States, and Orochi, and I want to know why," he said. Pain remained silent at this, but approached and whispered, "What has he done?" "He's done something only someone from the Uzumaki, Senju, Uchiha, or Hyuga clans could do," he said before turning to Pain. "He's fused the blood of every clan in the world and injected it into the children of his root, and possibly himself." This left Pain stunned, his 7 cores on edge, and he asked, "Why would I do that?" "I only hope to strengthen his root, but the other option is to conquer the world by force and death," Obito said, knowing that Madara's plan was to end the Jinchuriki or the Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, but not the world itself. "What's your plan if this is true?" Pain asked. "We will gather more forces until we have an army of S-rank ninjas, and then we will hunt down Danzo and his root," Obito said simply. "What if that's just its root?" the man asked. "So we'll leave him alone for now, and when he's no longer useful, we'll retire him." Pain nodded and sent Izumi and Konan on their way. Land of Sound, Forest of Symphonies. Izumi and Konan walked while talking to each other. "What do you know about Orochi of the Sanin?" Konan asked the other woman. "She obtained the snake summoning when she was a Chunin and is also known as the Poison Queen," Izumi replied upon seeing her. With pale white skin and long black hair, he had snake-like eyes. He wore a simple gray outfit consisting of a black polo shirt and trousers underneath, a thick purple rope belt tied in a large knot at his back, blue tomoe-shaped earrings, and shinobi sandals with bandages wrapped around his calves. "This is Orochi, of the Sanin." "Izumi, my dear, what can I do for you?" he asked the Uchiha. "We want to ask you some questions," Izumi said. "And what are your questions?" Orochi asked. "First, is Danzo powering himself up with all the Kekkei Genkai, Kekkei Tota, and Kekkei Mora?" he asked, looking at many ninjas with a musical note on their headbands. "Yes, it is," he affirmed with the Uchiha clan. "Well, murderer." The real Orochi screamed in her head. "And is he doing the same with his root?" Konan asked. "Yes, that too. It started with a Makuten, would release, he would have 2 if one of them hadn't joined the Hokage," Orochi said, as if he didn't care much. "It's good that they did this, that way they can finish off that bastard." The real Orochi shouted. The two members looked at each other and asked the million-dollar question, who performed the surgery? Izumi asked. Well, it was me, of course, with the help of Kabuto, a former spy of Danzo, Orochi said with a smile. That bastard did this to us, and you're smiling. What the hell is wrong with you? Orochi shouted to his outer self. They nodded to each other and looked at Konan, who asked him if he would join Akatsuki. Sounds fun / to death, they both say. Orochi. Love, Tower of Pain. That night, Pain and Obito, after hearing what Izumi had said, gave Orochi a ring with the symbol of Sora, sky. There's something else, he said, capturing both of their attention. Yes, Obito asked. She has no control over her body and is like a puppet, Izumi stated. How is this? Asked Oler. Hikoto Amatsukami, she said dryly. Obito, upon learning of this jutsu, turned to his Uchiha companion and asked, how? Well, Orochi has said that Danzo has the Sharingan, Izumi began. Then it must have been a Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito finished, receiving a nod from the female Uchiha. Thank you, Obito said as they said goodbye to Izumi. Then, Plan A, Pain said, receiving a nod, and left. Sensei, what would you do? Obito asked, hoping Madara or Minato would give him an answer. Since no one answered him, he began to sing. Hello darkness, my old friend, he sang. Solar System, Tierra del Fuego, Konoha. Naruto, along with a light blue-haired teenager, walked through the streets gathering supplies for when they left for Kiri, and everyone was trying to flatter him, which was slowly irritating him. So, Serenity, what do we need now? Naruto asked her. Well, we already have tents, food, and sleeping bags, we just need pots and pans, as well as plates, bowls, and cups, plus utensils, replied Serenity as they watched Trinity, or as she liked to be called, Trish, approach them. Hey guys, I just wanted to let you know that we need food for our families, she said, with her dragon resting in her arms. Should we take it? Naruto asked as he looked at the baby dragon. Red-eyed dragons and blue-eyed dragons both eat meat, but, Trish said as she looked at the dragon, red-eyed dragons mostly eat beef, while blue-eyed dragons eat venison. Wow, what a delicious diet, said Naruto as he made a mental note to stop by the meat stalls in Akamiki and Nara. Anything else? Naruto asked. Yes, we need meat for Betsy, your Expinos, Trish said as if it were an afterthought, while the three of them trembled. We need to buy a farm, Naruto muttered as he thought about his grandmother's pet. More than a farm, Kurama said as he thought about the fire Spinosaurus. After spending a few more hours with all the things, they returned to the compound and Naruto transformed into Echo to guide the group of breeding cows they had bought for Betsy. When Naruto entered the compound, he saw that Sumei Inuzuka was there. Oh, Pop, there you are, he said as he approached the human-turned-alien. Do you need something, Lady Inuzuka? Naruto asked as he merged back into the other. Yes, there is, she said as Naruto touched the tile and returned to his human form. It's about the marriage between you and my children Kiba and Hana, as well as with myself, she continued. And what about us? He asked, looking at her. As you know, you are the heir to the Uzumaki clan, he nodded. Well, you see, if it were just Hana and Kiba, I would have to find an heir myself, but since I'm also marrying you, the entire Inuzuka clan will become vassals of the Uzumaki clan, Tsume said, surprising Naruto and the others present in the room, who were observing the conversation with Mito there to intervene if necessary. I see. Is there anything I should do? Naruto asked. Yes, you have to overcome 3 challenges, Tsume said, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. What challenges? Rias asked. They test the mind, body, and soul, Tsume replied. What's the first challenge? Naruto asked. The first is the mental challenge, and you must find your ninja animal partner, he said, looking at the shape-shifting alien. How much time do I have? Naruto asked. 3 weeks from when I start to find out, she replied. And when does it start? Madara asked, mentally reviewing where the right ninja animal for his future husband would be. Tomorrow at noon, Tsume said. Can we help Naruto? Hashirama asked. Yes and no, she said. Yes, as far as finding a place and taking him there. No, as far as getting him the animal. Then I have the perfect place for him, said Madara. The Silver Mountain, the mountain of the Dark Wolves, asked Obiume. That's the one, Madara replied. When you return, then you will have the challenge of the body, Tsume said as she left. A few hours later, the Inuzuka clan compound. Tsume stood in front of her clan with her daughters behind her, observing the clan. As you all know, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki is going to marry my daughters, and I will make the Ibuzuka clan vassals of the Uzumaki clan. Receives nods of approval from the crowd, so I have issued you the mind, body, and soul challenge, he shouted. With this statement, they began to murmur amongst themselves, amused, until Tsume silenced them. As you know, it starts tomorrow at noon, so I've told the Hokage that the entire clan shouldn't receive any missions during the duration of the challenges, he continued. The clan nodded. So now we howl at the wolves that protect us, he added. The entire Inuzuka clan and the ninja dogs howled. The howl echoes throughout Konoha and reaches the far reaches of the Land of Fire. When he reached Silver Mountain, Pyotr Dura, Mountain, Promotional Pack M20, Frame, M15, the wolves there joined in the howling. The next day, Tierra del Fuego, Konoha Gate. Naruto stayed at the gate with Madara, Tobiyume, and Hashirama, and as soon as the clock struck 12, the four of them set off for Silver Mountain. The hike was difficult due to the density of the forest, and especially because of Hashirama's sense of direction. After a few days they arrived at a lake overlooking towering mountains, and Madara said, "This is Silver Mountain." "Why is it called Silver Mountain?" Naruto asked as they set up camp for the night. "The water takes on a silvery color at night," Madara said as he looked at the lake in front of him. As night fell, the three women fell asleep while Naruto gazed at the lake, and the full moon shone, tinting the lava with silver. "I wasn't joking," Naruto said breathlessly as he watched the animals emerge from the forest and drink from the water, doing the same himself. While filling a cup with water, he heard the tapping of feet and the unmistakable sound of hooves. He looked back and saw two enormous wolves, the size of horses, one black and the other white, and also two cubs, but no hoofed animals. The fat wolves in front of him stared at him, while the cubs tilted their heads towards him. "What is it?" Naruto asked the wolves. The one in black raised his head to signal Naruto to turn around. When he did, he ran out of breath. On the shore of the lake there was a deer, a bear, and a dog. They were all made of a silvery blue light that looked at him. They approached and began to stroke him with their snouts. "Naruto," said the bear in a feminine voice that sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. "Yes?" Naruto asked. "I'm handing this over to you," he said. This time the deer, with the same voice, used his antlers to interact with the two cubs. "Shouldn't they be the ones to choose?" Naruto asked as he watched the older wolves pet the pups and return to the forest. "They were going to be raised for you," said the dog as he and the other silver animals lay down. "Why am I here?" Naruto asked as the two puppies climbed onto his lap. "I needed something to make up for the years I missed," said the bear, while the looks of the three silver animals had something that only a loving mother could have. "What did you miss?" Naruto asked, still trying to remember why that voice sounded so familiar. He tried to get his brain working, but his Uzumaki side wasn't helping him. "Wait, Uzumaki, Kusuke." Naruto thought, and then his face reflected surprise as he looked at the animals. "Are you?" he asked, trembling, extending his hand in the hope that it was true. "I am," said the dog as the bear and the dog merged with the deer. Deer began to transform into a humanoid form with long hair that turned crimson, the same shade as Naruto's hair streaks, a long silver dress that reached down to his bare feet. His face also had the same shape as Naruto's but was paler with violet eyes. "Hello, Naru." She was saying this before Naruto hugged her tightly, making her cry for the first time in a long time. "I always wanted to meet you, Dadabayo," he exclaimed as she hugged him. "You just said Dadabayo, there's no doubt you're my son," said the woman known as Kushina Uzumaki. "Where have you been?" Naruto asked, hugging her tightly for fear that if he let go, she would disappear. "I have never been mortal," he said as he let go. "My father punished me for something I did a long time ago and put me in a deadly shell." "So why are you still here?" Naruto asked. "Even though I'm a goddess, I will still love you, Naruto," he said as a necklace with a wolf's head and a crescent moon in its mouth appeared around his neck. "And my true name is Artemis, goddess of the moon, the hunt, nature, childbirth, and virginity, and I wish I could claim you as my son now." "Why can't you?" Naruto asked. "Even if you have alien DNA, the impact of your divine half-awakening would seriously harm you," said. "When will I be claimed then?" Naruto asked his mother. When you're 12 years old. A week and a half later, Tierra del Fuego, Konoha. Tsume Ayunzuke was standing at the gates when she saw Naruto, Madara, Tobiyume, and Hashirama approaching her with two wolf pups walking at Naruto's feet. I see you've passed the first test, he said. The next is the physical test. In a few hours, you'll have to fight me in hand-to-hand combat. The Hokage will decide the winner. Since your wolves are ready for the fight, you'll have to fight alone, he continued. After a 2-hour wait, Naruto stood in front of Tsume in the ring, preparing to fight. Are you ready? Hizen asked them, and once they both nodded, he shouted, begin. Tsume and her ninja dog prepared to attack as Naruto slammed the Omnitrix into the ground with a great flash of light. The Omnitrix was absorbed into his wrist as orange fur began to grow all over his body. His feet transformed into three-toed feet. At the same time, his hands became four-fingered hands, gills grew on the sides of his neck, and fingernails sprouted from his hands. The shoulder pad with the Omnitrix was in place, and before the transformation was complete, a light shone on his arm. When the light faded, it revealed a crimson sleeve with a black flame design where his hand would emerge. With a roar of wild mutt, his transformation was complete. When the flash had faded, Naruto leapt towards her with his claws, but she and Kuromaru chomped back as the dog transformed him into her Gotsuga, passing fang. They screamed, she and Kuromaru yelled as they transformed into piercing cyclones heading towards Vulpimancer, who saw this coming and began moving around her and Kuromaru, and as they were about to strike again, Naruto leapt over them, raised his claws and hit one of them, sending the other flying into a tree. Everyone looked to see who he had hit, realizing he had thrown a log into the air, and before he could attack, he was struck from both sides, sending him flying. He got up and growled at him. He growled back at her. And something growled at everyone. They all turned to see a three-headed beast. It wore red armor and appeared to be made of some kind of blue light. It had red eyes. He came out of the forest growling at everyone. Roar! What is this now? Naruto asked Tsume, and she replied that that beast had interrupted a challenge, so it had nothing to do with her. The Uzumaki boy has passed the physical test, said an elder of the Inuzuka clan as he looked at the Vulpimancer. For the mental test, you must defeat this creature, he said as he bit into a nod from the transformed human. Can we help? Tetrax asked as he looked at the beast. You can, but only two of you, Tsume said as Tetrax and Rin ran towards Naruto. So what are we up against? Rin asked the Petra Sapient as she drew her hand cannon. An animal from Planet 90 called Photonic Cerberus, Tetrax said as his arms transformed into blades. Naruto slapped the delay and transformed into Heat Blast, ready to melt the thing, and the three of them attacked the beast. Rin fired at it, but the bullet seemed to pass right through, and the same could be said of Tetrax's blades, while Naruto's flaming fist managed to hit it. Then kinetic energy won't work, we need energy, Tetrax muttered as he pulled out his blaster and began firing at the three-headed beast, wounding it. Then, Cerberus fired a yellow laser at him, which he deflected with his crystal arm toward a tree. Naruto unleashed a blast of flames at Cerberus as it retreated. Rin summoned her light, this time it was emptiness, and a bow of purple energy formed in her hands. She fired an arrow that exploded upon impact, sending the beast crashing to the ground. Then Naruto approached her. Have you calmed down? Naruto asked. Cerberus nodded his head and rubbed against Naruto, behaving like a pet. Do you want to be my pet? Naruto asked, and the pet nodded its head once again. Naruto placed his flaming hand on their heads and rubbed it, and his tail moved. Naruto namikaze Uzumaki, Tsume called as he turned around when the Omnitrix activated. Bip, 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 bip. And he became human again. Yes, he asked as he watched the entire Inuzuka clan kneel and say in unison. May you live many years and guide us well. Shortly afterwards, a party was held at the Inuzuka complex where all the adults drank themselves into oblivion and the children played with the dogs. So, Naruto, when are you going to Kiri? Hiruzen asked while drinking tea. At the end of next week, Naruto replied, looking around at everyone. Have you heard anything about the rebels? He asked. See, why desi dnvr masayuta, diho Hiruzen, receiberasa might guy, Kakashi Hitake, Kuranai Yuhi, Anko Mitarashi, Hana Inuzuka, Tsume Inuzuka, Asuma Sarutobi, Mimi Sarutobi, Yuga Uzuki, Tenzo Yamato, Hisashi Hyuga, Mikoto Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, Hashirama Senju, Mito Uzumaki Itobi Ume Senju. So, along with me, there's Jiraiya, Shizune, Rin, Tsunade, Rias, Carla, Bastet, Isis, Blanc, Mana, Kasara, Trish, Sasha, Subai, T, Wendy, Asa, Serenity, Tori, the Lemon Mage Girl, and Anzu, the Kiwi Mage Girl. Naruto said before starting to chuckle. You know how to ask for help. Of course, he exclaimed, laughing as he watched Jiraiya dance. He barely heard what Naruto was saying. Did you know that my mother was a goddess? He asked the old man. Yes, Hiruzen said, looking at his adopted grandson. A week after his death, he came to me and told me why he was here, and he always warned me when you were about to be attacked or when you were left homeless, he said in a defeated voice. I don't blame you or her, Gigi, Naruto said, looking at his adoptive grandfather. She told me about the ancient rule of the universe that says no god or goddess can raise their own child. They both looked towards the dance floor as the Sannin danced slowly, proving that their marriage did have love at its core, and not because of Naruto. I want to be like them with my future wives, Naruto said as he could feel the love emanating from them. Yes, I still remember when he proposed it to me, Hiruzen said as he began to laugh. What is it? Naruto asked. Your father did the same thing, he said, catching his breath. You see, as you know, your father and grandfather had a contract to summon toads. Well, they would transform into a toad the size of your hand, which, by the way, looked just like them, and then it would jump onto their hand so they could kiss it and return to their human form. Once they did, they would put on samurai armor, take out the ring box, and ask them to marry them. Naruto started laughing at this and asked, did it work? Not for your grandfather, but hardly for your father, Hiruzen said, and seeing the confused expression on his face, he continued, you see, your father saved your mother when they were about your age. Well, your father was your age, and you were in a body your age. So, since your father was the creator of jutsu, like Kushina or Artemis, she was terrified for an hour, and then she found a note that said, a kiss from a beautiful queen can return me to my normal form. So she kissed his head, and shortly after, he proposed to her, and when she discovered she'd been tricked, she was furious. What did she do? Asked Prince Uzumaki. Your father was sent to the hospital with 12 broken bones, he said with a slight smile on his face. Was Mom fighting with him for some reason? Naruto asked the Hokage. No, do you remember when I gave you that talk? Hizuan asked. Naruto, surprised, nodded his head. Well, let's just say he enjoyed it. Solar System, Earth, border of the lands of fire and water, Chimera Hammer. Vilgax watched the drones operating while floating in his regeneration tank, thinking about the power of the Omnitrix, and his anger grew at the mere thought of a human possessing the Omnitrix. A human drone, how long will it take to upgrade me with cybernetics? Snarled the warlord. 2 hours, sir, said a drone as it looked at Vilgax. Grr, he grunted before turning around and asking, what is the condition of the ship? We'll finish at the end of the day, another drone replied. Good. Land of Fire, Konoha, Training Ground Zero. Naruto, along with Tetrax, Tsunade, Rias, and everyone else staying at the Uzumaki compound, including Tsume and her daughters, were standing in front of the spaceships that were in front of them. So why have you summoned us here? Madara asked, looking at the ships in front of her. Well, I thought you all could learn to pilot your ships, Tetrax said as he walked toward one of the larger ships there. Also, I got a ship for everyone else so they could join the police, the Petrosapien continued. Once Naruto was on his ship, Tetrax approached to show him what everything was for along with the others, and at the end of the day they had finished, and once everyone returned to the Uzumaki compound. Yes, as soon as we stop the rebellion, the space police will be deployed, Mata said with her arms raised, as most of the girls cheered her on. Yes, but we still need a symbol that police officers will need when they are doing their job, Tsunade said. Then we'll have to put the symbol on all the ships, Mito added, leaving them all on the ground. Hashirama, seeing that most of the women were looking down, said, why don't you all design what will be our symbol? Let's have a competition. What does the winner get? Rias asked, looking at the first Hokage. The winner will make Naruto buy them a new set of clothes and accessories, Dobiyume said, looking at Naruto, who now had a betrayed expression on his face. "Now we're going to lose weight," Naruto began to say before all the girls agreed, and then he lowered his head. "How much time do we have?" Supai asked as his eyes began to sparkle after having been looking at a handbag in the mall. "Until dinner is ready," said Tsunade as she, Sume, and Naruto entered the kitchen to begin cooking. After finishing preparing dinner, they began bringing the food to the table, and when they saw everyone, they tried not to laugh. The reason all the girls were covered from head to toe in paint of many colors, while everything around them was completely clean. "What happened?" Naruto asked. "Well, you see," Rias said, looking at him shyly. "Trish and Kasara started arguing about who has the best dragon." Beast added as he began to wipe the paint off his face. "Then Wendy said that celestial dragons are better," said Carla as she walked off to wash the paint off her fur. "They confronted each other," Hana said as she cleaned herself up. Mana threw a painting at the three of them. T added as she used some of her magic to clean herself up. "And before we knew it, we were embroiled in a paint war," Madara said from his spot on the sofa. "I see," said the three cooks with expressionless faces. After everyone was clean, they handed their designs to Naruto so he could choose the logo. "To make it clear from the start, Madara and Mikoto, I'm not going to use the Uchiha clan symbol," Naruto told her. "Can I ask why?" she asked. "The Uchiha clan symbol is already used by the police." "The Konoha police," Naruto said as Madara clicked his tongue. "Rin, your symbol is out because it's the symbol of the hunters." Rin looked sad but nodded her head in understanding. "Rias, I'm sorry, but I don't think a bat is the symbol we need, but nice try," Naruto said as Rias puffed out her cheeks. "Carla, you and Wendy drew the same thing for that. Although I won't use it as a symbol for the police, I will use it for the science division," Naruto continued as Wendy and Carla hugged. I won't use a toad as a symbol," Naruto said as he lowered his grandfather. "Tobiume, Hashirama and Basan, no to the Senyu symbol," Naruto said, receiving nods of agreement from them. "Isis and Revel, you two drew a phoenix, so I'll use them as badges for the flight corps," Naruto added as they both nodded to each other. "Blanc, I'm sorry, but saying rabbit is too tame for the police," he said, receiving a nod from the holy magic user. "Mana, T, Serenity, Tori, and Anzu, I won't use your master's symbol without your permission," Naruto said, shaking his head as the sisters pouted adorably. "Sasha, I'm sorry, but the blue mana symbol won't work," Naruto said as the ether magic user nodded. "And I think the prize should go to Shizune, Sume, Hana, Kiba, and Beast for a dog, wolf, or jackal head as a symbol," he finished, watching the five girls cheering for the chance to go shopping with someone as rich as Naruto. Chimera Hammer. Vilgax sat back down on his throne as he gazed at his new and improved body, flexing his arms and bumping his fists, and after doing so, the sound of the engines roaring to life made his eyes smile maliciously. "Good set-off for his Konoha," Vilgax said as his warship surfaced. "It will be mine." Konoha. A few hours later, all the civilians of Konoha were asleep while the Anbu watched over the village and could see something approaching. "What is that?" asked an Anbu wearing a mouse mask. "Trouble," Nico exclaimed as she ran towards the Hokage tower. Luckily, Nico reaches the Hokage before he can go home to sleep. "Lord Hokage, a spaceship is heading towards Konoha," Nico said, catching the Cage's attention. Having said that, Cage burst back into his office and confirmed that it was indeed a spaceship, sent by someone searching for the Omnitrix. "Nico, send Naruto and his team to destroy that boat and capture its leader so he can be tried for the crimes he has committed," Hiruzen shouted, receiving a nod from the woman as he teleported to the Uzumaki compound, where he knocked on the door and Tsunade opened it. "What is it?" he asked the Anbu. "Your team must go after the spaceship that's almost here," he replied, waking Tsunade. And then he called everyone to their ships and, as they put on their headsets, they heard the voice of their Hokage. "All wings, report in." And they were unaware that everyone in Konoha could see and hear them preparing to fight and defend their home. People started coming out of their houses to wave goodbye. "Flame Leader, ready," Naruto shouted from his ship. "Flame 2, ready," Rin shouted as her ship took off. "Call 3, ready," Rias said as she floated in the air. "Call 4/5 on hold," both Sennin said as they joined their grandson's ship. All the televisions in Konoha showed the impending battle in the skies above the land of fire and beyond. "Call 6, ready," Shizune said, preparing to attack. Flame 7 ready, said Madara and Hashirama at the same time in their SSG-SPJ-1, Chowden-shi Bioman Biojet 1, with Hashirama piloting and Madara handling the weapons. Flame 8 ready, said Mikoto, Dobyume and Mito from there, with the SSG-SPJ-2, Chowden-shi Bioman Biojet 2, with Mikoto and Mito on the machine guns and Dobyume piloting. Flame 9, ready, said Mana, T, Serenity, Tori, and Anzu from one of the larger ships transporting the megaship, Mega Ranger megaship. Flame 10, ready, Beast said from a gigantic triangular ship, Mega Ranger Delta Mega, as he prepared all his weapons. Flame 11, ready, said Carla from the cockpit of her ship, which looked like a futuristic jet, a TF quick switch, Transformers quick switch jet mode. Flame 12, ready, Wendy shouted from her ship as it took off and flew over the gates of Konoha. She was in a TFACM, Transformers Animated Cybertron, Megatron's alternate mode, preparing her pulse cannon. Anbu began moving civilians to the bunker inside the mountain while the ninjas prepared their jutsus for any ground troops this villain might send. Flame 13, ready, Kasara and Trinity shouted from their twin cockpits in their TF Slugslinger, Transformers G1, with their dragons flying on their respective wings. Call 14/15/16/17/18 on standby, shouted Kiba, Revel, Tsume, Hana, and Asa from their 5 ships as they prepared to attack. Their ships are from Gogo 5 Mars 1-5. Kiba 1 Ravel 2 Tsume 3 Hana 4 Asa 5. Asa was crying because her ship was white and pink, not brown or green. Flame 19 on standby, Blanc said as his green craft hovered in the air above the school with its 2 powerful engines roaring. Go 5 green hover. -90%, sir, said an Anbu. Hiruzen looked out the window as the anti-aircraft defenses began to rise, while he continued to hear that the number of civilians in the bunker was still increasing. 92%, sir. Call 20 on hold, Isis said from a spacecraft covered in solar panels, Go 5 Max Liner/Shuttle. 94%, sir. Flame 21, ready, Sasha shouted from her tank spaceship, Mega Ranger Tank Mega. She began aiming at the ship, preparing to fire. 96%, sir. Flame 22 ready, Supai called as his little gyroscope joined the others in the air, ready to defeat Vilgax, Bukinger Gogo Gyro. 98%, sir, said the Anbu once more as Hiruzen stood before a holographic table that came to life, displaying all of Konoha with what he liked to call the Flame Squadron. Fire Crystal, ready, Tetrax shouted as his ship, the Resolute, also took off, preparing to attack. Sir, we're at 100%. All civilians are in the bunker. I repeat, all civilians are in the bunker, the Anbu said to the Hokage as he raised his head and gave that order. Attack. And so they did. The entire squadron of flames flew to attack the Chimera Hammer. Vilgax, seeing all the ships defending Konoha, focused mainly on the War flying next to the window because he sensed that it was piloted by an Omnitrix wielder. Send in bombers and drones to annihilate their ground forces, he ordered as the ship was once again hit by the megaship. Yes, Lord Vilgax, said a drone as it began pressing buttons. Skies over Konoha. It seems we're not doing much, Tsunade said as she flew over the area and fired at one of the turrets. Your support weapon is in the center of your ship, Tetrax said over the communicator as he fired at more turrets. We have decoys, Naruto shouted as a large squadron of 50 ships was released from the Chimera Hammer hangar and the drones began attacking the ground forces. If the flame base ignites the flames from the 14th to the 22nd, you take care of the flyers, the rest of you take care of the Chimera Hammer, Hiruzen shouted, giving his orders as everyone sent an affirmative response to the flame base. Sasha, with 5 enemies hot on her heels, resorts to her magic and summons a cloud to fly through it. As the ship follows her, she turns and knocks them out of the sky, launching a missile at one of them and preparing for a bombardment. Flame base, I have an idea, Tetrax shouted to the Hokage. Yes, what is that? Flame crystal. Hiruzen asked as he heard Shikaku Nara giving orders to the men while 5 other enemy ships were being shot down by the Flame 21. While Vilgax is distracted, I could send a signal to those who could help us, Tetrax replied as he took down another turret. Hiruzen pondered this as the elders looked on and nodded. We need all the help we can get right now, Homura said, observing the battle. How long will it take us to call them? Hiruzen asked the Petrosapian. Once I'm out of Earth's gravitational pull, I'll send the message and, if you have the courage, you'll show up in about an hour, Tetrax told him as he flew toward some lasers. Do it, Hiruzen ordered as he bit his finger to summon a messenger monkey. Hiruzen, why have you summoned me? Asked the monkey in a feminine voice. I need you to go to the land of iron and ask the leader if he could be a judge in a trial tomorrow, said the cage as he looked out the window. Understood, he said, and left. Tetrax, after receiving his orders, began to fly out of range of the Chimera Hammer to deliver the message. Chimera Hammer. The main weapon is fully loaded, sir, a drone told the warlord. Good target, the traitor, Vilgax said as he watched Tetrax's ship head towards the transmitter. Hammer Chimera exterior. The Chimera Hammer began to spin towards the Resolute and started to accumulate energy. Tetrax, move, Tsunade shouted over the communicator to the Petrosapian. Power transformed into an orb. Damn it, Tetrax exclaimed as the ray shot out. As the beam approached, a voice that no one could identify over voice traffic said, Bra. Tog. Hinajiku. Santon Kesun. Shield of the Three Sacred Bonds, I reject it. A large triangular barrier formed, preventing the lightning from reaching its target. Myth, was that your Santon Kesun? Hashirama asked as he shot down another turret. It was mine, Naruto said as we flew alongside them on their bombing mission in the ship, and he shouted Tsubaki Koten Zanshun, stepping shield of the lonely sky, I reject it. While Tsubaki transformed into an arrowhead and fired through the main barrel. While the lightning was charging, Naruto felt he had to do something, and he felt something awakening inside him. From the depths of his soul, two structures were made that hung from their ears. His heart had awakened Shunshunrika, protective flowers of the six princesses. He heard Tog say, I, Bra, and Hinjaiku, with the order Santon Kesun, we can create a shield capable of repelling any attack. Then he heard Lily say, Tsuda and I can heal any wound with the command Santon Kesun, Twin God Reflection Shield. Then he heard Tsubaki say, I reject both positions on any matter involving the mandate of Koten Zanshun. And once the order has been given, you must say that you refuse it, all the fairies say. Upon seeing the beam of fire, Naruto called out Bra. Tog. Hinajiku. Santon Kesun, Lo Richazo. Chimera Hammer. Sir, main weapon out of service, said a drone. And shortly afterward the enraged warlord crushed its head. Sir, all the bombers have been neutralized. Sir, all drones on the ground have been destroyed. And all around him he could hear more and more bad news, so he shouted, take us to low Earth orbit and let's take this battle to space. Skies over Konoha. The Flame Squadron, seeing that Vilgax was beginning to leave, received the order to go after him. They heard it over their radios and over every radio in the universe. In space. People of the universe. I, Tetrax Shard, am helping the wearer of the Omnitrix defeat Vilgax. We need everyone. WHO can support us to defeat and dethrone him once and for all. This 10-year-old kid is fighting him right now. I know you fear he might win, but we must unite so we can all make a difference. Join us to overthrow this tyrant and stop him from ruling the universe and destroying everything we love, Tetrax said as the signal was sent to every corner of the universe. Turning his ship, he could see the Chimera Hammer approaching him, with the rest of Flame Squadron joining the effort. Flame 10, you and Flame 9 are going to attack from both sides and destroy his hangar so we can board him. Flames 4, 5, 7, and 10, defend him so we can finally put this guy behind bars, Naruto yelled as he continued, everyone else, let's destroy more of his weapons and engines so we can escape. While they were carrying out the plan, they heard a voice over the communicators. A dark voice, an evil voice. The voice of Vilgax. So you want a piece of me, huh? I'll rip the Omnitrix out of your corpse, worm. We will stop you, they all said as they began to shoot at him, and he asked a question that was the downfall of many. You and what army? He spat out disdainfully. I. Thousands of ships left hyperspace, the number continued to grow without stopping. Chimera Hammer. Vilgax, seeing that all the inhabitants of all the planets he has conquered and will conquer rise up against him with a force capable of annihilating him, realizes that they all oppose him with a force capable of defeating him. He felt fear. She felt emotion. Then he heard the voice of the Omnitrix's wielder saying, this army. So surrender now and face justice, or all your weapons will be destroyed. We will board your ship and capture you by whatever force you choose. Outer space, above the Earth. There will be war. So come and get me. Vilgax shouted as all the planes flying toward him began destroying more turrets. At the same time, the most powerful ships began firing from long range, with Naruto leading a small squadron of bombers toward the hangar doors to destroy them. The bombers began to move away, destroying more and more ships, until the hangar doors opened. Vilgax's entire army joined the battle, and it was clear that Vilgax was losing, but he was still taking some enemies with him. Naruto's group arrived at the hangar where the drones were waiting for them, so Naruto, upon hearing the sound of his wolf Skriger doll, screamed, "Show yourself, wolf warrior!" Naruto screamed as he ripped off his necklace and threw it away, transforming it into his doll, and then began to destroy all the drones. "Shall we begin?" asked a bearded man as he activated a laser sword similar to the one Naruto had seen in a dream. The small team fought their way through the halls of the Chimera Hammer until they saw the warlord himself. "Some ants have become trapped in my web, allow us to crush them," said Vilgax as he rose from his throne to deal with his intruders. Naruto, activating the Omnitrix, turned to Humongousaur and said, "As a brother of mine once said, it's time to be a hero," and slammed the DLA down. An instant later, Humongousaur leapt at the warlord. Solar System, above Earth, Chimera Hammer. Naruto, in his Humongousaur form, jumped towards Vilgax with his fist raised, ready to push the warlord, but Vilgax grabbed his fist and knocked him away. As Naruto approached, the man with the laser sword lunged beneath him and began attacking him. "A Jedi can't hurt me," he said. Vilgax stopped the sword with his arm, as if it had been pushed back. "How do you stop a lightsaber?" the man asked as he jumped to the other side. "The nanites inside my body heal me so fast that your little sword can only burn the first layer of skin," Vilgax said before receiving a punch to the face from Naruto, who had gone crazy with Humongousaur. "Be quiet," said Naruto as he grabbed Vilgax's leg and threw him against a wall. The Jedi, seeing this, made a pushing motion, and something threw Vilgax against the wall. As he began to get up, a bipedal tiger stood up and kicked him in the face. Vilgax grabbed the bipedal tiger by its left paw and threw it against the control panel as he sped out of the room, dodged a punch from Naruto, and delivered a Spartan kick to the Jedi against another control panel. "Is this the best?" "Oh," Vilgax managed to say before feeling a cut across his back. The warlord turned and saw a humanoid, dog-like alien wielding a katana. Before he could attack, he was struck by a double punch from Naruto and the tiger. Losing his balance, a mysterious force threw him forward, and then a monkey-like alien with flaming hair punched him in the spine, sending him flying to the ground. "So we have two humans, an Infernape, an Apoplexian, and a Syrian, and they all think they can defeat me," Vilgax said as he emerged from the ground and glared at everyone in the room before grabbing the Infernape by the tail and throwing it at the Syrian. Then he ran toward Naruto and elbowed him in the face. As Naruto stumbled backward, Vilgax grabbed him by the tail and threw him at the Jedi and the Apoplexian. The Syrian dodged the Infernape flying toward him, raised his sword, and sliced off Vilgax's arm. As he was about to strike the canine alien, a swirling fireball hit him in the face. Once the fire subsided, the Infernape kicked him in the face. The Apoplexian used its claw to attack Vilgax's eyes, while Naruto delivered a punch to his stomach that knocked the wind out of him, just as the Jedi sliced off a tentacle from his face. Vilgax, seeing that one of his tentacles had been cut off, grabbed the Jedi by the head, threw him against the window and punched the Apoplexian in the stomach. He held the approaching fists of Infernape and Naruto. Upon seeing this, the Syrian began to cut off his arms, forcing Vilgax to let go, and while he did so, Naruto delivered a Spartan kick to Vilgax. The Infernape jumped forward with his fist ablaze and punched Vilgax in the cheek, while the Apoplexian applied a full Nelson slam. Outer space. All of Vilgax's forces were being destroyed as all the ships in the universe pulled him from his throne and brought him before him so that he could be judged for all that he had done. A squadron of B-Wings flew in and destroyed 50 of Vilgax's ships while a charge of X-Wings and Y-Wings began to eliminate more forces. The Llama Squad was the one that made the decisions to eliminate Sergeant Vilgax. Jiraiya began leading the bombers on a bombing mission to destroy more of the Chimera Hammer's weapons. Tsunade shouted her orders to the X-Wings as they launched another attack. Rin was flying with the N-1 fighter jets to eliminate a large squadron of drones. The Mage Sisters kept the main cannons pointed at them along with the larger ships while sporadically firing at the Chimera Hammer. Beast, being one of the fastest ships, began firing more holes in the Chimera hammer. Kiba and his squadron were helping some of the larger ships. Isis, along with Blanc, targeted the engines of the Chimera hammer and had the help of some Mandalorian ships. Hashirama and Dobarama flew in as their gunners began destroying some of the Chimera hammer's communication antennas. Shizune joined the B-Wings as they conducted another sweep of the battle, eliminating more drones. Rias used her magic to grab a drone and threw it at another before taking down a few more. Carla flew over the Chimera hammer and, seeing that Naruto was fighting Vilgax, fired at the command center hoping to bring Vilgax down. Wendy used her pulse cannon to destroy a large part of the warship. Tetrax, along with the Dragon Twins, Trinity and Kasara, perform low-level attacks with the aim of destroying more engines. Sasha was under the Chimera hammer, which was hammering at the warship's hull, opening a large hole. After suffering so much damage, the Chimera hammer began to lose energy in its weapons and engines, and began to be attracted by Earth's gravity. But the army of the universe followed closely behind. Chimera hammer. As the fight continued, the battle passed from Vilgax to the team of 5, but all of them, shocked, fell to the ground as they felt the ship being dragged towards Earth. The bad news didn't end there, as the Omnitrix ran out of power, turning Naruto back into a human. Once human again, he summoned Wolf's Keeger as the collar formed around his neck and dodged a punch thrown by Vilgax. "Your time is up," Vilgax joked as he grabbed Naruto. Even so, a black katana formed in his hands and sliced through Vilgax's metal hand. The Jedi and Syrian joined the attack, while Infernpay and Apoplexion pummeled him, sending him flying back against the wall. The 5 jumped after him when they saw him running toward the hangar and gave chase, destroying any drones that tried to stop them. Upon reaching the hangar, Naruto spotted Vilgax and flew off, performing 3 hand seals. Futon Dog Monkey Bird, Rinkudan, Wind Element, Piercing Air Bullet. Naruto yelled as he spat a piercing air sphere at Vilgax. Upon impact, the Infernape's fists burst into flames and began furiously attacking the warlord, but Vilgax grabbed the fire monkey and threw it out of the hangar. So there were 4 left. Vilgax taunted as he charged at them, and they charged at him, 3 with blades at the ready. The Apoplexion leapt and delivered a double kick to Vilgax's face just as Vilgax was about to throw another one out of the hangar, as we heard Naruto say, "Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god." Naruto shouted as an invisible force shot out of his hand, hitting Vilgax and throwing him against some boxes. As Vilgax began to emerge from the boxes, he heard Naruto once more, "Banshu Tenon, celestial attraction of all creation." Vilgax was ripped from where he was and began to fly at great speed towards Naruto with his sword extended. What surprised Vilgax the most was that the Omnitrix wearer's eyes were purple. 1. Purple eyes with concentric circles covering them. 2. Eyes that pierced him. 3. As they dragged him away, he tried to grab onto something to stop himself, but he couldn't. 4. He was just one blow away from hitting the little human. 5. Vilgax watched as the blade pierced his chest armor. He saw the person wielding what he desired as he tried to grab it. The boy punched him, and he felt as if a spaceship had further shattered his armor, and he uttered his last words for a while, "Shinra Tensei." And that's when Vilgax knew he had screwed up. Vilgax was shot back to where he had been before, but he was flying at twice the speed and became embedded in the wall, unconscious. Just as the Chimera hammer began to slow down, Naruto and the other 3 looked out the hangar door and saw Infernape riding in a ship with his thumb up. Ironland. 2 days later. The Iron Earth courtroom was crowded with humans and aliens of many races, sitting patiently waiting for the one who was to be judged. Mifune, from the land of Iron, sat contemplating everything and everyone before him, amazed by the number of beings that existed. "That boy said he wants to bring peace and it seems he might be able to do it," Mifune thought as he looked at everyone present. To her right was a woman who looked to be just over 13 years old, with a stack of papers as heavy as she was, right next to her. To his left was Huzen Sarutobi with another stack of papers. They both nodded, and then he shouted, "Bring in the accused." 4 aliens like Humongousaur hold chains that connect them to the prisoner known as Vilgax the Conqueror. They forced him onto the witness stand while securing his chains, and people dressed in monks' robes brought out cylindrical objects. "Vilgax, the Conqueror, you are accused of thousands of cases of murder, rape, robbery, tyranny, and many, many more," Mifune said, noticing that everyone in the courtroom was staring at Vilgax. "How do you plead?" he asked. "I am not guilty," he said, causing a great stir. "In other words, I was fighting to recover something that was mine." "Liar, tonto, liar," and more shouts that he was lying, coming from all languages and all people. "Silence," Mifune shouted, silencing everyone. The woman to his right turned to the prisoner and said, "The Omnitrix belongs to Azimuth of the Galvans, and he has conveyed that Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki is the wielder of his Omnitrix," he told the squid, then sat back down upon seeing the 10-year-old boy with wide eyes. This enraged Vilgax. "A child, a baby. They are losing control of the most powerful weapon," he scoffed. "All right, let's begin with," Mifune said as he began reading each of the cases Vilgax had handled. By the time he finished, Vilgax had so many life sentences he was practically an Uzumaki. 10,000 years. "Your Honor, I have bad news," Tsunade said just before he was sentenced to death. "Yes, Lady Tsunade," Mifune asked as she looked at the Sannin. "They won't be able to kill Vilgax because of the nanites in his body," Tsunade said, seeing the anger of everyone in the room, and continued to make it clear, when they try to obtain a tissue sample, as soon as the scalpel penetrates the skin, it will heal instantly. She continued. "What if you use a lightsaber?" Hiruzen asked, but when he saw his student shake her head, he shocked the entire room. "And there is no prison that can hold me for long," Vilgax said, laughing, provoking glares in the room. "Is there anywhere we can put it?" the woman asked as everyone looked around, lost in thought. "We, the people of Asgard, have a containment cell prepared, and it will serve until your true cell is ready," said a man in golden armor, who wore an eye patch over his left eye, a thick white beard with long white hair, a helmet with curved horns and handles on both sides, a long spear in his hand, and a raven perched on his shoulder. "Thank you, Lord Odin," said the woman, receiving a nod of agreement from everyone present in the room, who agreed with the Asgardian. Seeing that the room agreed, he lowered the gavel and exclaimed, "Odin of Asgard, you may take the prisoner until we can all remove his nanites or build a prison strong enough to contain him, but the Vaxasaurian must be there to capture him." Odin nodded, and the chains were unfastened. The Vaxasaurus dragged Vilgax out of the room behind the leader of the Asgardians. As everyone returned to their homes, the planet approached Naruto and thanked him for saving them from the tyranny Vilgax had imposed. Many wished to join the police force Naruto was creating, as they had been part of his own police force and had attempted to create an intergalactic one, but Vilgax had dismantled it. As all the different races returned to their homes, some approached Naruto. "Do you think we could reach a trade agreement with this world?" one of the group members asked. "Right now the world isn't united, but I think the lands of Fire and Iron would be delighted to welcome you and trade with you," said Naruto, while Hiruzen and Mifune were astonished that someone so young was establishing a trade agreement for their planet. "I see," said a feline humanoid as the merchants looked at each other, nodded, and looked back at Naruto. "We'll agree," said a humanoid with curly, egg-shaped rainbow hair. "Then you'll have to speak with the officials in charge of the two lands, the witch duo." "I think those two men can handle it," Naruto said, pointing to Mifune and Hiruzen, and the merchants approached them. As the merchants made their way to Mifune and Hiruzen, the monks approached Naruto and bowed to him, and he returned the bow, and a small green alien stepped forward. "I am Yoda, the great Jedi Master," he said as he gestured for Naruto to sit with them. Once they were seated, Naruto asked, "Can I help with anything?" "Yes, it seems you can connect with the Force," Yoda said, looking at the boy. "We can train you in the Force if you wish," Yoda continued. "The Force?" Naruto asked, looking at the Jedi. "It is an energy field created by all living beings," said the Jedi who helped him defeat Vilgax. "How will I know if I have the Force?" Naruto asked as he looked at the Jedi in front of him. "Close your eyes," a woman said, taking something from her clothes and looking at Naruto. "What do you see?" Seeing that he was about to open his mouth, she continued, "Not with your eyes." Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated on the image that the woman's hands formed in his mind like a jar, a ship, Unkun, a shield. And Naruto kept calling them until the woman said the test was over. "What just happened?" Naruto asked them. "Did you see what the Force showed on the screen?" Yoda said as he looked at the boy. "Will I have to go with you to train to become a Jedi?" Naruto asked as he looked at the Jedi surrounding him. "No, but two Jedi must be here to train you," the woman said as she looked at Naruto with the two wolf pups sitting at his feet. "Who are those two?" Naruto asked as he looked at the Jedi surrounding him. "I will be one of them, and my name is Obi-Wan Kenobi," said Obi-Wan, now introduced. "And then we will choose a master for you to train with," said Yoda as he looked at the boy, who seemed to be conversing with the beings in his head. "What do you think?" Naruto asked them. "I say you should do it. I might help you use my sword," he said. His Zanpakuto, receiving a nod from everyone, so Naruto looked at the Jedi and said, "I'll do the training, but can I keep my clothes?" Naruto said, receiving a look from the woman. "Okay, but why?" he asked, looking at the orange jumpsuit and the crimson haori. "The orange jumpsuit was the last thing my parents bought me before they died on the day I was born, and the haori is a family thing," Naruto said, pointing to his grandmother. "I see," he said as he went to talk to the others about who would train Naruto, and after about an hour they returned. "You'll be trained by Master Shakti," Yoda said as the woman speaking to him continued. Shakti turned to Naruto and said, "I will train you as I train many young people, with discipline but with respect." At this, Tsunade nodded, and they all began their journey to Konoha. Shakti was informed that Naruto was receiving ninja training from Mito, magical training from Miko, and instruction in other disciplines. Upon arriving at the village, two Anbu jumped out to greet them, and Hiruzen asked them 1,000 times, "What did Danzo do while I was away dealing with Vilgax?" "We did as they asked and followed him to try to find his hiding place, but he seemed able to lose us," said an Anbu wearing a toad mask in a defeated voice. "You did what you could," Hiruzen said with a sigh. "What is Root's condition?" "Good news, we've been bringing both Inoiki and Ibiki here to try and get information from them," the other said. "That's great news," exclaimed Hiruzen as Flame Squadron celebrated. "Who are Danzo and Root?" Obi-Wan asked. "Well, Root is a tough ninja program that old man Danzo created to take control of Konoha from within," Tetrax said as he walked toward the Uzumaki compound, making sure to look for anyone who might be hiding. "And Danzo is, as Tetrax said, an old man from Konoha, and he's trying to become Hokage and take over Konoha and then the rest of the world, but he's as treacherous as a mouse who can disarm all the traps we set and do something worse," Dobyume said while sighing, thinking that he had failed as a sensei. "He has even experimented to create an artificial being, but since the only evidence is a brain-controlled puppet, we can't do anything," Madara added. "The Jedi was thinking about how to help them." Solar System, Planet Earth, Land of Fire, Konoha, Uzumaki Complex. After a long day of training, Naruto lay down on the bed while receiving lessons from the three people who were training him. Mito was training him in the use of his Rinnegan, teaching him how to use one of the items he possessed. Shakti had trained him with training swords and with the Force as a second layer of his mind. Her magic teacher, Miko, made her summon her demon and her newly discovered divine power. As he fell asleep, without realizing it, the Omnitrix dial spun and a hologram showed a small frog-like alien that resembled a larger version of gray matter. The mindscape of Naruto. As Naruto dreamed of his countless forms around him, he was once again immersed in his mental landscape. "Do any of you understand what I'm saying?" "I'm still having that dream," Naruto asked his tenants. "Don't know," said the traveler as she gazed at the dream in the river next to Kurama's cage. "That's all I know." "So, everything we saw in the dream is the future?" Naruto asked as he walked toward the lake with the others. "Look at the one with the Rinnegan eyes," he said. Diablo, while pointing at Naruto, whose eyes turned red with the 9th volume inside. This time, instead of starting with the Rinnegan, he went straight to it. "What's the name of that eye?" Zanpakuto asked the tailed beast that was also observing the memory. "I believe it's the first Dojutsu, but I could be wrong," Kurama said, racking his brains trying to remember the name of the eyes. "One of the arcane titans is no longer here," Tsubaki said as she reviewed the dream. "The code of the missile, to be exact," said the embodiment of light as he reviewed the dream. "Wolfskeeger and the fairies are no longer there either." "What are you looking at?" said a voice behind them. When they all turned to look, they could see a small alien of the same race as gray matter standing there. "Who are you?" Diablo asked as he looked at the little alien. "And why are you here?" Kushina asked as she floated toward the alien. "I am the one who built that thing you wear on your wrist," he said as Naruto stared at him with wide eyes, surprised by the decisions his soul made. "So, you're Azimuth?" Naruto asked him. "Yes, I am," he said as he walked past them toward the lake to observe the dream. "So you can somehow glimpse the future," Azimuth continued as he watched the dream repeat itself over and over. "I've already checked," he said. The traveler while looking at the small alien. "But do you know why?" Azimuth asked as he gazed at the embodiment of light. "Before we argue, let's think about this," said the Zanpakuto as he looked at them both. "Good," they said both. "And what are you doing here again?" Naruto asked, looking at Azimuth, who looked back and said, "Even though I said you're the wielder of the Omnitrix, I still wanted to meet you," Azimuth said as he sat down, "and ask you a few questions." "Ask whatever you want," said Naruto as he and the others sat down. "Well, to begin with, what is your dream?" Azimuth asked. "I want to be the Hokage and police chief who will bring peace to the universe," Naruto said when he saw that Galvin was thinking about it. "Why do you want to be Hokage?" Azimuth asked, looking at the boy. "In other words, I'd say it's something Konoha should acknowledge," Naruto said, seemingly gazing into the distance. "You know, it's to keep my planet safe from criminals like Vilgax and to save the king." "The king?" Azimuth asked. "The next generation, and the one after that, and so on," Kurama said as he looked proudly at his Jinchuriki. "I see, and the chief of police?" Azimuth asked. "Currently, the universe is teeming with criminals, and every time someone tries to do something about it, they're killed and displayed as punishment, with the words, 'This is what happens to you if you try.' I want to put an end to that," Naruto said, his eyes blazing. "I want a place where children don't have to hide in fear, a place where parents don't have to watch their children die, a place of peace." Azimuth looked in amazement at the boy in front of him, for the boy spoke his mind without fear of expressing it. "What's your first step?" Azimuth asked. "Put an end to the rebellion in Kiri and stop the bloodline wars," Naruto said. "Which side?" Azimuth asked. "The rebel side," Naruto said simply and without beating around the bush. "Why them?" "They were hunted down for being born with something they didn't want, and they're being killed for being different," Naruto replied. And so, the questions and answers went back and forth, and with each answer Azimuth became more and more impressed with the boy who held his Omnitrix. "You've impressed me," Azimuth admitted, looking intently into Naruto's eyes. "And for stopping Vilgax, I've sent you a gift." "What is it?" Bara asked as she floated and sat on Naruto's shoulder. "Something that will soon be useful to me," Azimuth said as he began to fade from the mental landscape, adding one last thing, "Good luck." "Good luck with what?" Tsubaki asked the others, but they simply shrugged. The Zanpakuto stared at its user, thinking about something, and then nodded. "Naruto, now that you've been able to summon my sealed form for a while, it's time for you to say my name," he said, capturing the attention of the others in the soul. "Okay," Naruto replied, nodding his head. The spirit of the being rose before the 10-year-old boy as he watched Naruto summon his sealed form. Naruto began to gather chakra into the sword. Black and crimson energy began to form around him. Konoha, Uzumaki Complex. Naruto, in a state of half-sleep, was enveloped in a cocoon of black and crimson energy similar to a flame that formed around him. His sealed Zanpakuto was beside him, shining just like the one he had in mind. Mito felt power flood the room as she watched the prince awaken his Zanpakuto. The mental landscape of Naruto and the Uzumaki Complex. "Look ahead, keep moving forward, never stop. If you go backward, you'll only grow old. If you hesitate, you'll only die." The spirit screamed as flame-like energy formed a black Shyakushu over Naruto wearing an orange shitage, tabi, and sash. "Now say my name." "Pierce the skies Aingetsu." They both shouted as the blade transformed, a silver hilt with gray wrappings and a small chain at the base. The blade itself reshaped slightly, curving inward at the back of the tip, similar to a trench knife. Uzumaki Clan Vault. The red gauntlet that was in the vault began to glow with red and green energy, forming a body from that energy. He went to the vault door and seemed to pass through it, and walked down the corridor to Naruto's room. The gauntlet slid down and began to fade until only the green jewel began to be absorbed by his hand. The mindscape of Naruto. Naruto, now with full Shikai Zangetsu, rested on his shoulder, emanating power. Suddenly, everyone heard two different roars. As they approached to find out where the roars were coming from, they could see a huge red dragon with green eyes staring at a reptilian-looking human. Its head seemed to have pointed edges, it had cracks on its chest, and its coat was a pair of curled, semi-chiropteratic wings, each divided into 3 segments. Dante Devil triggered the MC4. Both beings prepared to attack each other, and as they stood up to charge, Naruto jumped between them and stopped the fight. "Who are you two?" Naruto asked, raising Zangetsu ready for battle. "There's no need for you and me to fight," the reptilian-looking human said to Naruto in a deep, gravelly voice. "Why is that?" Naruto asked as he looked at the reptile human. "I am your half-demon," he said, approaching Naruto and placing a hand on his shoulder while staring intently at the red dragon. "But you can call me Naruto Diablo or DN for short." Naruto nodded and turned to the dragon, who looked back at him. "I am Thrag, I am the Red Dragon, the Welsh Dragon, and Thrag Gok, Red Dragon Emperor and Red Dragon Emperor of Domination," Thrag said, seeing that his words did not provoke a response from the beings that inhabited Naruto, who stared intently at DN. "Great, and my previous host was a pervert and knew that someone didn't even know what I am. Well, this is simply fantastic." "So, what are you, Thrag?" Naruto asked the Red Dragon. "I am what is known as a sacred gear, the boosted gear, to be precise," the dragon said to the ninja in training. "What can you do?" Naruto asked as he returned Zangetsu to his sealed form. "I can boost your power beyond its limit and even further. Eventually you will resort to the chainmail of my armor and a few other things," Thrag said as he sat down to rest. "And you, DN?" Naruto asked his demonic half. "When you kill demons you can turn their souls into weapons you can use. You have something called a trigger that will allow you to use some of my power, not much, but some," DN said as he sat down too. As they sat in silence, Naruto looked at Thrag and DN, and knew that they were both in his dream of the future. Naruto knew that something was coming that would test him once again. Naruto thought he felt a presence in his mind as the full moon shone and Artemis approached him. Seeing the dragon and the demon, she placed her hands on her hips, as only a mother can, and asked, "Why do you have Thrag, the Red Dragon Emperor, and a demon inside you?" "Well, to top it all off, remember when Spatta wanted an heir?" She nods. "Well, this is my devilish self," Naruto told his mother. "I see," she said as she observed the diabolical form of her son that stood before her. "The dragon." "I have no idea why it's here," Naruto said, shrugging as he looked at the dragon, hoping it would explain to his mother why it was there. "I have chosen Naruto to be my next host and wielder of the boosted gear, and to obtain the title of Red Dragon Emperor," Thrag said to the moon goddess. "Yes, another title for me like the others." "It's not enough for me," said Naruto as the others laughed, but Thrag seemed confused. "What other titles?" asked the dragon. "Prince of the Whirlpools," said Naruto. "Prince of Hell," DN added. "Jinchuriki de Kurama," said Zangetsu as he leaned against the tree. "Jinchuriki of the Traveler," added Wolfskrger from where he was lying down. "Vilgax's Victory," Diablo added from where he was. "Salvaje del Omnitrix," Bara said as she flew up to Naruto's shoulder. "Hellish Joker," said Toge while sitting on a cherry tree branch. "Chief of the Inuzuka Uzumaki Namikaze," Hinajuku said as she lay in the river. "Prince of Konoha," Lily said as she sat on Naruto's other shoulder. "Heir of the Sannin," added Tsuda from his spot by the lake, as he continued to watch the dream over and over again to try and find something new in it. "Padawan Uzumaki," said Tsubaki as he lay at the foot of the cherry tree. "Heir of the Sage of the Six Paths," Kurama said from his cage. "The Peace Bearer," said the traveler. "Guardian of Konoha," Kushina said as she fluttered next to Naruto. "Demigod of Artemis," Artemis said, smiling at her son. Thrag was amazed by the number of titles his new protege has won, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't impressed. And he knew that the boy would win more and more titles from that day forward, and he felt satisfied with his choice. He looked at his new house and thought, "You'll be the strongest in the universe and no one will stand in your way." For the rest of the night, Naruto and his mother trained him in the customs of the Uzumaki clan and trained him with his Zanpakuto and some of his original jutsu. He learned a new jutsu from him called Kido. From the traveler, she was teaching Naruto how to use some of his Witcher abilities. Zangetsu was teaching Naruto his signature move, the Getsuga Tensho, as well as the customs of the Quincy. Diablo was teaching Naruto how to use his hollow powers and how to access them, and he had almost succeeded. He needed to use his mask to begin his training for it. Wolfskrger was teaching Naruto how to change his fire element to another one. The next day, the Uzumaki complex. Naruto woke up from his dream and finally realized that he was wearing new clothes. Naruto Seipuso Suhao Rikan Zangetsu's sealed form invoked on her back, her Shun Riki hanging from her ears, Around her neck Wolfskrieger's sealed form, and from a silvery light, a silvery cross formed around her wrist. Naruto left his room and, as he passed by each room, everyone came out. Naruto, along with the others from the compound, headed towards the main gate of Konoha, where Hizen was waiting for them with the others who were going to help the Kiri rebels. Everyone they met looked at Naruto as a hero who deserved to be praised, and once they reached the gates of Konoha, Hizen was talking to the other members of the group who were going to help them. Now, once you get there, you will not only help Naruto become his first officers in the soon-to-be-named Earth branch of the police, but you will also gain allies in Kiri once the rebellion is over, Hiruzen told his ninja. Where will we go once that's over, Lord Hokage? Kakashi Hitake asked. Then you'll go to Suna, where we'll try to help their Jinchuriki recover mentally, thus strengthening the bond between Konoha and Suna, Hiruzen replied to the copy ninja. After that, you'll go to Kumo to try and turn them into loyal allies, and then you'll go to Iwantaki. Why Taki, Lord Hokage? Guy asked the cage. Something is happening, something with the 9 Jinchuriki, and if Obito wants them, we will protect them as best we can, Hiruzen replied. Dad, anything electrical? Asuma asked her father. Yes, try to bring some of the residents from the other villages to the police station, Hiruzen replied as he watched all the residents of the Uzumaki compound approaching him. Are you ready? Hiruzen asked them. We are, said Naruto as the others nodded and the ghosts formed outside their guardians. Good, I have already informed the ninja who will accompany you to Kiri and the other villages about the adventures you will experience on your journey, Hiruzen said to the 10-year-old boy. Naruto nodded, and as they were about to leave, something materialized in front of them. They were bricks with roofs on top, Tennessee speed, one for each of them, each a different color. What is this? Iris asked as golden flame sprouted from his hands. Naruto approached them and found a note attached to one of them. It was crimson and orange with the Omnitrix symbol. The note read, Kirito Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, the wildest of my Omnitrix. After seeing you in your mind, I've come to appreciate you, not much but a little, so I've made these Tennessee speed bikes for you to travel through your world. I've sent you the plans and tools so that, if any problems arise, you can fix any issues. Yours sincerely, Azimuth, the most brilliant mind in 5 galaxies and creator of the Omnitrix. Gigi Azimuth sent us this as thanks for saving the universe from Vilgax, Naruto said to Hiruzen. Hiruzen nodded and each of them got on a bicycle. Naruto climbed onto the crimson and orange car with the wolf pups apparently in a baby carrier on his chest. A guy wearing a jacket the same shade of green as his suit. Kakashi climbed onto a silver one, while Isis sat on a gold one. Jiraiya got on one that was red and green, while Tsunade got on one that was white and blue. Rin got on one that was gray and maroon, while Anko got on one that was purple. Hana and Sumei Inuzuka climbed onto motorcycles with sidecars where their ninja dogs were riding. And if you had asked anyone that day where the glasses all the dogs and wolves were wearing had come from, they would have just shrugged. Kurenai sat in a pinkish-red one, while Rias sat in a pure crimson one. Wendy sat in one that had a white feather-like pattern with a sidecar in which Carla sat, while Asa sat in one with a leaf-like design with Alvin sitting on her head. Mana climbed onto one that was baby blue and pink, Tori sat on one that was lemon yellow, T sat on one that was apple red and gold, Serenity climbed onto one that was navy blue and red, and Anzu sat on one that was mint green and silver. Blanc's was light pink, while Mimi's was fuchsia pink. Madara's was red, while Mikado's was red and black. Hashirama's was brown, his sister's was white and blue, while Mito's was crimson with a spiral pattern. Triss's was black with some red and had a dragon on its back like Kasara's, but hers was bluish-white with some blue. Beast was black and gold with gold details. Supai was silver and blue. Asuma's was white, green, and red, while Shizune's was light blue. Hisashi Hyuga's was black and white, while Sasha's was sapphire blue. Tenzo's was brown and green, while Yugao's was purple and silver. After a few minutes, everyone got the hang of using Tennessee speed. Hiruzen stepped in front of them and shouted, "Good luck." And once he said that, they all set off. Solar System, Deep Space. Flying through deep space was a monstrous insectoid with 3 beings following it at its side. "This is the world to come that the Great One will receive," said one of them. "They should be glad that their planet is being used to feed the Big One," said another. They turn around and see a planet composed mainly of water, with large groups of land masses. "This is planet Earth." Planet Earth, Land of Fire, 2 days from Konoha. The large team heading to the Land of Water began setting up their tents for the following night. After an hour of setting up the tents, everyone was preparing a place to eat and training Naruto so that he would be ready for when he fought in a war. "Well, you and Hokage-sama, who has helped you with all your forms, and you've been progressing well in using them," Kakashi said, looking at the young Uzumaki. "But Hokage-sama wants you to be at the Jounin level by the time we get home, so..." Kakashi trailed off. "So choose a form and we'll see from there," said Guy with his bright smile. Naruto nodded, activated the Omnitrix, and turned towards Humongosaur, and when he slammed him into the ground, he transformed into something new. Naruto began to expand and inflate as yellow armor formed on his back and arms. He curled up and began to spin. The sphere was bathed in light, and when it faded, the plates were seen changing from yellow to crimson, with flames on either side of the sphere. Once the sphere stopped spinning, it unfolded and shouted, revealing the Omnitrix style in the center of his forehead, "Cannonbolt." Naruto remained restless in his new form, and when he tried to move, he would fall flat on his chest, that is, on his face. "Ow," said Naruto, his voice muffled by the ground beneath his feet. "Are you okay, kid?" Anko asked as Guy and Kakashi helped him to his feet. "Yes, it's difficult to stand in this position," said Naruto as he spread his feet wider to make it easier to stand. "You call yourself Cannonbolt, and you're an Arbarian Pilarota," Tetrax said as he examined Naruto. "Can you tell us more about Arbarian Pilarota?" Kakashi asked as the others approached to help with the training. "They can transform into a shell-like ball that they use to travel, and once they're in shell form they're resistant to almost everything, but they're clumsy," Tetrax said as he tried to think of something else. Naruto nodded, transformed into a ball and began to roll, reaching a considerable speed. "Okay, you can stop now," Rin said, seeing that Naruto was going too fast. "I can't," he shouted at them. "Oh, you are. And when they reach too much speed, they can't stop or change direction," Tetrax continued as the others looked at him as if it were too late. And Naruto crashed into a hard tree, and then it turned into a pinball game with Naruto as the ball. Rim jumped over Naruto when he approached her. He hit a rock and started going towards Tsunade, and she hit Naruto towards Guy. As he approached the blue leaf beast, Guy kicked him toward Kakashi, who summoned a stone wall with dog faces. Naruto bounced off the wall and reached Kurenai. Kurenai threw 2 kunai to the ground, tied with ninja thread, and when Naruto hit the thread, he was thrown towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya shook his hair and slapped Naruto towards Anko. Anko extended her left arm, and snakes shrieked, wrapping themselves around Naruto's spherical form, and Anko hurled him at Shizune. Shizune floated and jumped on Naruto as he crashed once again into Kakashi's wall and was sent flying to Hana. Hana began to look more wild. She jumped and turned into a tornado and crashed into Naruto. Naruto bounced off and was sent back to Kakashi's wall, but with the extra speed, he was sent through the wall towards Rias. Seeing her future husband approaching rapidly, Rias gathered crimson and black energy in her hands and launched an attack against Naruto that sent him flying towards Tsume. Tsume, like her daughter, jumped and became a tornado that crashed into Naruto, and just like with Hana, bounced back at an even greater speed towards Carla. Carla did a side flip and delivered a flying kick to Naruto, sending him flying towards Asuma. Seeing that it was his turn, a gigantic blast of wind shot out of his mouth, propelling Naruto even faster towards Bastet. Bastet raised a hand and energy formed around him, and once Naruto hit it, he was shot towards Mimi. Mimi, seeing that the human was turning into Arbarian Pilarota, threw a large rock at him, sending him to Isis. Isis meeting golden flame sign his left hand and held it, and all the flames struck Naruto, sending him, whose shell was now ablaze, towards Yugao. Yugao, seeing the high-speed flaming projectile approaching her, summoned lightning orbs and launched them at Naruto. When the lightning orbs reached him, they sent him towards the next person, with lightning covering the flames surrounding his shell, which would be Blanc. Blanc plunged his trident into the ground and created a wave of energy that launched Naruto towards Yamato. Yamato summoned intertwined branches that joined together in front of him to form a barrier that sent Naruto flying towards Mana. Seeing Naruto approaching her like a ball of lightning fire, Mana pulled out 2 cylinders, one of them absorbed Naruto and the other launched him in a single shot towards Hisashi. Hisashi began to spin at tremendous speed and bounced off him, impacting Kasara. Kasara saw Naruto approaching her and began to concentrate energy in her mouth, launching a beam of pure white light towards Naruto that sent him towards Mikado. Seeing Naruto approaching, Mikado opened her mouth and a large jet of water shot out, forming a dragon-shaped structure that struck Naruto, extinguishing the flames, but the lightning remained, making him faster and launching him towards Trinity. Then, as Trinity usually does, she launched a burst of black flames at Naruto, reigniting the flaming shell and sending it flying towards Sasha. Seeing the flaming projectile called Naruto heading towards her, Sasha extended a finger and a blue energy shot out, sending it flying towards Supai. Supai extended the palm of his hand and, once Naruto touched it, he shot off towards Hashirama. Hashirama just summoned a giant wall with a demonic face that sent Naruto towards the next person, who would be T. T crossed her arms as water formed around her, creating a defensive barrier. As soon as Naruto touched her, he was soaked again and sent flying toward Wendy. Wendy waves her hand and immediately generates a huge and powerful tornado that absorbs Naruto, turns off the lightning, and throws him towards Asa. Asa emitted a beep and sank into the ground, forcing Naruto to go find Serenity, who had copied her sister and summoned a defensive barrier, but made of fire instead of water. Let's just say Naruto is once again on fire and heading towards his great-great-grandmother. Myth activated his Rinnegan, used Shinra Tensei and shot Naruto with Tori. As Naruto approached Tori, she summoned blinding light swords that formed in front of her, preventing Naruto from advancing and throwing him against Dobeume, who saw him coming and used Suten, Suryudan no Jutsu, pushing him towards Tetrax. Tetrax summoned a crystal wall, and Naruto bounced off it, being launched toward Madara, who had summoned Susanoo and grabbed both sides of the shell to slow his momentum. Once he stopped him, Naruto unfurled and apologized to everyone. "Are you alright, kid?" Anko asked once more as Madara helped Naruto to his feet. "That's better," said Naruto, standing up firmly. During the rest of the time he was transformed, they trained Naruto when he was Cannonbolt. "Well, now we know something," Hisashi said as he sat down on a log. "What is that, Sensei?" Mimi asked. When Naruto was Cannonbolt, his shell was covered in fire, and then the flames themselves were covered in lightning, he said, receiving a nod of agreement from those present. "Do you think any of my other aliens would do the same?" Naruto asked the man. "I," Hisashi managed to say before a loud crash was heard above them. "What is that?" Anko asked the users. De dojutsu to see if they could decipher it. "It looks like a tick," Mikado said, confused, her voice trembling. The tick began to flap until it crashed not far from them. Shortly after the explosion, a giant shockwave hit them all and hurricane-force winds that came towards them covered their eyes. Naruto extended his palm, and Kushina noticed. "If you'd like, Kushina," Naruto asked his ghost. "No problem," he said as he floated away into a forest. Accident location. Kushina floated out of the forest and could see a giant creature absorbing the life from the ground and 3 aliens on platforms floating around the giant creature. The first alien is tall, pale-skinned, and has 6 tentacle-like feet. The first is a tall alien with pale skin and 6 tentacle-like feet. This one appears to be able to communicate with the giant creature. The last alien is of medium height, has 4 stalked eyes, and carries a large axe. "This is not good," Kushina thinks as she hears the whispers. "Sundance, come in." "This is Sundance, what do you need, Kushina?" asked Rin's ghost. "This is what's happening," Kushina said as she sent the video to the others. Back at camp, everyone was watching the images of the tick that was destroying the Earth. "This creature seems to be draining all life from the planet," Kushina's voice said in the video. "Tetrax, do you know what that is?" Naruto asked the Petrosapien. "The year called the Great feeds on planets," he said while watching the video. "What do we do?" Kakashi asked Naruto, who would soon become the chief of police of the Earth branch. Naruto watched the video transmission and, upon seeing the 3 aliens, had an idea. "We need to start by taking out those 3. Guy and Hisashi will handle the one with the axe. Without their teammates, they won't be able to defend themselves much. Kakashi and Kurani will deal with the skinny one with light blue skin. So without a leader, Anko and Mito will handle the yellow one," Naruto said, receiving the others' approval. "Once we get rid of those 3, we'll destroy this thing." Accident location. The 3 aliens were flying around just as they passed by the largest one with the axe, who flew off his podium with a shout of dynamic entry, dynamic entrance, as Guy kicked the axe-wielding alien in the face, sending him flying towards Hisashi. He who was waiting in the Jukin stance, and with a powerful movement of his palm and the cry of Haki Kusho, 8 trigrams emptiness palm, he launched a blast of air at the alien, sending it towards the Great One, knocking down the alien wielding the axe. The other two turned toward Guy and Hisashi, but the blue platform was sucked into a black hole as it plummeted. He placed his palms on the ground and shouted, "Ninpo, Wana Ana, Ninja Art, Trap." Why the ground formed a hole into which the leader fell. The last of the faithful tried to flee, but came face to face with a mythical creature. Rinnegan activated. "Running is useless," she said as she placed her palm on her chest and said, "Shinra Tensei." The faithful one was sent flying and was surrounded by snakes. Anko, smiling, is at the other end of the snake that slithers through the last hole into which the leader fell and through which Guy threw the alien armed with the axe. "That was incredibly easy," Kurenai said as tentacles sprouted from the ground. "You had to say something," Anko said as she prepared for the fight. "Moon Blast, Lunar Blast," Supai shouted as a flash of moonlight shot from his staff and struck the tentacles. "Once we've dealt with them, let's take care of this," Naruto said, preparing to attack. "I'll go first," said Guy as he prepared himself, began to gather chakra, and shouted, "Kimon Kai, Vision Gate Release." Guy's skin turned dark red and a green aura began to form around him. "What is this?" Rias asks Kakashi. "One of the most dangerous double-edged swords," was all Kakashi said. "It's called the 8-gate formation, and with each door that opens, they gain more power," Tsunade continued as she turned to Rias. "But once all 8 are open, you will have the power to face the 5 cage, but you die once you use it," Jiraiya concluded, leaving Rias and the other magic users stunned. "Thanks to my mother's moon, which is only using 6 of the 8 doors," Naruto said, reading the breathing he was holding as he watched Guy prepare to fight. "Asa Kajaku, Pavo Real Mazartino." Guy shouts as he leaps into the air in a peculiar stance and begins repeatedly striking the giant creature. His punches are so fast that the speed and friction ignite them, creating a fan of flames around the giant, similar to that of a peacock. When he finishes, only tiny cracks remain in its shell. "My turn," Kakashi said as he performed 3-hand seals Reikiriak's rabbit monkey, lightning cut. He shouted as lightning began to form around his hand and he raced toward the Great One. His hand pierced its armor and opened more cracks in its shell. "Now it's my turn," said Kurenai as she threw a kunai with an explosive tag on the end into one of the cracks, making it bigger. Anko bit her finger and screamed summoning technique. A thick cloud of smoke formed. As the smoke cleared, a gigantic, bright pink snake was revealed, with black rings running along its body at intervals. It had enormous fangs and green eyes. It also possessed 2 horn-like protrusions on its head. "Why have you summoned me, Anko?" the snake asked Anko in a voice that sounded like a princess's, and when she pointed to the great being, it hissed, "I can see this will be fun." "Thank you, Miki," Anko said as Miki coiled around the great being, creating more cracks in the shell. Hana and the triplets, who were now clones of Hana, began rolling at a ferocious speed in a circular saw-like motion, and once they collided with a large one, it opened more cracks in the shell. Tsume and Kuromaru leap into the air and shout Gotsuga, Fang passing Fang, and once they impact, more cracks form and shell phases begin to detach. Asuma approached the great being and shouted, "Fire release, burning ash pile." A jet of ash erupted from his mouth, engulfing the area. The ash hung suspended in the air around the great being like a cloud. After surrounding the enemy with the ash, Asuma gritted his teeth to create a spark, causing a violent explosion that incinerated the great being. When the explosion occurred, it let out a shriek of pain and most of its shell was destroyed. Mimi assumed a 3-handed stance and shouted, "Wind release, vacuum sphere." She unleashed a massive blast of acid that pierced the great being's flesh, passing right through it. The acid spilled out, causing Mimi to vanish and allowing Hisashi to use Pick Kusho once again to repel it. Yugao begins to channel lightning through her katana and cuts through the Great One's flesh. Just as Yamato was about to do something, Hashirama stopped him. "We must conserve our chakra to save the earth with our Makuten, wooden element," he told her. "Yes, lady first," Yamato said, and they both began to gather chakra. The two Uchiha nodded to each other. Mikoto exhaled a massive fireball while Madara used his gunbai to make the flames even larger and burn the Great One. Mito invoked his Zanpakuto and he said, Ruhito Tenkan. He held his sword like a gigantic phantom blade on the arm of a phantom giant, and as Mito attacked the great being, the phantom blade inflicted even more damage on him. Water begins to form around Tobi's arm, and penetrates the Great One, causing his blood to begin to drip. Seeing that the Omnitrix was ready once again, Naruto transformed into his new cannon bolt form and, at full speed, lunged at the great being to enter its interior, where he began to destroy everything in his path. And once his heart exploded, it began to deflate as Naruto shot out of it, and when the three worshippers tried to climb out of the hole, Naruto, in his ball form, landed on top of them, knocking them unconscious. 3 hours later, after they cleaned up the mess and brought life back to the land, Obi-Wan and Shakti emerged from the spaceships that landed near them. "Hello," said Obi-Wan. "Solar System, Planet Earth, Land of Noodles." The group rode through the forest towards their inn for the night, called Slifer Red, which was 5 minutes from the border between the Firelands and the Noodle Lands. Upon arriving at the inn where they would spend the night, they saw a beach cabin with many rooms and a red roof. "Are we going to stay here?" Anko asked Naruto. "I asked Guy to book us a room at an inn, and he said it was a great place to stay," Naruto replied as everyone looked at Guy. "Come on, guys," said Guy, adopting a nice guy pose. "Let's go now," said Asuma, because he already knew what Guy was like, since they had been teammates when they were Genon. Land of Noodles, Domino City. In a junkyard, a shadow moves across the place with two illuminated red eyes and, as it passed, it stopped in front of a giant pile of scrap metal, extending its arm. The arm has a huge blue armor that was right in front of a hand with two pincers. The electricity went out of control and spread to the pile of scrap metal, which shuddered as a large body emerged from the wreckage. "Objective: destroy," the shadow said in a robotic, broken voice. A large ring of bluish-white light ignited and began to glow ominously as other lights began to turn on. The next day, when the group leaves the Slifer Red Inn, when everyone got back on, Tennessee Speed and Guy, the one on the speeder bike, were the only ones in a good mood. "Wasn't it great?" Guy asked the others, only to realize that everyone around him was looking at him reproachfully. "Kakashi, you're in charge of booking the next inn," was Naruto's reply. So they set off towards where the road forked. "Which path should we take?" Naruto asked the others. "Down the middle," Carla said as she received only 35 nods. "I say we go to the left," said Wendy as her exceed familiar looked at the dragon hunter with a face of betrayal, but Rin spoke, receiving looks of betrayal from both of them. "No, let's go to the right," said the hunter. The three of them were arguing with the other two. "Well, there are 3 ways, so I say Rochambeau Kurenai said, receiving 3 nods of agreement. "First round. Rin, scissors. Carla, scissors. Wendy, paper. Second round. Rin, scissors. Carla, rock. Winner Rin." "Well, it seems we're doing well," said Naruto as Wendy and Carla began to make adorable pouts. They all set off along the path and, after 5 minutes, they began to see smoke rising from the edge of the forest. "What is that?" Bastet asked, pointing at the smoke. As they approached the smoke, they spot the capital of the Noodle Country, Domino City. The city looks like a war zone, with buildings destroyed and broken glass everywhere. The streets were filled with tents where city citizens sought help and refuge after what had happened there. "Obasan, you, Hizashi, and Shizune, help the injured," Naruto said as they passed by the tents, receiving nods of agreement from the 3. "Kakashi, summon one of your dogs and try to get help for Domino," said Naruto as the copy ninja summoned a small pug and sent it out. "So what now, Naruto?" Supai asked, and they parked. "We split into teams of 3, Naruto said, looking at the destroyed city. "Team 1 will consist of Mikoto, Mito, and me," said Naruto, receiving approval from the 2 women. "Team 2 consists of Kakashi, Rin, and Guy." Guy struck a good boy pose, Kakashi pulled out his book, and Rin took out her hand cannon and shot off. "Team 3 consists of Hashirama, Madara, and Tobiyume," said Naruto, and the 3 jumped up. "All right." "Team 4 consists of Oji-san, Obi-Wan, and the Master," the Jedi and Jiraiya nodded, but not before leaving with Obi-Wan and Shakti, saying, "May the Force be with you." "May the Force be with you," Naruto replied to his teacher and turned to the others. "Team 5 will consist of Asuma, Tenzo, and serenity. They nodded and set off. Team 6, Kurenai, Onko, and Isis. You will defend the tents alongside Teams 7 and 8, Naruto said as the three nodded, then added, Team 7 consists of Rias, Mimi, and Blanc, while Team 8 consists of Tsume, Trish, and Anzu. Understood, Onko said as the three teams went to guard the stores. Team 9 Yugao, Hana, Asa will begin building shelters for civilians, Naruto told them, nodding his head quickly. Team 10 consists of Supai, Wendy, and Carla. You'll be our eyes in the sky, Naruto said to the three as Carla developed a pair of angel wings, grabbed Wendy, and flew upwards, while Supai transformed into a falcon and joined the two in the air. Team 11 consists of Mana, T, and Sasha, and Team 12 consists of Bastet, Tori, and Kasara. I want you to gather anyone who is still in any of these buildings, Naruto told the six before they left and entered the buildings. Shall we? Mikado asked, receiving nods of agreement from the two Uzumaki. With Team 2. Team 2 walked through the rubble, beginning to approach. What did this mean? Kakashi began to think about what had happened to his Team 7. Madara's dark half saved Obito and betrayed Konoha, leading to the death of the fourth Hokage. He himself murdered Rin and became a lackey of the Konoha Civilian Council. Rin, the previous Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, was killed by him, resurrected, and is now one of Naruto's future wives. Kurama killed Minato once Obito realized, thanks to Artemis, that Kushina was the real Kushina. But only one thing kept echoing in his mind, a voice that was neither his own nor that of anyone he knew. The Civil Council's lapdog. Am I the Civilian Council's lapdog? Kakashi asked his rival. The Civil Council's lapdog. Why are you asking? Asked the ninja dressed in green spandex. The Civil Council's lapdog. Kakashi looked ahead at Rin, who was searching for the object that had caused it. Rin told me, and I've been thinking about it, and I want to know if she's right, he said to the taijutsu master. The Civil Council's lapdog. Guy looked at his friend and rival and said only one word, yes. The Civil Council's lapdog. Kakashi looked at him and Guy continued, when the fourth Hokage died, you only answered to the council, and when the Uchiha massacre occurred, you started lying about things that deserve to be brought before the Hokage and that I have kept silent about. The Civil Council's lapdog. I see, Kakashi said, looking at the ground and turning to Guy. How can I atone for my sins? He asked. The Civil Council's lapdog. By solving the problem, killing Obito, training Naruto, saving Konoha, and most importantly, living, Guy replied. The Civil Council's lapdog. I see, Kakashi said as he reviewed everything he had done in the past that could be considered disobedience to the Hokage, and he bit his finger and summoned another bloodhound. For the Civil Council, the words continued, though this time they began to fade as he pulled out a scroll containing all the dark secrets of the Civil Council and everything they had done during those 10 years. Hey Kakashi, what do you need? The dog asked. The Civil Council. I need you to do this for Mr. Hokage and say something for me, Kakashi told the dog. The Civil Council. What is that? Asked the dog. The Civilian Council, Kakashi said in unison, is trying to take over Konoha for Dunzo. The dog nodded and ran towards Konoha without the word echoing in his head anymore, and he could feel his will of fire returning to him. Well done, rival, Guy said as he looked at Kakashi, feeling a new fire burning inside him. All I needed was a friend, Kakashi said as he pulled up his ninja headband to use his Sharingan and look better. That and an annoying voice in my head. When Kakashi said that, Rin turned around with her hand cannon pointing backward, causing the two of them to turn and see a black-haired woman walking away while holding a mirror in her hands. He turned around, looked at Kakashi, and uttered a word that neither of them could hear, for a thunderous roar resounded above them. But Kakashi, with his Sharingan, read his books. She looked up in annoyance, nodded to her flock, and turned into a lightning bolt that shot up to the sky. Who was she? Rin asked as she lowered her hand cannon. Family, Kakashi said as a tear rolled down his cheek with a slight smile, and continued walking to find what had turned this city into a disaster movie. Well done, son. That was the word she uttered. Land of Fire, Konoha, Hokage's office. Hiruzen was at his desk going over everything his job required when a pug jumped out the window with a scroll in its mouth. The pug jumped onto the desk, dropped the scroll, and said, "From Kakashi," then snorted away. That was interesting, Sagira said as she hovered over them. Hiruzen picked up the scroll, read it, nodded, and turned to his ghost. "What rank do you say you have?" he asked, showing it the scroll. "I'd say B rank, and we could ally with Domino City, since they have good medical care, so if we ally with them we could benefit from that," she said, and Hiruzen nodded, and they called a Chunin team. As they were returning to their jobs, another of Kakashi's dogs appeared at the window with a scroll. "Yes?" Hiruzen asked, confused as to why Kakashi would send two dogs. The dog placed the scroll on the desk and said something that made both Hiruzen and Sugiura nervous. "The civilian council is trying to take control of Konoha for Danzo." The dog snorted. Hiruzen immediately began reading the scroll, analyzing everything the civilian council had done and what they had been planning. The more he and Sugiura read, the more ki was released into the air, and he shouted, "Anbu, to me!" At that moment, all the Anbu appeared before the cage, looking ready for the war that was about to break out. "Gather the entire civilian council and send them all to Ibaki, and tell him also that if they try to cause a disturbance, he can use all his power to obtain the information," Hiruzen said as the Anbu set off. Hiruzen got up from his chair and started walking towards where the old people were, and when he got to the door, he didn't open it in the usual way. No. He came closer and lifted his leg and Spartan kicked it open, but the door did not open. No. He flew into the room. Inside you in the opposite wall. The root that was in the room leapt to defend itself against the Hokage's spectral sword, which felled its leader. Then, it turned to the three who were watching, and they felt the power of the sun upon them. "Hiruzen, what is?" Homura began to say before Hiruzen kicked her in the face as the spectral blade vanished. "Shut up already," Hiruzen said, glaring at his former teammates. "The three of you are no longer needed on the council," he said angrily, visibly annoyed with the three in front of him. "What do you mean?" Koharu asked, feeling Hiruzen's gaze on her, and for the first time in a long time, she felt afraid of her old friend. I mean this," the cage blurted out as he threw the evidence Kakashi had sent him onto the ground in front of them. When the three of them looked at the parchment and the papers that were there, they realized that they had messed up and each of them was thinking about something different. "Danzo said that Kakashi would never return to the Hokage, that he would be loyal to us," Homura thought as she watched the whirlwind of anger that was Hiruzen Sarutobi. "I should never have allied myself with Danzo, but he had that compromising information about me because of my daughter, Pensaba Koharu. Damn you, Hitake. All you had to do was be my lapdog, and now look what you've done." Danzo thought as he looked at his old friend, knowing now that if he made another mistake, he would be executed. "I'll say it only once," Hiruzen said, staring intently into the eyes of his former team. "If you step out of line even a little, I'll finish you all off on the spot." Hiruzen started to leave, but stopped by the door and said, "And for the last time, Danzo, turn off root, or I will erase you from existence." Having said this, Hiruzen left and departed while the elders remained seated in silence. Land of Noodles, Domino City, with Team 1. Naruto walked through the rubble with Mito and Mikado when they heard a loud crash of something falling onto a building. The three ran and met up with Teams 2 and 3 while they were figuring out what had been destroying the city. It was an enormous robot, about the size of a mid-class spaceship. Its body looked like it was made from a train from the land of spring. Its arms were huge chunks of metal with 4 fingers that looked like stumps, as did its legs. Its head resembled a lamp, but the most striking feature was the bluish-white ring on its chest that glowed ominously. The robot turned towards them, and the bluish-white ring pulsed with light. Naruto drew one of his arms back and threw it at them as he slammed the Omnitrix into the ground, transformed into Upgrade, and began firing lasers from his eye. The lasers ricocheted off the body as Mikado positioned herself behind the robot with her Sharingan activated and threw an explosive kunai at the arm joints. The robot swung its arm to try to hit the Uchiha woman, but its arm got caught in the forest vines through which Madara Uchiha was running with his gun by, and when the explosive kunai detonated, the arm shot out towards her head. Just as the gun by approached her head, the arm that had been attacked fired a laser at Madara, knocking her back as she used the gun by as a shield, and when Tobiyume leapt forward, Madara threw her with extra force. Suiten, Kokasuijing, Elemento Agua, Ojin Agua de Remolino Duro, Tobiyume said as a sheet of water burst around his arm and cut one of his legs. Kamui, Kakashi shouted as a black hole formed around the robot's right leg, and when it was over, it began to fall backward and crash into more buildings as Rin ran toward the body with Mito, and both summoned their light and attacked. Rin formed her bow staff in her hands and began to furiously attack the robot, tearing it apart, while Mito felt a purple energy flowing through her as a shield formed in her hands, and she began to use it to strike the robot's head. While the robot dealt with the two light bearers, Naruto entered the robot's severed arm and turned it into a futuristic cannon for his use. Naruto aimed and began firing energy blasts from the cannon, and when the two light bearers jumped, one shot hit the center where the ring was, and it began to turn off. Just as he was about to fire his laser at those who did this, crystals began to form that trapped him in place as the two Jedi, with their lightsabers drawn, penetrated the center. Guy kicked his head off while Jiraiya summoned his dagger from the coin, which fired a laser. "Sorry I'm late," Tetrax said as he approached the ninja underground base. In an old valley surrounded by jungle, a robot that looked like a jumble of parts stood in front of screens that showed all the destruction that had taken place in Domino City. The robot watched the video of Naruto and the Konoha teams defeating the robot that destroyed Domino City and said in a broken, synthesized voice, "Project Locomotion failed," he said as his single red eye glowed and the screen switched to blueprints of many other robots. Project Gaia is being activated. Land of Fire, Konoha. Hokage's office. Hiruzen had returned to his office after sending a large team of Chunin to help the people of Domino City when there was a knock at the door. "Come in," said Hiruzen, and as the door opened, Koharu appeared. "Hiruzen, I have to explain to you why I did what I did," he told the cage. Hiruzen looked at her, nodded his head. "You do remember the first war when we were teenagers, right?" Koharu asked, receiving a note from the cage. "The night in the cave," she continued. "Yes, it was a week before Biwako and I got together," she said as Sagira stood nearby. "Well, the week after our meeting in the cave," Koharu took a deep breath and said something Hiruzen didn't expect to hear. "I became pregnant with your child." Hiruzen was paralyzed by shock. "Danzo discovered that you were my daughter and brought her under his control," she continued, ignoring the astonished Sarutobi, "and he said that if she ever told you, she would be her father's plaything or worse." "Who is she?" Hiruzen asked when his brain started working again. "Orochi." "Solar System, Planet Earth, Land of Fire, Konoha, Hokage Mansion, Hokage's office at night." Hiruzen sat in his office, reflecting on what Koharu had told him, that one of his students was his son. Orochi, the student he saw as a daughter. It turns out she was his daughter. And to know that she was a puppet of Danzo and that she was forced to turn against the people. Sagira had gone and asked Biwako to come to her office. When that person entered, Hiruzen turned to his wife and spoke. "Biwako, thank you for coming," he said as he stood up. "What's this all about?" he asked as he sat down at the desk. "Well, I discovered that the Civilian Council was trying to take control of Konoha for Danzo and the elders," Hiruzen said, surprising his wife, and continued, "One of the elders did it for his own benefit, while the other did it through blackmail." "Who?" she asked, angry that her old friends were doing this. "Homura did it out of greed, while Koharu did it for another reason," said Hiruzen as he watched dark energy begin to build up around his wife's fists. "And why?" he asked as the energy of the arc rose to his eyes. "Danzo had threatened her with her daughter," Hiruzen said, causing Biwako to stop accumulating arc energy. "What?" he asked, thinking of his granddaughter Moegi Shizuki Kazumitsuri's mother. "What's wrong with Shizuki?" Knowing he was referring to Hiruzen, he shook his head. "Not her. During the first ninja war, Koharu and I became separated from the second-in-command in our team." "Yes, you already told me," she said, confused by the fact that he brought up the subject. "Well, what I didn't tell you is that Koharu and I had sex in the cave, and when we met again after the war, Koharu discovered she was pregnant with my child." Biwako was surprised once again and knew she felt sorry for both Koharu and Hiruzen, and with Danzo controlling Orochi and knowing what happened, "You must be devastated. Dead inside. Disappointed in myself." "Yes, I am," Hiruzen said, looking at his wife. "We must tell Asuma, Kenji, and Mimi about their older sister," he said, but seeing Hiruzen's sad expression, he asked, "What's wrong, Hiruzen?" "Kenji passed away 3 years ago," she said as Biwako realized that she had 2 of her triplets still alive. "Then tell Asuma and Mimi about Orochi so they can help her return to the village," Biwako said, wiping tears from her eyes. "Very well," said Hiruzen as he bit his thumb and summoned a messenger monkey. "What can I do for you, Saru?" asked the little monkey. "Joe, I need you to take this scroll to Asuma and Mimi, Hiruzen said, handing a scroll to the monkey. Once the monkey had the scroll, he jumped out the window and began his journey to the Land of Noodles. Land of Noodles, yellow and raw. The next day, the group began to leave the inn where they were staying, and the building appeared to be of modern style. The group was getting on their bikes when a black monkey with orange hair jumped onto Asuma's back. Asu, Mimi, I have a message from Saru, said the monkey as he handed a scroll to Asuma and walked away huffing and puffing. Asuma opened the scroll and, as he began to read it, his eyes widened in disproportionate force, and when he finished, he was as pale as snow. What's wrong with Asuma? Her sister asked. We have an older sister, Asuma said, looking at the Sannin. The Sannin looked at each other, trying to decipher what they meant, until they realized that he wasn't looking at a married couple. I was looking at the two legendary Sannin, and one was missing. And that would mean... Wait, are you telling me that Orochi is? The wise toad began. Yes, she's my sister and Mimi's, Asuma said, receiving a surprised look. How? Kakashi asked. Well, Dad and old man Koharu during the first war and well... Asuma trailed off. Nobody had anything to say, since everyone thought Orochi was Asuma and Mimi's older sister and that they were under the control of the Mad Danzo. As they all returned to their bicycles, they heard a loud bang. In the sky above them, they saw a spaceship falling from the sky to the northeast of them all. After a few seconds they hear a loud crash and feel the shockwave of the wind hitting them all. Land of Noodles, forest. A silver metallic sphere fell from the sky and when it hit the ground there was a deafening crash. After a while, the orb began to hiss and a door opened, letting out a ball of fur with stubby feet and a long tail that swung behind it. Kurikubai, he said as he jumped. As he walked for a while, he heard a hissing bark behind him and started running deeper into the woods. Land of Noodles, entrance to the forest. The team arrived at the entrance to the forest and everyone got off their motorcycles and tricycles as they stopped in front of the forest. What is the name of this forest? Tetrax asked them. Forest, Asuma said as they looked inside. What? Mana asked, raising an eyebrow. This forest is called Forest, Tsunade said, nodding her head and continuing, I know. As they began to enter, they all heard a loud shout of curry, so they all started running towards the source of the noise. Upon reaching the source of the noise, they saw a ball of fur with stubby feet and a long tail cornered by a large quadruped. It had silver scales and dark blue fur, a wide tail with large spikes that bristled and from which rays emerged that began to arc around its body, and a serpentine head with slanted red eyes. He turned towards them and roared as he prepared to attack, letting out a defiant roar and then leaping towards them as they all moved out of his way. What the hell am I facing? Beast asked as a dark energy began to form around his arms. It's a Tobi Keidachi, Jiraiya said as his flute dagger materialized in his hand. It's one of the most dangerous animals in the world. Naruto slammed the Omnitrix against the ground and transformed into Wild Mutt, and with a roar of his name he began to fight tooth and nail against the Tobi Keidachi, and while they fought with Hana, Tsume, and Kakashi, the others checked on the furball. Are you okay? Obi-Wan asked him. Kukurbai B, he said as he stood up, watching Naruto and the dog he uses to fight the Tobi Keidachi. Naruto raised his claw and brought it down on the Tobi Keidachi, and just as he was about to strike it once more, its tail lashed out, stunning Naruto. Grrrr. Naruto growled at the Tobi Keidachi, and as he struggled to his feet, the Tobi Keidachi sent him flying into a tree with an electric arc surrounding Naruto's body. The furball glared at Naruto, who was struggling to his feet, and let out a loud yell of curry. As green energy emanated from it and began to be absorbed by Naruto. Once the lightning arcing around it dissipated, its body vanished into thin air. Naruto stood up again, let out a roar, and joined the others in the fight. What just? Tsunade began, and the ball of fur seemed to have run out of energy and was breathing with difficulty. Ah, I see it's a curry bone, said Tetrax as he looked at the animal known as curry bone. A curry bone? Shizune asked, looking at the Petrosapian with a confused expression. The curry bone are one of the many curry systems, Obi-Wan began as he watched the battle unfold. The curry system, Shizune asked. The curry system refers to species whose names begin with curry, Obi-Wan said, turning his head toward Shizune. They all share a similar ability, they can heal others, but in return, they relinquish their power during the day. Kakashi formed a lightning bolt that sprang from his hand and surrounded Tobi Keidachi's neck, and rode it like a rodeo cowboy. As Kakashi attacked, The Tobikaidachi writhed beneath him, trying to shake him off by blasting lightning bolts. Kakashi responded with blows, but the Tobikaidachi continued to bounce off and ran deeper into the forest. Grrrra, asked Naruto. I have no idea, Pop, said Kuromaru, looking at the path Tobikaidachi was following. What did he ask you? Tsunade asked Hana. What the hell just happened? She replied to the drooling Sannin. Asuma, Guy, Kurenai, go after that silver-haired idiot, Jiraiya told them, and the three set off in search of the copy ninja. When the three left, the others turned towards the Kuribone and attended to him. They did not see a Venus flytrap emerge from the ground. And it turned out to be Zetsu. So you're on your way to Kiri, said the white half to the black half. Indeed, we must tell Obito this, and we must also tell him that Rin is alive and wants nothing to do with him, said the black half before shrinking back to the ground, hoping they would be quiet. But they were not enough for a herd of Vulpermancer to control them. Naruto growled in warning as the others turned to see Zetsu staring at them. Who are you? Obi-Wan asked, igniting his lightsaber along with Shakti. That's Zetsu, the human trap, Jiraiya said as the flute dagger began to glow green. So you know who we are? Asked the white half. Yes, you are a member of Akatsuki and their information gatherer, said Jiraiya. So you also know that we know you're heading to Kiri and that Orochi is the son of the third Hokage and old woman Koharu, he added the black half as he began to sink into the ground. Before the head sank underground, both halves spoke at the same time. Obito he'll know and will attack first before Thayu Kantri. As he sank into the ground, Naruto tried to scratch him once before, but only managed to scratch the ground. Land of Rain, Amiga Core, Tower of Pain, Obito's view. As Obito looked back, Amezetsu emerged from the ground behind him with a worried expression as he came out of the earth, just as Obito turned around. What's wrong, Zetsu? Obito asked as he looked at the plant being. The Kyuubi's Jinchuriki is on guard against us, said the white half. Do I see anything else? Obito asked. We've also learned more about other things, said the black half, completely capturing Obito's attention. Oh, and what are the other things? Obito asked the plant man. First, there are 7 powerful creatures that are sealed in the soul of the earth, said the white being, the true leader of Akatsuki. What are they? Obito asked. First there is the spider, who is said to be the father of all spiders and who can control the others with just a thread of his silk, said the black half. Next, the hummingbird, queen of the skies, who with a flap of her wings will unleash a wind that will destroy everything in her path, added the white half. The third is the monkey, who is the undisputed ruler of all jungles and cannot die if there are others around him, continued the black half. Next is the lizard, queen of the earth, who is said to have destroyed all life in the land of the wind and turned it into a desert, the white one then said. The fourth is the giant, lord of beasts, and he can transfer all the damage he inflicts to anyone other than himself, said the black man. Then there's the orca, lord of the seas, who can swim wherever he wants, said white Zetsu, leaving Obito confused. What do you mean by swimming anywhere? Obito asked. It means that it doesn't need water to swim and that it can swim on land, black Zetsu said before continuing. The last one is the condor. He is the lord of death along with their leader, and he can send others to any dimension he wants, where little by little they will be corrupted and obey him. Obito nodded as he absorbed this, and while he stored all that information elsewhere, plans were already beginning to form in his mind. Anything else? Obito asked the gardener. 2 things. First, the woman you love is calling you a filthy traitor who doesn't deserve her love, and that we would prefer to fall in love with someone who is her age and a ninja from Konoha. White Zetsu lied to Obito. Obito looked at Zetsu, believing him completely, and said in a low voice, trembling, what? Yes, Rin Nohara was brought back to life by one of those ghosts and said she preferred to have a loyal Uzumaki inside her than a traitorous Uchiha. Black Zetsu continued with the lodge. Well, then she means nothing to me now, Obito said without any emotion. The other thing is Orochi's paternity, said white Zetsu, surprising the fussy Uchiha. And what is fatherhood? He asked with growing interest. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Koharu Udatain from the first war and Danzo was threatening Koharu with turning her into the plaything of the Orochi Black Zetsu continued. So Sandaime had a bastard son, and he was one of the Sannin, and he turned out to be the snake, he said, chuckling, and then added, and he treated him like his own son. Oh, how funny. What did his children think of this? he asked Zetsu. Mimi Sarutobi seems to agree with that. But she can't help wondering what they would do if Danzo didn't control Orochi, said White Zetsu. While Asuma Sarutobi is angry with Kohari Utatane for not telling Hiruzen Sarutobi that Orochi is his son, Black Zetsu added. I see. Let's gather the others and tell them what you said, Obito said. After everyone arrived, Zetsu told them everything, and when Orochi learned that she was the daughter of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kohari Utatane, she was shocked. Obito, Shin, and Izumi could see for a moment that Danzo's control over Orochi was breaking. And that meant one thing to each of the Uchiha. He must remain loyal to Akatsuki in order for the Mugen Tsukuyomi to be used, Obito thought. Mom is reconsidering her decision to attack the Leaf, Sin thought. She was freeing herself, and once she does, Konoha will have the Sannin back and they will finish off Akatsuki. Izumi thought as she looked at her fellow ninjas from Konoha. After all the Akatsuki members have left, gather money and information. Obito's Sharingan began to burn brightly, glowing even in the rain. I am a filthy traitor, Rin, he said as his eyes transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. Well, if that damned woman wants that creature to destroy her, let her do as she pleases. Obito took off his mask and, while holding it in his hand, began to crush it with his strength. Crash! The mask shattered in his hand and blood began to drip from it. Well then, if that's what you want, you'll beg for mercy while I rip the Kyuubi out of your private toy, and while you cry for me to stop, I'll kill you once again, Obito shouted as he was sucked into a black hole. Zetsu, who was behind him, looked at the enraged Uchiha and began to laugh at what he had caused. Ready Mother will return, and all the insects of Pitiful will face danger of Mother, and she theme will snatch the power, said Zetsu while he approaching Nodasato Wame. He looked with contempt at the humans that they were walking by the streets, obliterating them with a look. Mother will punish the department stores and will snatch them away. All of Hiskin milk tier may be failed, began Zetsu while he burst out laughing. But Obit will be the Onim help bring back Mother. Kaguya will return to Olive and will snatch away their Ken. Land of Noodles, Forest. Naruto and the others were sitting, waiting for Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, and Kurenai to return. They were watching over the Kuribun when they heard a flash of electricity and turned to see Kakashi riding the Tobikedachi with a smile in his eyes. Upon seeing the Tobikedachi, the Kuribun began to whimper. He said. Don't worry, Dai. She won't hurt anyone, Shakti said, turning to see everyone staring at her in puzzlement. Why did I mistake Curry for a mage when I was undercover? So your name is Dai, what are you doing on Earth? Naruto asked her. The bitch the bee, he said frantically. She said she needs to seek help because the Curry system is under attack, Shakti translated for her. Whose? Naruto asked. Curry, Dai said sadly. The Separatists, Shakti replied. Solar System, Planet Earth, Lands of Mana, Prison of the Forgotten, Sale of the Seven. At the back of a room with 7 statues, a man was chained to a chair, his hair was white and covered his face. 2 armored men advanced, brandishing canes. They pulled on 2 chains, forcing the man to his feet. The man hissed as he glared at the 2 armored men with hatred in his pink eyes. To what do I owe the pleasure of being received by you two? He asked dryly. Food and water, said one of the men in armor as a younger man approached with a bread roll and a glass of water. As he began to eat the bill, he stared intently at the men in armor. After finishing their meal, those wearing armor released the chains and returned to where we were before, while the 3 of them left. Boat to Orca Island. The group was sitting in a hut preparing to face a great challenge, the Kiri Rebellion, and defeat the tyrant Yagura Karatachi. As everyone sat down, Mana looked at the others. Oh, I just realized we haven't introduced ourselves properly, she said, as everyone was surprised that she was right. Well, what should we say? Asuma asked. Name, age, species, favorite food, likes, dislikes, dreams, and family, Mana said, receiving nods of agreement from the others. I'll start. My name is Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. I'm human most of the time, Naruto began, eliciting laughter from some. I'm 10 years old. My favorite food is ramen. I like technology, magic, training, cooking, singing, and dancing. What I don't like are the 3 minutes it takes for ramen to cook and criminals. My dream is to become Hokage and Chief of Police, which will soon have a new name. My family consists of Lady Mito, Lady Hashirama, Lady Tobeume, Lady Tsunade, and Lord Jiraiya. My father is Minato Namikaze, and my mother is Artemis, the goddess of the moon. Although she's also called Kushina Uzumaki in her mortal life. It's my turn. My name is Rias Gremory, Rias said, sitting up. I'm a demon. I'm also 10 years old. My favorite food is mochi. I like to read and play chess. I don't like it when people say I'm Rias from the Gremory family and when my brother treats me like a little girl. My dream is to be the greatest king in the world. My family consists of Zekrom Baal, Alaz Gremory, Tama Gremory, Tenuel Gremory, and Tamayar Gremory. My father is Lord Zeoticus Gremory, and my mother is Lady Evenelena Gremory. I have an older brother, Sir Zex Lucifer, and his wife is Graphia Lucifuge. Their son and nephew is Milikas Gremory. My uncle is Lord Yajim Baal, and my aunts are Lady Misla Baal and Ozer Baal. My cousins are Sarorg Baal and Magdaran Baal. My name is Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I am human, Obi-Wan said next, looking at Shakti as if asking if she wouldn't reveal to the Order what she might hear. Nodding, he continued, I am 30 years old. Sushi is my favorite food. I like peace and quiet. What I don't like are my Padawan's landing skills. My dream is to be with the woman I love and be a Jedi at the same time. Dice Kenobi is my father, and Gam Kenobi is my mother. As Kakashi was about to speak, Obi-Wan heard Shakti in his head, you have nothing to worry about, I won't tell anyone about Duchess Satine or your intimate encounters. Thank you, he replied. My name is Kakashi Hitake, and as far as I know, I'm human and 24 years old, he said with his characteristic smile. My favorite food is the BLT sandwich. I like ichi, annoying guys, and training. I dislike ninjas who break the rules because, in the ninja world, rule breakers are scum, that's true, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum, and Iwa. Well, not all Iwa ninjas, but some. My dream? Well, I've never really thought about it. My father is Sakumo Hitake, the White Fang, and my mother is Dianmu, the goddess of lightning. My name is Asuma Sarutobi, and my passion is being human, Asuma said by the window, smoking. I'm 25 years old, and my favorite food is sausages and soba noodles with toro. I like to smoke, like all the men of the Sarutobi clan, and I enjoy playing shogi. I hate it when people tell me to quit smoking and lose at shogi. My dream is to gather the 12 guardian shinobi. My grandfather is Sasuke Sarutobi, and my grandmother is Sakakuma Sarutobi. My parents are Hiruzen Sarutobi and Biwako Sarutobi. My siblings are Kenji and Mimi. I have a nephew, Konohamaru Sarutobi, through Kenji. I'm Might Guy, I'm 24 years old, and I'm human, Guy shouted, striking his usual good guy pose. My favorite foods are super hot curry rice and curry udon. I like doing repeated side steps and hitting my focus gloves. I don't like Kakashi's personality. My dream is to become the best taijutsu user in the world. Might Guy is my father, and Seina Sasagi is my mother. I'm Kurenai Yuhi, I'm 25 years old, and I'm human, she said from where she was sitting. My favorite foods are shochu, vodka, and takawasa, and I like to have a drink in the evening. I don't like smoking or ichi. My dream is to become the best genjutsu user without the Sharingan. My father is Shinku Yuhi, and my mother is Katsuwari Yuhi. I'm Mana, or rather, Mana too. I'm 14 years old and human, Mana said as she conjured a bed out of thin air. My favorite food is takoyaki. I like to read and practice magic. I dislike people who use magic for evil. I dream of becoming a dragon knight. My father is Mahad, the Palladium Oracle, and my mother is Mana, also the Palladium Oracle. My sisters are Asuna, Serenity, T, and Tori. I'm Asuna, I'm 18 years old, and I'm human, Mana said as she conjured a bed out of thin air. My favorite food is kiwi. I like to read and do magic. I dislike people who use magic for evil. My dream is to become a chaos mage. My father is Mahad, the Palladium Oracle, and my mother is Mana, also the Palladium Oracle. My sisters are Mana, Serenity, T, and Tori. I'm Serenity, I'm 14 years old, and I'm human, Mana said as she conjured a bed out of thin air. My favorite food is chocolate. I like to read and do magic. I dislike people who use magic for evil. My dream is to be a mage knight. My father is Mahad, the Palladium Oracle, and my mother is Mana, also the Palladium Oracle. My sisters are Asuna, Mana, T, and Tori. I'm T, I'm 12 years old, and I'm human, Mana said as she conjured a bed out of thin air. My favorite food is apples. I like to read and do magic. I dislike people who use magic for evil. My dream is to be a Palladium Oracle. My father, Mahad, is a Palladium Oracle, and so is my mother, Mana. My sisters are Asuna, Serenity, Mana, and Tori. I'm Trinity, but I like to be called Trish. I'm 13 years old and I'm human, Trish said, petting her baby dragon. My favorite food is steak. I like fire and darkness. I dislike blue eyes, white dragons, and their handmaidens. My dream is to become a red-eyed dragon. My mother is Trish, and my father is Dane Lincoln, the Dark Chaos Mage. My name is Blanc and I'm 9 years old, he said as the wool began to form around him, creating a bed to sleep in. My favorite food is vegetables. I like my pet rhinoceros, and I don't like my sister's pets. Before you say it, they're a panda and a rabbit. My dream is world peace. I don't know my mother or father, but my sisters' names are Ciel and Noir. My name is Hana Inuzuka, I'm 16 years old and I am human, Hana said, using her dogs as a bed. My favorite food is tsukune. I love learning, and I hate being ignorant. My dream is to find the legendary white wolf. My mother is Tsume Inuzuka, my father was Morima Inuzuka, and my little sister is Kiba. My Tsume Inuzuka, I'm 34 years old and I am human, Tsume said while painting her nails. My favorite food is filet mignon. I like helping the pups at the enclosure and training my daughters. I don't like cats, no offense, Carla, Tsume apologized to the Exceed. No action has been taken, replied the white Exceed. My dream is to find the legendary white wolf. My family consists of my 2 daughters, Hana and Kiba. I'm the sexy, single Anko Matarashi. I'm 22 years old, Anko said while sitting in a corner with a dango in her mouth. My favorite food is dango. I like snakes and my other queens of Konoha. What I don't like is Danzo for being a controlling sensei. I don't have a family. I'm Mimi Sarutobi, I'm 25 years old, and I'm human, she said while reading a small book. My favorite food is sweet bean soup. I like reading about history and playing shogi. I don't like being told that history is boring, and I don't like losing at shogi. My grandfather is Sasuke Sarutobi, and my grandmother is Sakakuma Sarutobi. My parents are Hiruzen Sarutobi and Biwako Sarutobi. My brothers are Kenji and Asuma. I have a nephew, Konohamaru Sarutobi, Kenji's son. My name is Shakti, and I'm 15 years old, the newest Jedi Master said as she prepared for sleep. I'm a Togruta. My favorite food is oranges. I enjoy meditating and training young people. I dislike those who use the dark side. I dream of peace. I don't know who my family is. My name is Tetrax Shard, I'm a Petrosapien, and I'm 20 years old, Tetrax said, leaning against a wall. My favorite food is rock candy, and I like exploring and doing acrobatics. My dream is for Petropia to be reunited. I have no family left. My name is Yuga Uzuki, or Nico, as they call me in Anbu, said the Anbu sitting on the floor by the door. I'm 20 years old. My favorite food is tsukudani. I love looking at the moon. I don't like coffee. Yasukiri Uzuki is my father, and Hirozuki Uzuki is my mother. I am Tenzo Yamato. I am 21 years old and I am a human who has been the subject of experiments by Orochi under the orders of Danzo, Tenzo began, but Mikito interrupted him. Did they experiment on them? How? He asked. Danzo wanted a user of Makuten, wooden element, so Orochi created 2, me and another. But I became loyal to the Hokage, while the other remains Danzo's slave, Tenzo said before continuing. My favorite food is nuts. I like reading architecture books. I don't like ichi. My dream is to use Ilmo Kotona and to be a lady first. I don't know who my family is. I'm Hisashi Hyuga, I'm 32 years old, and I'm human, he said in a monotone voice, just like his brothers. My favorite food is kiwi. I like to read about war. I dislike the rakeage. I dream of my son growing up. My father is Harahisa Hyuga, and my mother is Kasato Hyuga. My wife is Hanabu Hyuga, and we have a son named Neji Hyuga. My brother's name is Hiroshi Hyuga, and his wife is Hatomo Hyuga. They have 2 daughters, Hanabi Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga. I'm Tori, I'm 10 years old, and I'm human, Mana said as she conjured a bed out of thin air. My favorite food is lemon. I like to read and do magic. I dislike people who use magic for evil. I dream of becoming an illusion mage. My father is Mahad, the Palladium Oracle, and my mother is Mana, also the Palladium Oracle. My sisters are Asuna, Serenity, T, and Mana. My name is Rin Nohara, I'm 12 years old, and I'm human, she said as she prepared to return to the place with the worst memory of her life. My favorite food is strawberries, and I like collecting seashells. I hate Kirin, the ninja who turned me into a Jinchuriki, but I've had an idea, she said, looking at the others in the room, while Naruto, Kakashi, and Jiraiya suddenly understood. Do you want to become a Jinchuriki again? The 3 of them said in unison, and continued asking, why? So Kari can learn from her mistake of making me angry, she said as the 3 nodded to each other and Jiraiya began creating a seal for her to use. My dream is to be an excellent doctor and a mother. I never knew my family. My name is Jiraiya Namikaze. I'm human, but in sage mode I'm half-toad. I'm 48 years old, Jiraiya said as he lay down next to his wife. My favorite food is fried chicken. I enjoy researching Ichi with my wife, and I get annoyed when people call my book obscene without having read it. My dream is peace. My family consists of my wife Tsunade, our son Minato, and our grandson Naruto. My name is Tsunade Namikaze Senju, I'm 49 years old, and I'm human, Tsunade said, snuggling up to her husband. My favorite food is chicken breast and sake. I like to gamble. Mito glares at Hashirama. I hate to lose. My dream is to found a school for medical ninjas. My family consists of Butsuma Senju, my great-grandfather, and Taten Senju, my great-grandmother. Hashirama Senju, my grandfather, now grandmother, and Mito Uzumaki, my grandmother. Dobyume Senju is my great-aunt. My father was Okazaka Senju, and my mother was Wano Senju. I had a younger brother named Nawaki Senju. My name is Shizune Kato, I'm 26 years old, and I'm human, she said, curling up on the wool mattress. My favorite food is brown rice. I enjoy visiting historical sites, and I don't like sake. I dream of becoming a hospital director. I've never met my family. I'm Mito Uzumaki. I'm 35 years old, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm human, Mito said, standing next to her husband. My favorite food is pork chops. I like seals, and I don't like to gamble. My dream is to create the largest seal ever known to humankind. My family is too large to name everyone, so I'll just say Naruto, Tobium, Hashirama, and Tsunade. The others laughed at her for the joke about the large family. My name is Tobiyume Senju, I'm human, and I'm 35 years old, she said, gazing at the sea. My favorite food is fresh fish from Konoha's rivers. I like to swim naked in the lakes, and I dislike perverts, she added, giving the Toad Sage and Kakashi a withering look. My dream is to create the Suten, the most powerful jutsu in existence. My family consists of my father, Butsuma Senju, and my mother, Datain Senju. I had 3 brothers, and now I have 1 sister and 2 brothers, Hashirama Senju, Itama Senju, and Kawarama Senju. I am Tsunade's great-niece and Nawaki's great-nephew. My name is Hashirama Senju. I am human and I am 35 years old, she said while meditating. My favorite food is mushroom soup. I like bonsai trees and wood carving, and I detest unnecessary deaths. My dream is to create a world where children don't die for no reason. My family consists of my father, Butsuma Senju, and my mother, Datain Senju. My wife, Mito, had Kazaka Senju, who married Wano Senju. And our daughter, Hayato Uzumaki. I have 1 sister and 2 brothers, Dobyume Senju, Itama Senju, and Kawarama Senju. I am the granddaughter of Tsunade and the grandson of Nawaki. I am Madara Uchiha. I am human, and I am 35 years old, she said while sharpening her sword. My favorite food is inari sushi. I like fighting the strong, fighting people. I don't like fighting the weak. My dream is to one day discover the secrets of life. My family consists of Tajima Uchiha, my father, Yasari Uchiha, my mother, and Izuna Uchiha, my brother. My name is Asa, I'm human, and I'm 13 years old, she said while playing with her familiar. My favorite food is roe. I love the earth and everything that comes from it. I dislike those who destroy it. My dream is to be the greatest earth mage to ever walk these lands. I have no family. I'm Carla, an Exceed. I'm 15 years old, said the white Exceed. My favorite food is salmon. I like to read, and I dislike it when Wendy does something silly. My dream is to meet my mother. I'm Wendy Marvel. I'm 12 years old, and I'm half human and half dragon, Wendy said as she played with the two baby dragons. My favorite food is wind. I like cats, and I don't like umeboshi. My dream is to find Grandini, who is my mother. I'm Beastet. I'm 25 years old, and I'm human, she said, stroking the ghost of a cat. My favorite food is umeboshi. I like reading ancient tombs. I don't like gravediggers. My dream is to meet the great pharaoh Atem. I have no family. I'm Supai Duskwalker. I'm 25 years old, and I'm human, she said, gazing at the moon's reflection in the water. My favorite food is roast duck confit. I like watching the moon and the stars. I don't like the sun. I dream of meeting all the signs of the zodiac. Pruitt Duskwalker is my father, and my mother is Sevda Duskwalker. I'm Sasha. I'm 22 years old and I'm human, she said. My favorite food is beef stew. I like to swim. I don't like getting dirty. My dream is to be the greatest water mage there is. I don't have any family I can name. My name is Kasara, I'm 13 years old, and I'm human, Trish said, petting her baby dragon. My favorite food is lamb chops. I like water and light. I hate those black, red-eyed dragons and their handmaidens. I dream of becoming a blue-eyed dragon. My mother is Joan, and my father is Chaz Redheart, the Black Chaos Mage. My name is Mikado Uchiha. I'm 35 years old and I'm human, she said, looking out the window of the room they were in. My favorite food is ravioli. I like to cook and read. I dislike Fugaku Uchiha and the rest of the clan who agreed with him, along with that idiot Obito. Flashback to Konoha. 3 days before they left, Mikoto was in the Konoha shopping district buying food for herself and Sasuke for dinner. As she was walking home, she stopped when she saw the figure of her best friend, Kushina Uzumaki. "Hello, Mikoto," he said, approaching her. "Kushina," said Mikoto upon seeing her before her brain clicked and she fell to her knees. "Lady Artemis." A frown formed on his face. "None of that now, Mikoto, stand up, we're friends. There's no need for you to bow down to me," he said, helping her up. "But you," she said, leaving the sentence hanging. A goddess asked. "Yes," said Mikoto, without looking into her friend's eyes. The moon goddess sighed, looking at her best friend. "What's wrong, Mikoto?" he asked. "The Uchiha clan has ruined your son's life, and the Hokage has deemed us guilty, but he's blamed everything on Obito, when in reality only part of it is true. I am the head of the Uchiha clan, and I should have ordered the clan to help Konoha, but I feared the repercussions. That's only fair," replied the maiden in good spirits. "If I had done it, Minato could have lived, and you could have raised your son." "But," she was saying before being interrupted by another voice. "Then fix it," said the voice, and when they both turned towards it, they saw someone that made Artemis frown and Mikoto look confused. A woman with long, beautiful blonde hair and stunning blue eyes that could drive any man wild. She was slender but had a healthy figure, her bust was at least an E-cup, and she wore crystal high heels. Around her waist, she wore a gold thong with white veils trimmed in blue that fell on either side. She wore long blue sleeves that covered her arms and, to complete the outfit, a gold bra fastened at the neck and back with a cord. "Aphrodite," Artemis grunted. "Artie, is your son here?" asked Aphrodite, who had just been introduced. "Kushina, do you know her?" Mikoto asked her friend. "Aphrodite is the goddess of love, beauty, pleasure, passion, and procreation," said the moon goddess without taking her eyes off the other goddess, and added, "He is studying the techniques of his clan." "How boring," he said before turning to the Uchiha leader. "But getting back to what I was saying, fix the problem," he continued. "How?" Mikoto asked the goddess of love. "Artie, Your son needs more women, doesn't he? Aphrodite asked, receiving a surprised look from both of them. I can't do that, she is her godmother, Mikado and Artemis said at the same time. Well, then you have two options, said Aphrodite as she extended her hand and a rose formed in one of them. You can marry Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, son of Artemis, and unite the Uchiha clan with the Uzumaki clan, making it a vassal of the latter, or, then she formed a dove that looked dead, surprising both women, or the Uchiha clan will disappear. Just as Artemis was about to open her mouth, she saw the eye of the goddess of love glow pink, and she knew that she could neither speak nor do anything. Choose, said Aphrodite with authority in her voice. I choose present. My dream is to marry someone who can restore glory to the Uchiha clan, Mikado said, looking at Naruto. Seeing him nod, she knew she had made the right decision. My family consists of Fugaku Uchiha, my husband, and my children, Izumi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha. Isis, or Isis Phi, am human and I am 10 years old, Isis said, hugging a pillow to her chest. My favorite food is oxtail. I like fire, she continued until her face darkened. I don't like my father, no, I hate him deeply. My family consists of Isis 4 and my father. Prison of the Forgotten, Sale of the Seven. The chained man's eyes began to glow red as the 7 statues came to life and began to crack. Bottle. His name is Alistair, the summoner of madness. Out of the prison of the Forgotten. The man who was chained stood in front of his former prison, which was burning to the ground behind him. Behind him were 7 silhouettes, each one with a different shape, each one with eyes of a different color that shone. Soon, my dear wife, said the man in a silken voice, my dear daughter, we will soon see each other. He looked around and turned to the 7 silhouettes. Find them, he ordered. Quickly, my dear Iris and our Iris, because Dad isn't here, he said before letting out a manly laugh as the 7 figures left to look for someone. Something. Who knows? Solar System, Planet Earth, Land of the Orcus, Bank of 10,000, late at night. The bank's rooms were made of steel with lasers emanating from 5 silhouettes to move through the laser field to reach the outside. The figures arrived at a huge door with a tablet beside it. One of them entered the code and, once this was done, the door opened. As the door burst open, a diamond the size of a watermelon rested on a pedestal. The 5 shadows entered the room where the diamond was, and once they were close enough, a pair of fleshy hands grabbed it and lifted it up. Alarms begin to sound throughout the building as a thin arm places something on the pedestal. The next day, a woman wrapped in a thick leather coat entered the room. Her black hair flowed behind her as the echo of her heels resonated on the floor. She approached the pedestal and looked at the card on the left. The card depicted a black scorpion surrounded by chains. They've attacked again, he shouted. All the police officers behind her jumped at the sound of her scream, and when she turned towards them, they could see that she was furious. Did the cameras capture anything? He asked, glaring at an officer. We've detected 5 shadows, ma'am, he said. While she was taking note of this information, another police officer entered. Ma'am, I've been called from headquarters, the agent said as she entered with a phone in her hand. What's going on? She muttered through gritted teeth as she picked up the phone. It's Detective Echo, she said into the phone. Hello detective, this is Mikage Sagiri, said the voice on the other end of the phone. I'm calling to inform you that a special team from Konoha will be arriving soon. Please ask them to help you. What? Why? She asked. For 2 reasons. 1 because you haven't brought the criminals to justice, the woman had said over the phone. 2 because they are the ones who destroyed the spaceship. That spaceship thing is a load of nonsense, Echo said by phone. Yes, well, your mission is to help the Konoha special team, Mikage said before ending the call. Well, damn it. Land of Orcus, Heroic City, the docks. The Konoha group was on the deck of the ship. They looked out, they could see many skyscrapers and futuristic buildings, and the docks were beginning to appear on the horizon. Everyone gathered their belongings when the ship docked at the pier, and everyone disembarked, where a black-haired woman greeted them. The Konoha Special Unit, the woman asked them with a look of contempt. Yes, Anko said, looking at the woman. All of you, the woman asked, looking at the teenagers and children. All of us, said Kurenai as she stared at her. Good, the woman said as she led them to a bank, adding, there have been a series of robberies throughout Hero City. What are they doing? Naruto asked as he looked around the bench. Anything worth more than 6 figures, the woman said as she began listing the stolen items. A gold statue, a bust of the hero city leader's grandfather, a chest full of gold, a trunk full of platinum, and a diamond the size of a watermelon. The woman leads them to the room, where they were trying to obtain fingerprints from the central pedestal. When was the last robbery? Naruto asked as he activated the Omnitrix. Last night, he said, looking at the 10-year-old blonde girl. Will it work? Naruto asked his tenants as he transformed into wild mutt. It might work, Zangetsu said as he and the others nodded. But we'll need everyone who was here during the last 24 hours so that, with wild mutt, you can capture the smells that were here last night, Dian said, nodding his head. Can you gather everyone who's been in this room for the past 24 hours? Naruto asked as the others tried to figure out where he was going. Okay, the woman said as she began calling everyone in the crime room, and once everyone was in the room, Naruto nodded, punched the Omnitrix, and transformed into wild mutt with a roar. What the hell was that? The woman yelled as she stared at what had once been a 10-year-old human girl and was now an orange, dog-like thing. A Volpimon from the planet Vulpin, Tetrax said as he pulled out a scanner. Naruto sniffed around the room, and Kakashi summoned his dogs. Naruto, perceiving everyone's sense, detected 5 different aromas and barked. There were 5 of them. The hash is used when dealing with extraterrestrials who cannot speak but can be understood by someone around them. Naruto said there are 5 of them, said the woman who had brought them, nodding her head as they followed Naruto through the building, following the scent. They came in this way. Naruto growled. Users looked around and could see a ceiling tile that was slightly loose. So that's how they got in, the woman said, visibly annoyed that her agents had overlooked something so obvious. As Kakashi tried to run up the wall, his feet slipped just as the bank manager spoke, chakra dispersing cement. I see, he said as he turned to Naruto and nodded. Naruto jumped into the air, and Kakashi immediately followed. Then the Volpymancer threw the silver-haired Jonin towards the ceiling with its tail. Kakashi stuck kunai into the ceiling to stay up there and looked around to see what he could find and shouted, I have a rope up here, and shortly after, he said that a long rope was coming down. While the hounds and Naruto were sitting below, Kakashi shouted, Naruto, vomit up Pakun, and then you and the others see if the trail leads anywhere else. He received an #OK# from the Volpymancer when he offered the miniature pug to the Jonin. Naruto and the Ninken toured the bank's corridors with some police officers, Tetrax and Hana, where they found another entrance in the wall. Upon opening that part of the wall, they found a tunnel that goes deep into the hillside. Group located in the roof ventilation of the 10,000 bank. Guided by Pakun, the group crawled through the ventilation ducts while Pakun had detected the scent of the 5 and headed towards the easternmost wall. Where are we on the bank's map? One agent asked another who was standing in front of them. The officer pulled out a map and a flashlight and looked at the map. If I interpret this correctly, we're above the main vault, she told everyone as she began to look around to see if any tiles had been removed. She found one next to the person in front of her, who was Anko. Kunoichi to your left, he told Anko, who looked, removed the tile, and, looking around, could see that some of the safes had been opened. Most of the safe deposit boxes have been opened, Anko told everyone as one of the officers radioed the others to try to get fingerprints from this room. Group that is in the tunnel under the 10,000 bank. As they all walked through the tunnel, they could see that it was heading north when a call came over the officers' radios. Vault 2 has been looted, the voice said before a loud scream from the detective. Let the forensic team arrive so we can try to find something, he shouted over the radio. In front of her, a flashing green light appeared with a beep 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 sound. Then, with a green flash, the orange dog turned back into a human. Before he could ask what had happened, Naruto turned to the Ninken. Do you still have the scent? They nodded and all continued walking, leaving the detective behind. Group located in the roof ventilation of the 10,000 bank. I have something, Pakun said as he began to scratch the wall. What is that? An officer asks as he observes what the dog was looking at and can see that there is a ventilation grate that is almost loose. This is Officer Valentine. We have the robber's entry or exit point on the east wall of the bank, she said over the radio, hearing a voice through it. What is this entrance or exit? A male voice asked. A ventilation grate, said Officer Valentine. The man posing as Kakashi, pushing the grate open and showing that he could walk out the exit. When everyone came out of the ventilation shaft, they rejoined the other officers and had Pakun sniff around. He found a hatch and saw that the smell was coming from somewhere to the north. Group that is in the tunnel under the 10,000 bank. They all walked through the tunnel, and once they did, they began to ascend and head east. "Which way do we go?" the detective asked an officer as they all walked by. "Lady of the East," they replied. "Like the ones in the ventilation duct," Naruto said as he looked down the road. "It looks like this path was used as an exit and the ventilation grate as an entrance," Tetrax said as they all walked along the path that seemed to stretch for quite a while and appeared to loop around before reaching the hatch. "We're at the tunnel exit," the detective said over the radio and opened the hatch. Once they opened the hatch, they could see that everyone was outside, allowing the Ninken to track the thieves and follow them to the top of the city. Upon arrival, they found an old building that appeared to be in poor condition. "Does the sign lead there?" Naruto asked, pointing at the building. All the dogs nodded, and so they all went inside, surrounding the building as Naruto and the detective approached the door. She nodded as Naruto looked inside the building and saw 5 people. The first was a boy of about 15, blonde and of slender build, with a cannon hammer tattooed on his back. On his right bicep he had a tattoo of a scorpion. The second was another man, with short brown hair and glasses. He had a belly and his weapon was a Bowie knife. Like the teenager, he had a tattoo of a scorpion on his right bicep. The third was a burly, muscular man with prominent muscles. He had a scar that crossed his face diagonally, above his right eye, and carried a mace at his belt. He also sported a tattoo of a scorpion on his right bicep. The fourth was a woman who appeared to be between 25 and 30 years old, with long, dark brown hair. She was slim, with a C-cup bust, a spiked whip on her hip, and a scorpion tattoo on her right bicep. The final figure was a man with short, white hair. He wore a patch over his right eye. He appeared to be in his mid-40s and carried 2 swords at his belt, one long and one short. Like the other, he had a tattoo of a scorpion on his right bicep. They were all getting ready to leave when the man with glasses stopped them. "The police are outside," he told the others. "Oh, really?" asked the man with the eye patch as he turned to the burly man. "Gorg, if you'll excuse me." The burly man raised his mace and swung it at the door as Naruto grabbed the detective to pull him away from the now destroyed wall. When the smoke cleared, it could be seen that they were all posing in the same position. Gorg, as he was now called, stood upright with his palms facing outward and his elbows bent, his hands close to his ears. In front of him, the teenager had his elbows turned and his fists clenched above his head. To his left, the man with glasses stood with one arm bent and the other extended, his right hand a fist. To the teenager's right, the woman mirrored the posture of the man on the right. On his knees, the silver-haired man formed a pyramid with his body. "We are the best thieves there are. We are the Dark Scorpions. Tremble with fear," they all shouted as huge drops of sweat beaded on the back of their necks. "Yes, well, we're the Hero City Police," said the detective, pulling out a pair of batons. "And we're SPD, so retreat," said Naruto, preparing to transform. "Never," they shouted as everyone sprang into action. Naruto transformed into goop, causing the Dark Scorpions to slip all over the place, while Rios and Mana created magic ropes to hold them down. The next day, Land of Orcus, Heroic City, the docks. As everyone was preparing to return to the next island, the detective approached them and said, "If you need help in the future, don't hesitate to ask," he said, kissing Asuma on the cheek and leaving, as everyone boarded the ship. "Hey, Naruto," T shouted. "Yes," Naruto asked as he turned to look at her. "What did you need to come to the city and why are we called SPD?" he asked as everyone listened. "Well, in the city I managed to get them to make our symbol and also uniforms for everyone," he said, throwing a scroll to Kakashi and Aiko. The details of their uniform, in their preferred color, include a double-breasted jacket with their insignia on the right chest and the SPD logo on the sleeves, which also serve as gloves, an SPD t-shirt underneath, and trousers, for men, or skirts, for women. Footwear consists of shoes for men and boots for women. Naruto, for his part, wears a long black robe with red details. Everyone put on their uniform, some liked it, while others murmured about making their own modifications. And SPD stands for Special Delta Police, and with what we just did, it's working wonderfully, Naruto said as the others nodded in agreement. "What are our orders?" Kakashi asked the 10-year-old boy. "Okay, first we'll split into 2 teams, the first will go straight to the rebellion, while the second will advance slowly. I'll be in Team 2 so the Kiri ninjas don't find out I can transform into aliens," said Naruto as he chose Madara and Harem to be the first to go to the rebellion. "Why us?" Madara asked. Your 2 tanks are on the battlefield, which could help the rebellion when we get there. Along with your Kakashi, Kai, Hisashi, Anko, Asuma, Mimi, Tenzo, Tobiyume, and Yugao, so we have a chance to win this rebellion. While we fight, what will the others do? Asuma asked as he prepared for the fight. I, Lady Mito, and Gigi will be added to the seal he created for Rin to use as the future Jinchuriki-Sanbi, Naruto said as he sat down to rest. What kind of seal are you going to make? Kurenai asked them. We are trying to create something that works like the Shiki Fujin, but it shouldn't take the user's life, Mito said as he examined the sage's work. Is it possible? Rias asked. Yes, but it's difficult, Jiraiya said while exchanging ideas with Mito. Amiga Core, the bread tower. Obito was gazing at the village that stretched out at his feet when Zetsu emerged from the ground behind him. Yes, he asked the thing in the pants. Konoha approaches Kiri to eliminate Yagura and convert Rin into the Sanbi Jinchuriki once more, said the black half of the man to the Uchiha tractor. I see what you're planning, he asked, hoping to counter it. I don't know, said the white half as it fully emerged from the earth. Before the black half continued, they have a magic user who controls the earth and can find me when I'm near them. Do I see anything else? Obito asked. Yes, Orochi is starting to break his Danzo programming, the white half told him, and there have been leaks of information from within Akatsuki, he said the black half while Obito watched him. Do you know who it is? He asked the plant. Not yet, began the white half. But we will. The dark-skinned man concluded with a hungry look in his eyes. Well, any news from the others? Obito asked them. Right now, Izumi is collecting money from a gambling den, said the white side as it began to sink back into the earth. Jiro is getting rid of some of the Yakuza in Iwa while Shin and his clones prepare to finish them off, said the black half while now standing with his torso bare. Daimyo of the land of hot water, all others await your orders, the white man said, half finished, as he finished sinking into the earth. Good, Obito said as he walked away. The power of the 6 paths. Solar system, planet Earth, Amiga Core, bread tower. Obito watched the village as Zetsu approached from behind and stood beside him. They've separated, the white half told him. I see what you're planning, Obito asked the plant man. I don't know, but Mito Uzumaki is teaching him how to use the 6 paths, he said. Said the dark half. Then the others must have been sent to Kiri to help with the rebellion, Obito asked. It seems so, said white Zetsu. I have news of Danzo, black Zetsu added. Yes, asked the rogue Uchiha. He's taking all his men out of Konoha and seizing one of Orochi's old bases, said the pale half of Zetsu. I see, Obito said as he walked away with Zetsu. Land of Sharks, and a Star City. While everyone was stocking up on the things they would need for the fight that was coming, Mikoto was getting some kunai and shuriken for all of them. Mito sat with Naruto, Shakti, and Jiraiya, creating the seal for the 3 tails. Shizune and Tsunade were gathering medical supplies for the journey and the battle that awaited them. Rin was compiling a random list of electronic gadgets that Naruto had given her. Rias was rehearsing the invocation chants of the shadow beasts for the rebellion. Obi-Wan, Carla, and Wendy were meditating near a fountain to prepare to leave. Bastet was reviewing his books to refresh his knowledge of battle magic. Isis was in a sanctuary with Blanc, as they both prayed to their revered gods to grant them power and strength in the upcoming battle. Sasha was buying clothes for everyone with the money Naruto had given her. Mana and her sisters were sitting on a grassy hill, talking with their teacher about how to help the rebellion in the land of water. Titrax and Supai were gathering crystals, so some of the spells she would need. Both dragon maidens were gathering food for everyone. I think this is all, said the wise toad as he and the 2 Uzumaki examined the seal one last time. Yes, it's done, said Mito, nodding his head as he put down the paintbrush. I still don't understand why Isabu isn't fighting his Jinchuriki, Kurama said as he thought about his brother. What do you mean, Kurama? Zangetsu asked the tailed beast. Of all of us, he is the kindest, and he never attacked anyone for being different, he answered the spirit of the sword. So what are you saying? Said Diablo as he looked at the tailed beast. Is someone controlling your brother? Asked. Yeah. That was his answer to the question. So you think Obito is controlling the rebellion as a smokescreen? Upon hearing this, Naruto told the others what the tailed beast was thinking. Naruto, let's train with him. Rinnegan the first one is the, Mito said, receiving a nod from Prince Uzumaki. Tendoth Deva fireplace, It grants the ability to manipulate forces of attraction and repulsion. However, these techniques cannot be performed in rapid succession. The time required to recharge them after use varies depending on the magnitude of the technique employed, with 5 seconds being the minimum. Naruto nodded as he watched Mito use Banchu Tenin to draw his drink to his hand. As you know, Banchu Tenin it's a technique that manipulates the force of attraction to draw matter towards the user at will, Mito said in teacher mode. At the same time, Mito said as she gently tossed the drink to Naruto, "Although Shinra Tensei it can only be used by those who master the 5 basic elements of nature. The user creates a repulsive force that is generally used to repel everything and everyone in the vicinity. You can concentrate the repulsion, pushing away only objects or people on certain sides so that nearby allies are not affected," he said, and did the same with the Wise Toad's drink, while the other drinks on the table remained untouched. This repulsive force is normally created around you as a defense, repelling nearby opponents, people, or incoming ninjutsu. It can also disperse ninjutsu. Alternatively, the repulsive force can be directed away from the user, destroying whatever is in the designated location, he said as he looked at the fountain near which Obi-Wan, Carla, and Wendy were meditating and created a wave to soak the 3 of them. "We'll continue somewhere where there are fewer people," he said, receiving a note from Naruto. After finishing their drinks and eating their food, they began heading towards the neighboring village, near a field. Mito continued his lesson. The next jutsu is called Chibaku Tensei, Earth's celestial star. The user creates a black sphere between their hands and launches it into the sky. Upon activation, the sphere generates a powerful gravitational pull that draws everything around it in, creating a large satellite. The user controls the size of the satellite, she said, extending a hand. An orb of darkness formed, and the Earth began to be absorbed, creating a gigantic ball of dirt in the sky before she dissipated it and it began to fall. Shin, Chibaku Tensei, true, celestial body that emerges from the earth. It is the next and final jutsu of Tendo. You can create a moon, and slowly, afterward, the structure will begin to compress, crushing everything inside, he said. He clapped his hands, and a gigantic sphere of darkness formed, and the earth began to be absorbed, creating a giant ball that formed a small moon in the sky before it began to compress upon itself and crush. The next one is Asurapath Shurado. It grants the user the ability to augment their own body to summon mechanized armor and various ballistic and mechanical weapons, he said as another arm formed, but mechanically, the arm turned into a cannon and fired a burst of chakra. Ninjendo, oh human path. This is the next one, and it grants the ability to read the mind of any target by placing your hand on their head or chest and extracting their soul from their body. While it provides information by obtaining well-kept secrets, the technique inevitably kills the target, he said as he pulled out a scroll and summoned a linked root ninja. "Is this necessary?" Obi-Wan asked as he looked at the rogue member of the Konoha faction. "They should watch it in a controlled environment instead of Naruto doing it by accident," Mito said, looking at the Jedi and receiving a nod from Shakti. As she placed her hand on the root ninja's head, she began reciting information to the sage. Most of it was already known, but when she said, "Danzo has a Mangekyo Sharingan under her bandages," everyone looked at the Uzumaki woman. "So that's where Shisui's other eye is," Naruto said as everyone nodded. After stopping and extracting the soul from the root, he turned to his great-great-grandson. "The animal path Shakusho it allows you to summon various animals and creatures to aid you in battle. These creatures appear to be immortal, as they were killed and then summoned again. Summoning creatures through the animal path requires no blood sacrifices or hand seals," he said, placing his hands on the ground as a cloud of smoke formed. A small dog with eyes Rinnegan. He stared at them intently before disappearing. "The animal path also allows you to summon people using hand seals," he added, reviewing the seals of the Kushios no Jutsu, summoning technique. Normally, he summoned a clone he had left in Anastar City. Next, the Gakido Preta path. This ability is primarily defensive, as it allows the user to absorb an individual's chakra through physical contact. Furthermore, the Preta path it can absorb ninjutsu techniques based on pure chakra, thus nullifying their effect. This is achieved by forming a barrier around the user's entire body, allowing them to absorb attacks from all directions. Its only jutsu is the Fuchatsu Kyuin, blocking technique absorption seal, A highly advanced sealing technique granted by the Pretapath. It creates a transparent barrier around the user's body, capable of absorbing chakra, regardless of any transformation or nature, and then dispersing it within the body by spinning it in the opposite direction. As a result, this technique can absorb any ninjutsu technique, rendering it ineffective against the user, Mito said as her clone whispered something to Jiraiya before dissipating. Jiraiya nodded and formed a Rasengan, spiral sphere, which the barrier around Mito absorbed. Then we have the Jagokador, the Kamino Naraka, whose ability is largely based on the King of Hell. The King of Hell is a large head that erupts from the ground surrounded by purple flames. He possesses the Rinnegan and the shared field of vision with the other summons, the King of Hell, which can be used for interrogation, Mito said as she summoned 2 more root ninjas and conjured a large head surrounded by purple flames. She continued speaking so the root ninjas would understand the situation. You only have to capture 1 person. The King of Hell will appear before you. The root ninjas in Mito's hands froze, writhing as they stared at the King of Hell. The victim was apparently paralyzed. Now you can begin interrogating them. What does Danzo plan to do when we return to Konoha? He asked the ninja in a calm voice. The ninjas refused to answer, so Mito continued, after the answers are given, the King of Hell will open his mouth as he speaks. The King of Hell opens his mouth and a tentacle-like arm shoots out to release tentacle-like arms and extract an apparition of the victim's life energy in the form of an enlarged tongue. Root's mask flew off as an enormous tongue sprouted from her mouth, and the tentacle-like arm gripped it firmly and powerfully. Then the King of Hell would proceed to pass judgment. If the person lied or refused to answer the questions, the King of Hell would tear out their tongue and consume it, killing them. When he said that, the root he held in his hands opened its eyes wide and begged for mercy, but the King of Hell ripped out its tongue and swallowed it, killing the root ninja. As he turned to the other root ninja, lifted him up and said, "The same question. I know nothing, and even if I did, I couldn't tell you because of the seal that weighs upon me." The root said, suffering. The tentacular arm held her firmly, but after a while, it released her, and the root ninja ran out of energy. However, if they told the truth, their lives would be spared, although they would be left exhausted, said Mito as she pointed to the root ninja she held in her hands. He resealed the root ninja in the scroll and continued the lesson. The last of the paths is the morning. The outer path and exists outside the realm of life and death, he said, surprising everyone around him. With this power, the user can revive the dead through the Gato, Rin-Tensei no Jutsu, outer path heavenly life samsara technique. It depends on your family. If you belong to Daiyuzu, you'll die using it, but if you're from the royal family, it depends on your health. If you're completely healthy, you can revive anyone, but it will take its toll, Mito said as she used the ram snake to bring back the root ninja she had interrogated. Naruto nodded as the entire group began heading to the other side of the island to catch a ferry from Canal Ave City to the Land of Water to aid the rebellion. Amiga Core, the Bread Tower. Obito looked at Ame again, thinking about everything he had done, and part of him thought about becoming the loyal ninja of Konoha that he had once been. She shook her head to banish those thoughts. "What am I thinking?" he said to himself as he stared at his hands, thinking he'd never be a Konoha ninja. He turned around and looked at the Akatsuki members and began sending them on missions. "Zetsu," Obito shouted. The carnivorous plant emerged from the ground, approached the root Uchiha, and asked him, "Yes, what can I do for you?" asked the white half of the plant man. "What are you?" Obito asked him. "I don't know what you mean," asked the black half. "What I mean is, what are you?" Obito asked once more, removing his mask and looking at the plant. "Are you part of the tree created from the will of Hashirama and Madara, or something else?" "I see," said Zetsu as he looked at the only one Mangekyo Sharingan and he nodded. "Follow me," he said, sinking into the ground and disappearing. "Roots of the Tree of God." "Where are we?" Obito asked the plant man who was standing in front of the enormous roots of a tree. "We are in the roots of the tree divine," he said Zetsu with his true voice, surprising the Uchiha. "The Tree of God?" he asked, looking at the plant man. "Yeah, and who we belong," said Zetsu while I was looking to Obito. "I am the willpower of Kaguruyu's third son." "What are you doing here?" Obito asked Kagura's son. "For bring from returned with mother merging the 9 sets of tails to form the 10 tails and convenado the Mugen Tsukuyomi, reader of the infinite moon, to bring from Lapa Kagureth, the goddess rabbit." "I see," Obito said, looking around. Let's go back so we can put the plan to bring her back into action." Zetsu nodded and began to sink into the ground, while Obito remained there for a few more moments before walking away lost in thought. Amiga Core, the Bread Tower. Obito reviewed his thoughts on what he should do and observed the other members of Akatsuki, thinking about what he would do. Should I continue down the path I'm on and bring Kagura back? Or should he turn against Kagura's evil son and help Konoha? I didn't know what to do. So I would try to find out in the future and only then would I decide to make the choice. Land of Sharks, Canal Ave City. Naruto and the others boarded the ferry bound for the Land of Water. While constructing something that would serve as the SPD's insignia and license, he began crafting it, and once finished, he started adding 2 more details when Rias entered. "Hey, Naruto, what are you doing?" she asked him. "We are manufacturing the SPD license and badge," he said, showing her a compact black and white device. "It will have 3 functions, the first is that of a badge, the second could be a communicator, and the last function is that of a kind of court order." "Court ruling?" Rias asked as she approached Prince Uzumaki. "Yes, you see. When we had Vilgax's trial in the Land of Iron, I spoke with the woman who was one of the judges and asked her if there was a universal court that we could use to scan and sentence the criminals we were facing," Naruto said as he continued tinkering. "I see, and what did he say?" Rias asked while looking at the plans they had drawn up. "Not yet, but with Vilgax out of the picture, he said there's hope, though it depends on the universe whether they want to do it now or when they finally build their cell," Naruto said as he finished what he was doing, turning it over and pressing it. He began scanning it, and a red bead popped up, revealing an image of her. "The judgment sentence also has an interesting function. When it scans someone and they're guilty, it becomes a sort of card, like a temporary prison," he said, tossing the license aside. "Why are you giving it to me?" he asked, looking at the license he held in the palm of his hand. "That's your license," Naruto said, looking at her with a slight smile. "Your number is on the license too," he added, looking away with a slight blush on his cheeks. Rias looked at her picture and saw the number 01. "Am I number 1? She asked shyly, looking at it. "Yes," he said, but he almost jumped in fright when Rias kissed him on the cheek and whispered thank you in his ear before leaving him as he began processing more licenses. Solar System, Planet Earth, Land of Water, Edge of the Dragon's Fortress. Asuma and Kakashi were running through a forest with a ninja squad behind them, heading towards a small fortress that they would attack. They all stopped just outside the fortress. "What do you see?" Asuma asked Kakashi. 15 guards surrounding the top, Kakashi said as the ninjas behind them prepared for the fight. "A memory from 3 days ago." Kakashi and the others were on a ship heading to the Land of Water. As they walked towards the location of the rebellion, after a 3-hour journey, they were met by 3 teams of ninjas with kiri headbands, ready to attack them. "What are the Konoha ninjas doing here?" one of them asked. "We are here to help some people," Madara said as he observed the ninjas. "Which side?" a man with an eye patch asked them. "The rebels," Kakashi told them. The man with the eye patch nodded and signaled to the Konoha group to follow him. They started moving and soon arrived at a small camp full of people and tents. "Is this the resistance?" Madara asked the man with the eye patch. "Yes," he said as he continued walking towards a huge tent. Upon arriving at the store, they were shown in and greeted by a group of 16 people talking to a woman dressed in blue. Her reddish-brown hair covered one eye as she looked at them. "What is Konoha doing here?" he asked them. Hashirama stepped forward. "The Hokage sent us to help the rebellion defeat Yagura," he said as he stood up next to the desk. The woman examined them all and asked, "Is this all the Hokage sent me?" "There's more on the way," Tobiyume replied. The woman in the blue dress looked at them and asked, "When will you arrive?" "In 5 days," Hashirama told him. The woman looked at them before nodding her head. "Very well, I am Mai Terumi, the leader of the rebellion," she said before continuing. "Can you tell me why the second Hokage is alive?" she asked them. Currently, Kakashi and Asuma, along with the members of the rebellion, stood in the trees waiting for the signal. So everyone waited and waited until an explosion rocked the fortress. "Let's go!" Kakashi shouted as all the ninjas jumped out of the trees and began attacking the fortress. Kakashi led them while one of his hands was enveloped in lightning as he began to defeat the ninjas. When Asuma reached the gates, he opened a large hole in the entrance just as the rebellion began to flood the fortress. Land of Water, Prison of Tigers. Madara and Hashirama ran towards the prison guards, who in turn ran towards them. When they reached them, trees sprouted from the ground and trapped the guards. Hashirama jumped over them as Madara exhaled a huge amount of fire that incinerated the guards in the trees. Tenzo was bringing people out of the cells as they joined the attack on the prison. Tobiyume began to spit out a large jet of water that cut through parts of the ceiling, falling on the guards. Tierra de Agua, Armiria Turtle, Anko, Mimi, and Yugao remained almost motionless, like Kiri ninjas, as they took everything in the armory. As more Kiri ninjas entered, Anko summoned a giant snake that began to devour the attacking ninjas. After sealing the weapons in parchment, they ran towards the exit to detonate the explosives. Land of Water, Phoenix Camp. Guy stormed into the camp, destroying everything in his path, while activating the 7th gate and launching fireballs at the target. The Kiri ninjas attempted to attack before the Kiri ninjas, led by Hizashi, advanced through the camp. Land of Water, Rebellion Base. Mai's shop. Mai was standing in front of a map of the Land of Water that showed the 4 locations that were being attacked simultaneously. All I was waiting for were reports on the locations that constituted the steps to eradicate the Kekkei Genkai. Reports of Lady Mai have arrived from the Dragon Fortress, a man said over a radio not far from him. Tell us, she asked as she turned to him. It fell just as they were returning with the prisoners, the man said as another person spoke up. Camp Phoenix is destroyed and the forces are returning, they said as Mai looked at them. Mai looked at the map and picked up 2 models that indicated the bases north and south of Kiri. It would normally take us twice as long to take them down, Mai said as she looked at the other 2 locations that appeared on the map. News from Tiger Prison, shouted a woman, catching Mai's attention. Yes. He shouted. It's fallen, and all our boys and girls are returning to base, the woman said with a bright smile on her face as Mai removed another model from the map. That means only the armory remains standing, Mai said, looking at the map. Well, not anymore, because it's collapsed, said the first man. And they're coming back with all the weapons that were there, he continued. Mai removed the last piece of the map and then a shout of jubilation erupted in the store. And as night fell, all those who helped to bring down the 4 bases returned to the camp. Upon entering, they were greeted with cheers by all. Upon entering with the prisoners, they were put into a stone prison with seals all over their bodies to prevent them from using chakra. Land of Water, Kiri, Mizukage Nation. The 4th Mizukage examined a map showing the places he had lost and felt discontent over the past 96 hours. Turtle Armory, Dragon Fortress, Phoenix Camp, and Tiger Prison. Yagura growled as he surveyed all the ninjas in his office. They have all fallen today, he continued as he began to emanate murderous intent. Some ninjas fell to their knees, unable to withstand the ki emanating from Yagura. We have also lost 5 children camps in the north, 7 in the east, 12 in the south, and 20 in the west, Yagura shouted as he looked at his ninjas and his eyes turned yellow with a maroon hue instead of white. Now, all of you are parked where these places were, he screamed as a bubbling red chakra formed around him. And instead of trying to take one of them out, you turned around and ran away. He growled as he began to advance, and just as he was about to kill them, he added, Pero Konoha no ha, I've been accused of helping the rebels, she said as she turned around and reopened the bubbling red chakra. Along with some supposedly dead ninjas, he said as he turned back to the map. The 1st and 2nd Hokage, along with Madara Uchiha, are helping you, he said as he looked at them all. Lord Mizukage, said a ninja, drawing the attention of the Kiri leader. Yes, Yagura said as he looked at him. When both the Hokage and Madara attacked Tiger Prison, we launched killing arrows, but then something strange happened, he said as the others in Tiger Prison nodded in agreement. Something strange, Yagura asked them. They would turn to dust, and as they did, a small machine would form that said Fallen Guardian, he said while looking at the Mizukage. Something similar happened at Camp Phoenix when we were defeating a Hyuga. The same thing happened, said a man, receiving a nod of agreement from a man who was with him from Camp Phoenix. Yagura heard this, looked at the man and asked, what did this Hyuga look like? The only way I can describe them is that they resembled the head of the Hyuga clan, he told the Mizukage. So, is it him or his dead twin brother, based on what you told me about that little machine that brought them back from the dead? Yagura murmured. And what about our spy in their camp? He asked them. There's been no news since the Konoha ninja arrived, and I think they've captured him, a woman said, bowing her head to her leader. Yagura began to reflect on what was happening, but something prevented him from ordering an all-out attack. Just as he was about to give an order to his ninja, Another ninja burst in and shouted, "The rebels took the city of Kurihama 3 hours ago." Yagura looked at the man who burst in and began to worry because one of the main places where people of impure blood were killed had fallen into the hands of the rebels. "That only leaves 2 more villages about to fall before the capital arrives and controls the land of water," said a ninja as he received nods of agreement from everyone around him. "That's not all," Yagura said as he looked at him again. "The water daimyo is withholding all our resources until one side wins this civil war," Yagura informed his men. "So Kiri won't receive any money until we win?" a ninja asked. "Or the rebels," said another. "That's right," Yagura said, looking at his ninjas. They all waited for someone else to enter. Finally, after 2 minutes of waiting, he opened his mouth and someone burst in. "What's going on?" he asked. "The rebels have taken both Inraya and Shakozawa," the woman said as the ninjas in the room realized that now only the capital was genuinely neutral in this civil war, which meant that only Kiri stood in their way, and it looked like they might win. "From what we've gathered, Konoha will gain allies tomorrow morning," Yagura said, gazing out the window at the vast sea stretching out near Kiri. "And if the rumor is true, one of them might even become an alien," Yagura added, drawing the attention of his ninjas. "Are you on your way here?" one of the ninjas asked. "It's possible, but we don't know if the rumors are true or if they're telling the truth," Yagura said, leaving the last part up in the air for the others to interpret for themselves. "Kiri will become a battleground for the victor of this civil war," Yagura said, looking out the window. "From now on, we are on high alert. So I want everyone in their positions for the coming battle," Yagura shouted as all the ninjas left the room to prepare for battle. As he continued to look out the window, he could see all his ninjas running around preparing for battle. The bells also rang as the main gates of the town were closed. "You've put me on alert," Yagura said as his eyes briefly changed to the appearance of the Sharingan before returning to normal. "But will you be able to checkmate me?" he concluded. The next day, Tierra de Agua, Puerto Naruto and the others were getting off the ship that had brought them to Wonderland when they saw Kakashi standing there in his military police uniform, waiting for them as they approached him. "How are things around here?" Tsunade asked when they reached him. "We have taken almost all of the land of water, only Kiri and the capital remain," Kakashi said as they began walking towards the rebels' new base, which was preparing to attack Kiri. "Anything else?" Mito asked upon arriving at the base, as they walked, observing the confusion that unfolded before them and, in Isis's case, enjoying it. They arrived at the shop where Mai and the rebellion leaders were, and upon entering, the leaders turned to see young people entering the shop, the youngest being 10 years old. "So you're the one leading the ninjas who have been sent to help me?" Mai asked Naruto. "Yes," Naruto said, looking at her. "My name is Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, leader of SPD, and we're here to end this rebellion once and for all," he continued. "And I've heard that one can become an alien?" he asked while looking at the child. "That's right," said Naruto. "Show it to me," Mai ordered. As a show of faith, he activated the Omnitrix and transformed into a manta-ray-like alien before slamming it to the ground. And with a flash of red light, Naruto's skin turned a deep crimson, his hands became deformed 3-fingered hands, the same happened to his legs, whose feet transformed into 3-pronged feet, a tail grew, extending from the middle of his tail to his arms just below the wrists, his head took on a more rounded shape and orange horns sprouted from his nose, gills formed along his neck. A light illuminated the black tattoos on his back as the Omnitrix style formed on his chest. He let out a shout of Jetray, and thus, once the transformation was complete. At one point, the light dimmed to reveal that Naruto was Jetray as Mai watched the alien, now resembling a manta ray. "Who is he?" she asked. "He's what's known as an amphibian," Tetrax said, drawing his gaze toward him. "And you are?" Mai asked him. "I am Tetrax and the last Petrosapien," he said to the leader of the rebellion. After a few more introductions, everyone prepared to attack Kiri and defeat Yagura. From the main gate, they will be led by Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senji, Mai said as the rebels nodded. "I will lead a small team consisting of Naruto, Mito, and the Sannin to take the fight to Yagura," Mai said as she watched the forces preparing for the battle ahead. "Land of Water, Kiri. The rebels will attack today to wipe us all out," Yagura shouted to his ninjas. "All those who use Kekai Genkai will come along with some ninjas from Konoha to wipe us out," he told them all. The Kiri ninjas were preparing for the battle that awaited them. They all had one thought in mind, The rebellion would fall that very day along with the demons of the Kekkei Genkai. And once we have defeated them, we will head to Konoha and eliminate their Kekkei Genkai from the world, Yagura shouted as the ninjas cheered before a loud noise echoed through the village. Everyone tried to find the source of the noise. Boom, boom. Two more loud bangs were heard as everyone turned towards the front door. Something caused another loud crash when Kiri's doors flew off their hinges and crashed into the village. There stood two gigantic constructions, one made of chakra, resembling a skeleton with a woman standing at the base where the spine was formed. The other was a giant golem made of wood with a woman riding on its shoulder. The two figures began to enter the village, both women looking ready for a fight, while a massive force formed behind them. The woman atop the wooden golem shouted, "Yagura Karatachi, we from SPD have come to this village to put an end to this senseless bloodshed. Will you come peacefully or will we have to use force?" Everyone looked at the Mizukage, who observed the great force fighting against him. He observed the force he was fighting against. Zabuzama Moshi, the demon of the mist. Asuma Sarutobi, one of the guardians of fire. Kakashi Hitake, the copy ninja. Anko Mitarashi, La Princesa Venenosa. And many more rose up against him, and it was such a force that he began to feel a certain fear before it vanished with a whisper in his ear. "Show them the power of the mist," said the whisper. Then he shouted a word that marked the last day of the Water Country Rebellion. "Never." And with that, the Kiri ninjas charged head-on against the rebellion. Land of Rain, Ame, Tower of Sorrows. Zetsu began to emerge from the ground. "The fight has begun," Black Zetsu told Obito, when he was only out of the ground up to his torso. "I see. What else?" the Uchiha asked the plant being. "Yes, and by the end of today, Yagura will fall and will have lost the Sanbi to Konoha," said White Zetsu as he looked at the Uchiha. Obito turned to look at Zetsu and said, "I'm not worried about the loss of the Three Tails," as he walked past Zetsu. "What do you mean?" Black Zetsu asked as he pulled his entire body out from between the rocks of Pain's tower. "You said they plan to seal it inside Rin, right?" Obito asked. "That's right," said White Zetsu as they nodded. "That means Konoha will have put them in the crosshairs more easily by doing that," Obito informed the half-plant, half-man creature. "So, letting them take the Sanbi," Black Zetsu began. "Konoha will have much more to fear from us when the time comes," White Zetsu concluded. With a nod from Obito, Zetsu's predatory smile appeared as Obito watched Ame and said one thing. "Check." Solar System, Planet Earth, Land of Water, Kiri. After the cry of never, the forces clashed as the two structures burst into the village while some of the Kiri ninjas summoned some bosses who fought with Madara and Hashirama. Kakashi annihilated the enemy army with a lightning sword, knocking down his enemies. When some tried to attack Kakashi from behind, they were struck by a wrapped sword wielded by a boy with short blue hair and glasses on his head. Above their heads, a sword that looked like a butcher's knife swung between some of the Kiri ninjas while a man with black hair and bandages wrapped around his face. Amid the crowd, a giant needle pierced some ninjas from both sides as a rain of senbon, made of ice, fell from the sky. Some of the Kiri ninjas formed water dragons which they sent to the rebellion, while Sasha extended her hand and the water dragons turned into ice and turned against their users. Obi-Wan was eliminating some ninjas who were trying to attack him from behind while using a force push to send them back. Yugao jumped from a building and unleashed a gust of wind that attacked some of the Kiri forces. A man with a short beard held an axe and hammer in his hands as he charged at the forces. A white-haired girl ran forward as water formed around her to create a giant warrior that matched the Susanoo and joined the fight against the summoning. Ballista, present throughout Kiri, launches all kinds of weapons against the forces that oppose Kiri. Shakti jumped onto the wall as the two baby dragons joined her to destroy the ballista. From the other side, Wendy, who was being carried by Carla, let out a dragon roar to join the alien and the dragons in destroying the ballista. Asuma charged forward and annihilated anyone who stood in his way, and exhaled a great cloud of ash that covered a large part of the Kiri ninjas. He clicked his teeth as the ash cloud exploded, burning everyone inside, while Hizashi emerged from it, launching a series of Juken punches against the Kiri forces that stood in his way. A teenager who resembled the girl from the water giant shot water bullets with his fingers at the Kiri forces. Blanc fought with his trident while launching bursts of light that knocked down some of the Kiri ninjas, cutting the necks of some, while Rin came running with arcane energy flowing around him and the arcane staff forming in his hands. Then he began to channel the force and headed towards Yagura while twirling his bow staff. Madara used his Susanoo to ram into a bunch of ninjas and sent them flying, and then they were crushed by the wooden golem. Mana pointed his staff at the center of the army as a typhoon formed, sending most of the Kiri forces flying. Asuna lowered his staff as he summoned lightning bolts that fell from the sky, hitting the Kiri ninjas that Mana had sent flying with the typhoon. Guy entered through the 7th gate and charged at the forces falling at his feet, throwing fireballs and a white tiger energy punch at some of them. Tobiyume spat out a great jet of water that sliced through the buildings, collapsing onto Kiri's forces, while gigantic crystal spikes erupted from the ground, forcing some troops to try to reach higher ground. Much of the Kiri force began attacking each other when a man with an axe that had a scroll inside brought it down and a fiery explosion scorched the crowd. Serenity summoned swords of light that fell from the sky and stopped the summoning's movement, while both the Susanoo and the water construct pushed them back, and the wooden golem delivered a right hook to a boss summoned by a lion. D formed a large apple made of red energy and launched it at a large crowd of ninjas as skulls of black and crimson energy shot out, and Rias began to sing. Devil of strength, I invoke you. Oh, show the enemy that they are nothing, turn their bones to dust, rise up. The evil root of terror formed behind her as she attacked Kiri's ninja forces and joined the other giants to fight for the hidden village of the Land of Water. The walls of Garanchwing, built of earth, rock, and clay, stood beside a bridge that protected the lake and the people behind it, while giants pounded on the wall trying to knock it down. They tried to reinforce the walls surrounding the lake, but they were cracking everywhere. When lightning struck Kakashi, he exploded, closely followed by 5 Gotsuga who pushed the Kiri forces back and sent them flying. In the air rose an enormous phoenix of golden flames before transforming into an orb of the same golden flames that was sent down upon them. Mizukage Mansion. Yagura was watching the war being fought in his village when 5 people burst into the room. And Yagura was surprised to discover that one of them was 10 years old. So they came, he said as he rose from the throne to look at them. Naruto approached and said, I am Naruto Namikaze Uzukami, head of the SPD, and we hereby sentence you for all the acts you have committed throughout your life. Yagura approached a side table, took out a glass pitcher filled with a golden liquid, and poured himself a glass. Would any of the adults like a glass? Yagura asked as he took a sip. No one answered him as Naruto activated the Omnitrix, ready to transform into Heat Blast. Tsunade cracked her knuckles. Jiraiya had 2 toads with him. The Mito diamond he wore on his head transformed into bands that wrapped around his arms and legs, and Mei prepared to use some jutsu. So none of you are in the mood to chat, he said as he smashed the glass he was holding. As Yagura formed red bubbles, Naruto instantly punched the Omnitrix and transformed. But I don't like Heat Blast. Its skin turned blue and leathery as its head elongated into the shape of an alligator or crocodile. It had large, powerful jaws with several sharp fangs. Its blonde hair became a red crest, a red, pointed spine grew along its back between its shoulders, and a thick tail with another red spine grew. Its fingers transformed into claws and its feet into toes with 3 claws. For alligator. A light formed above him as Naruto wore an orange and blue jacket with a white collar and sleeves torn in the back, and the Omnitrix dial on his chest. Sobek, he shouted in his new form. Naruto opened his mouth and launched a powerful jet of water that hit Yagura squarely in the chest, throwing him against a wall. Naruto closed his mouth and looked at his new form. Well, this is new, he said hoarsely. Before he could get used to it, Yagura emerged from the wall with a turtle shell forming on his back as he became more bestial. He curled up into a ball and began to roll towards them as Naruto threw another jet of water at him to stop him. Futten, Komu no Jutsu. Mei screamed as she let out a cloud of steam from her mouth. The fog and water seemed to merge as the jet of water hit Yagura's shell and began to become brittle. Tsunade and Mito jumped up and punched Yagura, breaking his shell and burying him in the ground. Ready, Mom, ready, Dad, shouted the wise toad to the 2 toads accompanying him. They nodded as they closed their eyes, and Jiraiya began to take on a more toad-like appearance as he joined his wife and mother-in-law, grabbed the ball, and threw it out the window toward the battle below. Naruto approached the window, transformed into Cannonblot, and followed the Mizukage, the one who had regenerated his shell, and both collided in their spherical forms without either managing to advance, since they had the same speed. Now, Naruto shouted as Anko and Mikado appeared from behind. Futon, Date Appa, Mikado shouted as she extended a hand, and it shot towards a hurricane whose winds hit Naruto, propelling him with some speed and allowing him to begin gaining ground on Yagura. Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu, Anko shouted as she exhaled a large fireball that joined the wind. When the fire hit Naruto's shell, he gained more speed and threw Yagura against his forces, while Naruto pushed back the crowd of his men. Unfortunately, it didn't last long, as it began to grow and gain weight. "It seems he has transformed into his bijou," said the male toad as Mito took out a paintbrush and Tsunade bit her thumb. "Kushios no Jutsu," he exclaimed as a huge cloud of smoke appeared, which, when it dissipated, was replaced by a white slug with a blue line. Naruto fought against the ball that unfolded until it resembled a turtle with 3 long tails, 2 arms, and a huge eye. This was the Sanbi. As she watched them, Anko let out another scream of Kushios no Jutsu while summoning this time an enormous purple snake. "Anko, what do you want?" the snake asked in a vile tone. "There is a bijou, and the only ones who can summon it are the wise toad and the slug over there," Anko told him. "Then why are you calling me?" he asked. Anko looked at the snake and said something that convinced it to join her side. "Game Abuta fought against the Kyuubi and lost spectacularly, and if you can fight against this, snakes will gain some rebounds for fighting and defeating a bijou," he told her. "I will need sacrifices, but to fight a bijou I will only need 50, he said as Anko nodded, pointing at the Kiri ninjas and saying that they would be the sacrifice. The serpent lunged forward, and all the giants attacked Kiri's dwindling army, which was soon captured, and 50 of them were held somewhere to be used to appease the serpent's summoning. Naruto jumped up and shot him in the eye, momentarily blinding him, while the water giant and the Susanoo punched him at the same time as his head bent, and the wooden golem delivered an uppercut. When his head rose, the snake coiled its tail around the Sanbi's neck and threw him against a mountain. Rain jumped and climbed onto the sank as Mito and Jiraiya joined her, while the evil Dreadroot stood firm as Mito, Jiraiya and the 2 toads flew through it. Haserama went to your seals while shouting, "Senpo, Myojin Monfusan Futo," as red torii gates fell from the sky. 1 gate fell on his neck and 3 on his tail. "Senpo, Tamashi Seisei," Jiraiya and the toads shouted as the human sage placed his hand on the Sanbi and seemingly extracted Yagura from the Sanbi's body. "Fuin Jutsu, Ninatsu Rujinsu Kakyu Akuma," Mito screamed as the Sanbi's body was absorbed by Rin's body, who was violently struggling, while around Mito 7 dragons made of chakra shot out of her. 3 of the dragons' bites were to the tails, 1 to the chest, 2 to the arms, and the last one to the head. The dragons began to crush Sanbi's body when Tsunade appeared behind her grandmother and began channeling chakra towards her. The small ball that was Sanbi was now the size of a soccer ball, and it kept getting smaller. Yagura, who was on the ground, looked over and saw that the tailed beast that was once inside was now being sealed with another person. The 3 tails was now the size of a golf ball as a dragon pushed it against Rin's body, while Jiraiya performed more hand seals. "Jukimono Oyosofun," he screamed as the bottom of Rin's shirt lifted to reveal his stomach. Tendomoe formed like writing, connecting in a circle around her navel and in the middle like a spiral. When the seal was finally formed, everyone turned towards Yagura, standing up. "Do you think this is over? I still have my strength, and we will take this village back from you demons," he shouted at them, not seeing a flaming cannon bolt approaching from behind. "And when we reclaim this village, I'll dance on all of you," he said before being run over by Naruto. Naruto unfolded and reverted to his human form as he said, "Yagura Karatachi, you are under arrest by the SPD along with your loyal followers who do not wish to be redeemed." He took out a pair of handcuffs and placed them on the Mizukage while saying, "You have the right to remain silent, and everything you say will be taken as evidence," and Naruto took out his license and spoke for it. "The Mizukage has been defeated." They could hear the cheers of the village as they watched the summoned snake devour the remaining ninja in its path before dissipating. A few hours later, the entire rebellion now consisted of the Kiri forces removing the dead and transferring the prisoners to a prison where they would remain with their chakra sealed. Hashirama and Tenzo were using their wood release to grow trees that would help rebuild the village, and they were also cutting down the wooden golem. Naruto's cloud is seen helping as Humongosaur to put the gates back in place, and as Echo would be a messenger for the people. Tsunade worked at the hospital alongside Shizune, healing the people who were injured during the battle against Yagura that allowed them to achieve victory. Dobyume was making a deal with Mei, who had been appointed Mizukage, for Kiri to become an ally of Konoha. Mikado and Madara were interviewing some members of the rebellion who wanted to join the SPD, and so far they only had a handful. And the others joined together to bring Kiri back, so that he could regain his glory and so that they could earn some money. Land of Rain, Ame, Tower of Sorrows. Obito spoke to Pain as Zetsu emerged from the ground and turned towards them. The rebellion has won, and the Three Tails is now sealed with Rin. White Zetsu told them. I see, Obito said as he thought about the next step in his plan. We've also gained someone for Akatsuki, Black Zetsu told them. This caught the attention of both the real leader and the imposter. Who is it? Pain asked. Kisame Hoshigaki and Samada, to obtain his sword, will kill Samada, said Zetsu Plant. Fuki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, seized the sword, Kaguya's youngest son concluded. Where is he? Obito asked the pants. It's already on its way and will take approximately a week to arrive, he told them as they nodded. We also have bad news, said Black Zetsu. And what is that? Obito asked them. We are still having difficulty finding that Vilyosi that Orochi told us about, White Zetsu told them. This left the 2 men stunned by what the man with the plan had said, since they knew they could track and find anything in the world. We'll have you and Orochi, along with Kisame, track down this Vilyosi, Obito said as Pain nodded and walked away to search for the snake Sanin. There's more, and we've discovered that we have a spy or spies in Akatsuki, he said. Black Zetsu said to Obito, who was looking at Kaguya's will. Do you have any idea who he is? Obito asked them. Not yet, White Zetsu told him. They both saw Orochi approaching them with Pain, preparing for their new mission. The next day, Land of Water, Kiri. In the hidden village of Kirigakure, all the SPD members stood on a stage overlooking a crowd of Kiri, while Mei approached a podium. Ladies and gentlemen, today we honor the men, women, girls and boys who join us to bring peace to the Land of Water, Mei said into the microphone. Then he approached each SPD member and placed a headband on their head while they all looked towards the crowd. For my part, I would like to thank you on behalf of the Land of Water for overthrowing a dictator named Yagura Kuratachi and for saving those with nearly extinct Kekkei Genkai, Mai continued as she surveyed the large crowd after handing out the medals. And with that, the whole crowd erupted in applause as Tetrax looked out and asked, so this is what it feels like. Dobyume turned to him and asked, what do you mean? To be a hero, he said as they looked at the crowd. Milky Way Galaxy, Metallica System, Planet Cybertron, Icon. Enormous robots ran across a gigantic metallic planet while red and purple lasers flew overhead. Each side had 2 symbols that looked like faces, one with a pointed mouth and the other with a mouth. Alpha Squadron, advanced from the right and attacked the Decepticons. A huge red robot shouted with a male voice while pointing to the right. Flight Unit, we need clear skies. He shouted as reactor-shaped ships took off and began firing purple lasers at the robots. A small yellow car lunged at the red robot and transformed into another robot with 2 small horns on its head. Bumblebee, what's the situation on the front lines? The red robot asked the smaller one as it began shooting at another robot. Bip gyro bip bip, Bumblebee said, while pointing into the distance. The red robot turned around to see a blue, female-shaped robot attacking other robots with blades on its arms. Now that girl is right, said the red one as he joined the female machine. The female robot transformed one of her arms into a blaster and fired at the head of an approaching machine. Ironhide, what has held you back? He said upon seeing the red robot. Oh, you know, he said as 2 cannons unfurled from his arms and began firing. Bumblebee joined them to defeat their enemy as the ships in the sky began to push him back. What is Air Ray doing? Ironhide asked as he threw something in a large group of targets. It exploded, throwing shrapnel everywhere along with limbs and a blue liquid that splattered in various areas. From what I've heard, he's after Skywarp, he said. RC said to Ironhide as she moved her other arm and began firing. So, who's in charge of our air support? Ironhide asked as rockets began firing from a cannon on his left arm. The rockets didn't hit anyone. Buzzing beep beep beep. Bumblebee emitted a beep, Silverbolt, and no, he doesn't have bad aim, RC said as she shot her targets in the head. He's just getting old, he said to Bumblebee. As the jet fighters joined the other side's battle, Ironhide said, looking up at the sky, I'm not getting old, and that's great. Search engines have joined the party. RC grunted as she looked at the jet fighters. A blue and red fighter jet changed shape and became a robot while launching a large burst of energy from its hand. "Go in and finish them off," they said in a masculine voice as more enemies began to approach the three. "Of course, it had to be Thundercracker," Ironhide said as he looked at the blue mech. "It could be worse," RC said as she fired at the enemy. "Bip gyro bip bip," Bumblebee asked him. Their air support returned just as they began shooting down the enemy from the sky. Jet planes were escorting a huge spaceship that was approaching from behind. "It's Omega Supreme," Thundercracker shouted. "Stand back," ordered. The gigantic spaceship transformed into a colossal robot that significantly dwarfed the others. His right hand had 4 fingers, and the other was a huge blaster. "Identity, Omega Supreme," Omega Supreme screamed as he landed on the metal floor, crushing some of the purple symbols. "Enemy status, eliminated," he continued as he began firing an energy beam that cut through the Decepticons like a hot knife through butter. Another red robot with a cannon on its chest, like a tank's, ran towards us shouting, "Autobots, advance!" "Bip," Bumblebee shouted as he joined the tank robot. RC and Ironhide looked at each other and then at the yellow robot that had just run off. "You heard it," Ironhide said as he and RC joined the smaller mech and charged into battle. Air support rejoined the battle, firing missiles at the Decepticons and blowing them to bits. "Retreat!" some Decepticons shouted as they began to flee from the Autobots. After all the Decepticons had left, a red and blue robot approached. "How many have we lost?" the robot asked while looking at Ironhide. 20 wounded and 9 dead, Optimus," Ironhide said as he looked on. "And we're also starting to run dangerously low on Anagon Prime," RC said as she walked toward them. Optimus surveyed the battlefield as memories of past battles replayed over and over in his mind. "I order the immediate evacuation of all Autobots via the space bridge, the war portal, or the ship," Optimus said while Ironhide and RC looked sad but nodded their heads. Iacon meeting room. Optimus stood in the middle of the hall as he looked around to check that all the Autobots were there to listen to him and what he had to say. "Thank you all for coming," Optimus exclaimed as his eyes, his optics, scanned all the mechs and femmes present. "Cybertron can no longer sustain us for much longer," Optimus said as everyone looked at him sadly. "I order the immediate evacuation of all Autobots from Cybertron through the space gate, the warp portal, or the ship." When he said that, everyone's surprise disappeared. "I know this is a lot to ask of all of you, but we need to keep everyone safe," Optimus finished, looking at everyone. The entire room fell into complete silence before the tank robot spoke. "I say let's do it. Shout, Gracias, Warpath," Optimus said, a smile spreading across his face. Following Warpath's words, the crowd united and the mass evacuation of the Autobots began. A few hours later, Optimus stood, observing the last Autobots that surrounded him. "Almost all the Autobots are off-planet," said an Autobot in blue and white armor with a red visor or eye, using a woman's voice. "Who's left?" RC asked as she looked at her partner. "Well, there's us, Hotshot, Landmine, Overhaul, and Bulkhead," the woman said as she looked at RC. "Thank you, Red Alert," Optimus said, nodding his head. "Call Hotshot, Landmine, Overhaul, and Bulkhead and tell them to get going," continued Optimus. Before anyone could open a portal, a young, male voice surrounded them. "Bot Boss, something strange is happening here," they said as the screen above them showed a greenish portal forming in the sky above the hall where they all stood. They all ran out of the room and headed towards a blue robot that wore a yellow visor on its head, similar to protective goggles. "What's up, Hotshot?" Optimus asked as they looked towards the portal. "I don't know now, Optimus," he said. The blue robot as he looked up. "It opened just 5 clicks ago," he continued Hotshot while the rest of the remaining Autobots joined them. While they were watching the portal, they didn't notice a mechanical bird landing on a nearby building. In a dark and diabolical metallic fortress stood a silver robot with a cannon on its right arm. Its head looked like a cube and shone purple. Next to him was a giant, lanky robot with a face like a screen, and another silver robot, but with a triangular body. The 3 of them were Decepticons and were looking at a giant screen that showed the Autobots and the green portal. "Soundwave, what readings is Laserbeak getting from this portal?" the cube-headed robot asked the thin one. Soundwave's screen lit up with graphics and numbers as he moved through the portal. "A portal linked to time?" asked the silver triangle, confused. "It seems, Starscream, that one of the primes of old is arriving in this era," said the Buckethead as he looked at the portal. "One of the 13? Starscream asked as he looked towards where something was coming out of the portal. "Which one is it, Mr. Megatron?" Starscream inquired. It looked like a burgundy and white mechanical spaceship with gold details, and its wings appeared to have built-in solar panels. "And it seems the father of space and time has returned home," Megatron said as the ship finished exiting the portal. "Welcome home, Vector Prime," Megatron said as the screen showed the portal closing on its own after the mechanical spaceship had completely exited it. Outside Icon's meeting room, Optimus watched the spaceship that had just emerged from a strange green portal. "What should we do, Optimus?" asked a white and orange robot as all the Autobots prepared for battle. Before Optimus could speak, a wise male voice said, "I pose no threat to you, mighty Autobots." The mechanical spaceship changed shape and became a robot that had a broadsword on its back. Optimus looked at the robot that was once a mechanical spaceship. "Vector Prime, what brings you here?" Optimus asked the robot. "A black hole is heading to destroy the universe," Vector Prime said, showing the Autobots that the voice they had just heard was his. "And I've heard of Cybertron," the father of space and time said as his optics scanned the area. And he didn't like what he was seeing. It looked dead and desolate, and was full of rust. What were once lakes teeming with enagon are now dry or have transformed into their evil counterpart. The city, which once overflowed with color, was now dark, cold, and dead. It seemed as if sadness had been eradicated from the planet itself. "What has that madman done to this beautiful planet?" Vector Prime asked as he surveyed the field of the dead. "But it's good that he's here," he said, while attracting the attention of all the Autobots and the Decepticons by. "Why is that?" RC asked as she approached the older Prime. He examined them all while saying, "Through my space and time, I have found something that can help bring Cybertron back to life, and better than ever." Then he took out a sphere with a hole in the top. "This map can help me find the things we'll need to save our planet," Vector Prime said as they all looked at each other. "So, will this park well be restarted?" RC asked as Vector Prime nodded. "Energon springs and lakes," Ironhide asked as a smile spread across his face. "They will flow again," Vector Prime said as the map began to come to life and a 3D diamond formed from the sphere. "Eat, I want that map," Megatron said as he projected it onto the screen, while the faceless Decepticons nodded their heads. And so, a legion of 50 faceless Decepticon drones set out to carry out their master's orders and bring back the map. Icon Hall of Records. When the Autobots entered, they discovered it was empty. "What are we looking for, Vector Prime?" asked a yellow robot. "We are looking for mentions of the 4 ancient spaceships that traveled through the universe," Vector Prime said as they entered the building's library. The room was filled with metal shelves and books, each in shades of brown and gold, some copper-colored and others a dark iron color. And for hours, they searched from book to book until someone shouted, "I found something." They all ran towards them as they read, "Logbook of ship number 11564, Atlantis has found a planet that will be the perfect home for the cybernetic planet key, as well as for the Omega cybernetic clock." "I see," Vector Prime said as the Autobot turned the silver page. "What is a key to the cybernetic planet?" the yellow robot asked Vector Prime. "They are part of our creator's spark, and the Omega Cyberlock helps connect it directly to that spark," he told them all. Everyone stared at him in amazement, so Ironhide continued reading. "Logbook of ship number 11565, planet Earth, within the solar system, has become our resting place for the key to the cybernetic planet and the Omega cybernetic clock," they read on the page. Vector Prime soon snatched the book from Ironhide, but the next reading of the record was the least important. "Logbook of ship number 20,000, this appears to be our last communication with Cybertron," read Vector Prime from the next page. Before they could read any more, the whole room shook from an explosion that rocked the building. "We have to go," said Optimus as he watched the Autobots. When another explosion rocked the building, Vector Prime raised his sword. "I will open a portal to Earth," said. He pointed at the air in front of him as the blade disappeared into the air, and a green energy began to form around the sword's hilt. Once the energy around the hilt took the form of a cloud, the Ancient One rotated the sword at a 90-degree angle as the energy cloud turned into a vortex. Vector Prime withdrew his sword from the vortex, then raised his other hand toward the swirling energy, and it opened a portal that revealed the planet Earth. "Autobots, are you ready?" Optimus asked the Autobots as his gaze swept over them all. They all nodded before another explosion rocked the building, and they could hear the sound of approaching footsteps. Bumblebee raised his arm, which transformed into a cannon, as he pointed it at the door. Ironhide was saying this before the door flew off its hinges and hit Bumblebee, who was struck by the door and sent flying through the portal. Bumblebee, Optimus shouted as the portal vanished and they turned towards the door to discover that there were Decepticon drones pointing their blasters at them. By order of Mr. Megatron, we are here to obtain the map, a drone said as its blasters lit up. Solar System, Planet Earth, Lightning Land, Port Kaminari. The Konoha team was unloading their Tennessee speed from the ship they had brought from the Land of Water. Iwa is to the right, Tetrax asked as he looked at the world map. That's right, said Mito as everyone got into the Tennessee speed vehicles and drove off. After a few hours of travel, something appeared on his head-up display screen. Does this happen to anyone else? Rias asked, looking at him. Naruto looked up and saw a green portal forming in the sky above them. There's a portal in the sky, Naruto exclaimed as everyone turned to look up at the sky to see the portal. Hisashi activated his Byakugan. He looked at the portal before spotting something coming out of it. Something's coming, he exclaimed. Although they couldn't see the size of what was coming, they didn't know it was yellow. They all followed its trajectory and arrived at where it landed, so they drove there. Upon arriving there, they saw a giant yellow robot lying in a crater. What is that? Tsunade asked, looking at the robot. A Cybertronian, and a young one at that, Tetrax said as he examined the robot. The robot's eyes began to glow blue, and they could see that the Konoha team was watching him. Bip gyro bip bip bip, they emitted beeps as they looked around. Excuse me? Mana asked, looking confused. Obi-Wan, Naruto, and Shakti closed their eyes and used the Force to understand what he was saying. And that deeply impacted all three of them. Well, welcome to Earth, so what now? Asked Naruto, visibly surprised by what he had learned. Milky Way Galaxy, Metallica System, Planet Cybertron, Iacon Hall of Fame. By order of Mr. Megatron, we are here to obtain the map, a drone said as its blasters lit up. The Autobots could see that there was a large group of drones, and seeing that one of their own had been shot through a portal didn't help them at all. RC transformed her arms into blasters and fired a couple of headshots that brought down some drones. When another drone returned fire, Ironhide joined the fray. Planet Cybertron, Kaon, Megatron, Starscream, and Soundwave stood in front of the screen showing the Iacon Hall of Records broadcast. It seems the pawns have failed again, Megatron growled as the screens went dark. Then he stood up and turned around just before hearing a buzzing sound from the silver triangular robot next to him. What's wrong, Starscream? Megatron asked him. Starscream turned to his leader and said, what would happen if we sent the modified protoforms to this planet Earth, and what would they do, Starscream? Megatron asked the silver triangle. If we send them to this planet Earth, they can get ahead in the search for this Omega Lock, Starscream informed his master. Megatron seemed pleased with that, and a dark smile spread across his face. And now we can focus on getting that map, Megatron said as he let out a dark laugh. Then he turned to his faceless communications officer, Soundwave. Tell them to send them, Megatron told him. Soundwave nodded as the screen, which was his face, lit up with words in his language. Then, the screen showed hundreds of capsules being launched into space. Have you received your orders? Megatron asked his communications officer. He knows the answer. Soundwave nodded as Megatron smiled. Good, said. In orbit around Cybertron. The capsules sent from Cybertron each emitted a burst of energy that formed a green vortex. And they all flew towards the vortices that had opened up. But as the last one was moving, it was hit by some debris that caused it to spin out of control through the portal. Planet Cybertron, Kaon. Lord Megatron's capsule number 224 has been hit and we have lost all contact with it, Starscream told the warlord. I see, he murmured as he looked at the screen before asking, and the others? Starscream looked at a screen that was tracking the trajectory of the capsules. They are within a spatial distortion and will reach that planet in 3 rotations, Starscream told his master. I see, Megatron said as he stood up from the throne he was sitting on and began to head towards the door. My lord, Starscream asked. Let's keep that map, they said to both of them. Starscream nodded at the Soundwave, who returned the gesture as they joined their master. Solar System, Planet Earth, Land of Lightning, Thunder Forest. Naruto and his group were helping the 15-foot-tall yellow Cybertronian to stand up. Beep whirlpool. He told them while shaking the dirt off his body. What did he say? Rias asked her future husband. He told us that his planet is dying and that a gigantic black hole is heading towards the universe to destroy it, Naruto told everyone. This surprised everyone except Hashirama. That's bad, isn't it? Hashirama asked, looking confused. Madara turned to her and said, something very bad. A black hole attracts everything and then crushes it with immense pressure, Dobeume explained to his sister, implying how basic a black hole is. And one is already on its way, Obi-Wan asked the alien robot. Bip, he nodded. How far was I from your planet? Shakti asked. Bip gyro bip bip, he answered them. Only a few months left, Naruto asked, leaving the others astonished by the distance that separated the planet from that robot. They all looked at each other and then turned to the robot. Why have you come to Earth? Kakashi asked. Beep turn, they responded. He said he is trying to find the Cybertronian ship called Atlantis. Obi-Wan translated for them. Should we split up the team to help him? Asa asked Naruto. Naruto thought for a moment, nodded, and turned to them. Madara, Hashirama, Sasha, Bastet, Tetrax, and Anko will go with him to help him find this ship, Naruto told them. The chosen people nodded. They'll also need someone to act as a translator, Obi-Wan said, offering his services as a volunteer. Are you sure, Master Kenobi? Shakti asked the man. That's me, he said to Naruto, Jedi Master. The Cybertronian seemed surprised that his human was going to help him and his world. I guess not all organic life is evil like that Vilgax, he thought when he saw something on Naruto's wrist. Beep 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 beep, he asked the blonde Uzumaki. I can't believe we've never introduced ourselves, Naruto said, laughing, as the others joined in, including Cybertronian. I'm Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, Naruto clarified. I am Anko Mitarashi, Anko said as she greeted the yellow Cybertronian. I'm Kakashi Hitake, Kakashi said, giving him the finger salute. And so, the others joined in the greetings as the eyes of the Cybertronian opened wider and wider with each one of them. And he realized that he was with those who had defeated Vilgax and his army. And along with the negotiator and one of the Jedi Council Masters. These guys can help us, the Autobots, defeat the Decepticons and save Cybertron. He thought as his head or helmet read all of that. What is your name, young man? Shakti asked. Bip, that was the robot's response. Well, Bumblebee, it's nice to meet you and I wish you the best of luck, Naruto said. Bip bip bip, he asked them. Naruto looked at the others before turning to him. Once we've finished this mission, we'll help you with anything you need, Naruto said as the others nodded. Bumblebee nodded and changed its form into that of a strange-looking vehicle. Well, then we'll be going, Obi-Wan said as he turned to Naruto and Shakti. May the Force be with you, he told them. May the Force be with you and to you, Master Kenobi, they both said, with Shakti receiving the formal treatment and Naruto the informal. And so, they all left by car. 3 days later, with capsule number 224, Planet Earth, Land of Lions. Capsule number 224 continued to spin through the air as it was ejected from a green vortex that had opened up high in the sky. The number 224 rolled through the air until it crashed into a mountain that sent it flying far away from the city it was initially headed towards. The capsule flew through the air before crashing into the wall of a house. A man with tan skin and black hair with one gray hair ran to see what she was looking for. A human-sized pod. He reached out with one of his hands to touch the sheath. She quickly withdrew her hand after an arc of energy struck it. And when she looked down, she saw that it had cut her. To look at the capsule again and see how a liquid metal began to take shape. AF-olefin, 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 AF-olefin. The capsule said rapidly over and over again. The liquid metal began to take the shape of a small child. Obanifon. The pod then said as something began to form on the metal. And it looked a lot like a skin that was forming over the metal. In the same tone as the man who had touched the pod. Thpikifon, the capsule said once more as the thing inside it opened its eyes and began to form. On one occasion, the eye formed a round pupil with a transparent background. Her eyes locked onto the man's as a brown iris formed around the pupil. He closed his eyes once more as the pod spoke again. Thsozimato Vaklanik. Hair began to grow on his head, burgundy in color, and it was short. Rona, the capsule said once more before shutting down, apparently due to a lack of power. And so, The entire farm he was on fell silent as the man stared at what appeared on the tablet. He looked like a little boy. And like any little kid, oh, he started to cry. The man seemed shocked before something inside him prompted him to act like the child that had formed in front of him and begin to gently rock him. "Now," he whispered as he began to calm down. "Dad is here," he said as he looked at her in surprise. The baby robot she was holding began to fall asleep in her arms. "I don't know where you came from, but I'll do everything I can to keep you safe," she told the child as she went back inside her house. Metal Earth, with capsule number 666. A young blonde woman was walking towards a loud noise she had heard just seconds before. So he went into a forest to see what it was, and after an hour he found what he was looking for. He approached the accident site and discovered that something did not appear to have been built by humans. Then, as it opened, it hissed and a human-sized figure emerged from it. He looked around before spotting the blonde, Molia in Raka Earth. He asked her. "Yes," she said, confused by what that thing was asking her. "Rika," he said as he left the accident scene and approached the woman. Then he grabbed her by the neck and pinned her against a tree. What are you doing?" he asked the creature before it began to shapeshift in front of her. "The lost starship of Benara Kolmak in Ranran Oknut, the Atlantis, and I need the form of such a vile creature," he said before speaking in the same language as the woman, with the same voice as well. "So you will have to serve," he said before breaking the neck of the woman he had in his hands. She observed her new body. She had pale skin, B-cup attributes, she was slim and had a model's body. "So that everyone will think I'm you," he said as he extended a hand and placed his palm on the dead woman's head. It looked as if blood was dripping from his hand onto the dead woman's clothes. "Thank you, Alice, or rather, thank you to the filth that was Alice," he said after removing his hand from the dead woman's head to show that there was now a hole in it. The face began to strip the now called Alicia of all her clothes. "Now, my mission," he said as he dressed and left to try to find Atlantis. The same thing was happening all over the world. People were killed and then replaced by the Decepticons. And now the race began between Bumblebee, the Autobots and SPD against the Decepticons. The ultimate goal would be the one that would save the planet Cybertron. Solar System, Planet Earth, Land of the Rays, Washington. Inside a burning building, a mother and her son are surrounded by fire as heat blast bursts through the wall. "Are you all right, miss?" he asked her. "I'm fine," he said as he began to cough from all the smoke in the building. Then he held both hands as the flames began to be slowly absorbed by them, but it was working and, soon after, as the flames were absorbed, the firefighters began to enter and pulled the mother out. A police officer approached Heat Blast and said, "Your team has captured the person responsible for this disaster," before bowing. "Thank you for what you've done today," he added. "Okay, officer," Heat Blast said, nodding his head before darting off to rejoin his team. Washington, Center. A man walked down a corridor before knocking on the door, which was number 606. Then he knocked on the door and heard nothing. "It's Roger," he shouted as he knocked again, but I still didn't get a response. Roger entered the room and what he saw left him stunned. "What is Cammy's name?" he murmured as he looked around. He saw many sinister cases and cages that housed all kinds of animals. He entered, looking around for the room's occupant, and the more Roger looked, the more annoyed he became. "Where is he?" he muttered. "What are you doing in my laboratory?" shouted an angry voice as Roger turned to see a deathly pale man. "Get out, you're interpreting my work," he yelled as Roger approached him. "Cheer up," Roger began before being interrupted by the man. "Dr. Animo," said the man. "Well, Dr. Animo," he said, looking at the man with no interest. "This is your final warning," Roger said as he approached. "Your rent is overdue, and you have 1 week before I can evict you," Roger said before turning to leave. Now, Animo said, looking at Roger. "Let me show you something," Animo said, taking a frog out of a cage. "A frog," Roger said as he looked at the amphibian. "Well done, it's clearly a frog," Animo said as he put on a vest and a strange-looking helmet. The helmet was a spaghetti strainer hat, with 2 earbud pads on the sides attached to a chin strap. On top of the helmet were 2 rhinoceros-like horns. One of the earbud straps had a cable that attached it to the vest, which had a large dial in the center. The inside of the dial glowed red on the top half and was black on the bottom. The dial also had a secondary cable that ran down to his waist, connected to a walkie-talkie-like device. "And this is called a transmodulator," he said with a sinister smile. Roger began to back away as he looked at the smile and asked, "What is he doing?" "I'm glad you asked," said Animo as he turned the dial. The speakers lit up and fired a beam that hit the frog. The frog began to mutate, growing to a large size, with moss-green skin and a light green neck. It has 2 small horns on its forehead and 2 bony horns protruding from the sides of its head. It has 4 red eyes and orange bumps. What did you do?" Roger asked as he began to back away towards a wall. "My transmodulator can mutate any animal its beam reaches," he said, a sinister smile spreading across his face as Animo looked at Roger. "But I have to find the right person," he added, glancing at his frog. The frog then shot out a pointed, olive-colored tongue that hit Roger and sent him flying out of the building. Animo heard Roger scream before hearing a splash from outside. "Now to find more test subjects," he said as he turned around, but found his frog eating the rest of the animals in his apartment. "Okay," he said as he got ready to leave. He climbed onto his frog. Before he could make the frog jump out of the building, his television played an advertisement that filled the room with noise. "No matter what you're looking for, we have it all. Pet store, video games, supermarket and much more at Mega Mart. So come to Mega Mart and get what you want today," the ad said. "Well, that solves the problem," he said, surprised as he looked at the television. "Well, to Mega Mart, my amphibious steed. Let's go find more specimens," Animo said as the frog hopped. "Washington, Mega Mart." "Well, we need supplies, so we'll split up," Tsunade said, checking the shopping list. "Here's what we'll do. I'll go with Jiraiya, and Shizune will buy cleaning supplies," she said as the others nodded. "Tsume, Hana, Wendy, Trish, Kasara, and Asusa will take food for the animals," she told them. "Understood, Tsunade-sama," said Tsume as she nodded her head. "Kakashi, Kai, Asuma, and Kurenai will take care of the vegetables," Tsunade told them as they nodded. "Grandma, Mikado, Ren, and Rias will go get the meat," she told them as the 8 of them walked away. "Mana, you and your sisters must find materials for your spells," she informed the teenager. "Understood," she said as she and her sisters entered the building. "Carla, you take care of the animals," she told the Exceed. "Understood," said the alien cat. "Everyone else can get whatever they want," Tsunade said as they all entered and went their separate ways. A few minutes later, Naruto was walking around the store when something caught his attention. It was a figure of their alien forms. And the name was correct too. "Do you think we're receiving the royalties?" Kurama asked while studying the figures. "I think so," Naruto thought as he examined a figure. "Yes, here it is. All the money goes to Konoha and the Uzumaki clan," Naruto told her. "Is there a human version of you?" Zangetsu asked. "No, but they have my 10 original transformations," Naruto said to the Zanpakuto spirit. And indeed, there were its 10 original forms. The first era of Heat Blast with fireball accessories. Next up was Humangisora, with interchangeable hands. The next one was Upgrade, with an eye-beam that could be attached to the figure's head. The third was Echo, with cardboard cutouts of him that could be glued to the base. Next up is Wild Mutt, which has a button that can make the figure emit sounds. The Goop figure had many interchangeable eyes. The 7th was a Gray Matter figure with interchangeable tools like hammers and screwdrivers. Then there was Big Chill, which allows the figure's wings to form a cape. The next one was Ripjaws, and you could swap its legs for a tail. And finally, there was Jetray, who was simply sitting there with his lizard accessories. "We need to get one," Diablo said, looking at the figures. "Which one do you want?" DN asked the whole. "How much do you want to bet that the Hokage has already had the company send one to each Uzumaki clan?" Kurama asked, even to himself. "I don't accept bets from fools," said the traveler as Naruto walked on. Mega Mart Pet Store. Tsume and Hana walked down the corridor while looking for food for the animals. "Well, we have food for the dogs and the wolves," Hana said as she looked at the basket she was holding. "Now we need to get Tobikadachi some food," Tsume said when they saw Wendy looking at the hamsters. "Look at her," Tsume told her daughter. Hana looked over there and asked, "What is it? A child raised by a dragon? How could that have happened?" he asked. Before the youngest Inuzuka could answer, a giant creature that looked like a frog jumped into the room. "What the hell?" Tsume asked as she watched the man on top of the frog-like thing look around. "Now, get more test subjects," he said as his helmet emitted 2 beams. The first lightning bolt struck a hamster, which grew larger and grew more eyes, The second lightning bolt struck a parrot, which grew larger and escaped from its cage. "Forward, mutated soldiers, and let's reclaim what is rightfully mine," he shouted with a demented laugh before a red flash blinded him and a giant orange beast with a crimson sleeve leapt into the fray. "Oh, heavens! What are you?" he asked the beast. "Grrrr, as if I would tell you," Wild Mutt growled before leaping on the man and being attacked by the monstrous hamster. "Shriek!" he shrieked as he attacked Naruto. "Well, I have to go do prehistory," he said as the frog monster jumped and the bird joined him. Wild Mutt looked at his team and roared as the Inuzuka nodded. "Understood," they said as they ran after the man on the frog, and Wendy joined them. Kakashi approached Naruto to see if he was alright. "So, Naruto, what are we fighting against?" Kakashi asked the alien boy. Kushina materialized to translate. "A man mutated this animal into his creature," she told him. "Where did he go?" Tsunade asked as she reunited with the two men and the rest of the team. "They are chasing the man," Kushina said. "I see," she said as the hamster jumped towards them and Naruto intercepted it in mid-air. Kakashi whistled as the Tobikaidachi jumped onto the building, and Kakashi mounted it. "Naruto and I will take care of the hamster. Hamster, while you all rejoin the others," he said, and Kushina added the animal's name. "I've got you," Guy said as the others ran towards the 10-speed. Tobikaidachi approached to join Wild Mutt in the attack on the mutant hamster. "Do you have a plan?" Kakashi asked him. Wild Mutt shook his head. "Good," Kakashi said with a smile in his eyes as Vulpamazer and Tobikaidachi attacked the mutant. "Washington Museum of Natural History. So this guy wants to win an award, that's why he mutates animals?" Wendy asked as they ran into the museum. "It seems so," Hana said as she opened the door and found herself face to face with a huge feather. She saw him sitting on the floor fiddling with something. "Dr. Aloysius James Animo, we're SPD, you're under arrest for destruction of public property, so please come quietly," Wendy said as she pulled out her license. "Ah, so you three are part of that police force I've heard about," he said over his shoulder as he stood up. "And now I have 3 new test subjects," he said as the horns on his helmet began to glow before firing a beam. The 3 jumped out of the way as the lightning bolt passed over their heads and struck the skeleton of a mammoth. "I see, I've improved it to revive dormant cells within bones," he said, looking at the 3 of them. The mammoth charged at the 3 of them before Wendy turned to face him and shouted "Roar of the Celestial Dragon," as he unleashed a tornado that pushed the mammoth. Tsume and Hanagoth jumped and began to spin with their dogs, ramming the elephant ancestor. When the roar ceased, the mammoth charged at them once more, but a flying fist from Tsunade burst into the room and sent the ancient elephant flying. "What have you discovered?" Tsunade asked when the others joined them. "He is Dr. Aloysius James Animo, who intends to steal the Verities Prize from Dr. Kelly," Hana said as Wendy jumped towards him and waved her arms, causing a gust of wind. "Mana, Bastet, you and the other magic users, go after him," Tsunade said, pointing into the bowels of the museum. Streets of Washington. Naruto and Kakashi drove through the streets of Washington looking for the other members of their team. "What is that guy up to?" Naruto asked the Cyclops. "Well, 5 years ago they organized a science competition to see who could take us further in life," Kakashi told him. "And this kid lost?" Naruto asked. "Bad," said the Sharingan hero as they turned around with the Tobikaidachi right behind them. "He went off the rails when his ideals came to light at that precise moment," he said. "Do you mean?" Naruto asked, guessing the name. "That's right, Orochi worked with him, that means." Kakashi began. "Danzo likes this guy for a reason," Naruto concluded. "RRRRRRR," they heard in front of them. They both looked and saw a Tyrannosaurus Rex running towards them at full speed with a man on its back. The Tyrannosaurus had dark green skin with a paler green belly, bright red eyes, and sharp white teeth. It was missing areas of skin that revealed the bones, specifically on the left side of the head, the spine, the lower part of the tail, and the left flank, these bones being the same brown color. "Where the hell did he get a T-Rex from?" Naruto asked aloud. They both turned around to follow him and saw that he was heading towards a building with a banner that read, "Dr. Kelly presents his new fuel." "So he's after Dr. Kelly's award form," Naruto said as Kakashi nodded. "Banshu Tenon!" Naruto shouted as he reached out just as one of the T-Rex's legs was pulled back, causing it to stumble. Kakashi jumped onto the Tyrannosaurus's back with a rapier aimed at the animal's neck, cutting its neck, and hooked a cable from the vest to the helmet. "What have you done, you ninja idiot?" Animo yelled as the T-Rex began to age rapidly and turn to bone. "I have no idea," said Kakashi as he jumped off the now skeletal Tyrannosaurus. They could see that the bones of the skeleton were brown and looked old. "Wasn't there a T-Rex skeleton at the Natural History Museum?" Naruto asked Kakashi as he approached him. "That's right," he said as they heard a nose break before the skeleton collapsed on itself. Then they both saw Wendy running up to Animo with a pair of handcuffs and shout, "You're under arrest," she said before turning to both men. "What the hell took you so long?" she asked as they both turned to Toby Karachi and said, "You don't want to know." A few days later, the Washington police station. Animo was sitting in his cell, angry and thinking about what he had done wrong, when suddenly he heard a strange noise behind him. And when he turned around, he saw a man wearing an orange spiral mask with a single hole for one eye and a black cape with red clouds all over it, sitting on a bench looking at him. "Hello, Dr. Animo," he said. "Who are you?" Animo asked him. "I am Obito Uchiha," he said as he looked at the pale man. "And I have an offer for you," he told him. "What do you offer?" Animo asked Obito. "You can continue with your experiments." "But," Obito began, looking at the man, but Animo interrupted him. "If I join you, all I want are fresh test subjects and a means of escape if I get captured," Animo said as Obito seemed to be thinking. "Will you help my organization achieve our goal?" Obito asked. "Yes," said Animo as he stood up. Obito did the same and teleported them both out of the cell. Solar System, Planet Earth, Land of Rain, Amiga Core, Tower of Pain. Obito observed the village where his organization was located as Zetsu emerged from the ground behind him, and the main Pain entered. "How are things going?" he asked them both. "Izumi and Orochi are searching for the lone Veloci," Pain said as he approached. "Konan and Jiro are looking for the man who supposedly sealed people's hearts," said the half-white Zetsu as Obito looked at the plant man. "Is this Kakuzu or the Five Hearts Kakuzu?" Obito asked the plant. "That's how it is," said the black half as Obito stroked his chin. "How is Animo adapting?" Obito asked them. "He's almost as good as a Jonin when it comes to using chakra," Pain said frankly. "But as far as science is concerned, he's on par with Orochi," said the white Zetsu, while Obito showed interest. "What are you working on?" he asked them. "He's trying to see if he can improve the Kekkei Genkai and create new ones," Pain said as Obito's eyes sparkled. "Then why not give him the test subjects and materials for his research?" Obito said as the others looked at him confused. "What do you mean?" the real Zetsu asked the Uchiha. Obito turned around as he looked at the citizens of Ame. "Orochi has gathered many people from the villages, and we can do the same, even if some of them become our spies," he began. As Pain nodded. "The others are being taken for tests to see if Animo and Orochi can create a new Kekkei Genkai," the red-haired man concluded. Obito nodded. "Where is the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi?" Obito asked the plant man. "It's about a 5-day journey from Kumo," said Black Zetsu before asking, "because it has alien DNA inside that watch, and if we can get some of that DNA, we can create a lot of Kekkei Genkai," Obito said as a dark smile spread across his face. "We'll get to work," said White Zetsu as the plant man dropped to the ground and Pain looked at Obito. "What's the next step?" he asked the man. "Lightning Land, 3.2 kilometers from Camp Epinakon, underground." "You know there are days when I'd like to plant something crazy to happen," Naruto said as he was held up by a tendril of some kind of vine. "How's it going with that?" Rin asked her as a tendril of vines held her up. "When will I want to leave here?" Naruto said as the Omnitrix activated, then slammed it against the ground, and a bright light began the transformation. Naruto's skin began to turn green as vines grew on him, his legs split into 4 vines. Its body took on a more plant-like form as fins resembling those of a Venus flytrap emerged and enveloped its head, while 8 black pods sprouted from its back. On both shoulders, 2 red, fin-shaped openings resembling flytraps extended to show that this transformation had only one eye. He opened his mouth to show his yellow teeth and blue tongue. The traveler's light shone, and once it ended, it showed that this transformation wore a crimson cloak with black flames at the bottom, like the Akatsuki cloak. And with a shout of Wild Vine, his transformation was complete. After the bright flash, Rin examined her new form and said, "Well, this is new," as Naruto nodded. Not far from them, Zetsu poked his head out of the ground as he observed Naruto's new form. To think that there is a race out there that looks like us, he thought as he moved the ground as he saw Naruto using his new body to attack something that looked like a giant pink fires with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and mushroom-like creatures. Any of them will do, Zetsu thought grimly as he moved backward and captured one of the mushroom creatures. After seeing that Naruto had become human again, Zetsu saw his opportunity. Now is the time, Zetsu thought as he whizzed past Naruto and Rin and collected some of Naruto's blood. Damn it! Naruto cursed as he rubbed his arm while Rin ran towards him. Are you okay? He asked the boy. Yes, I just cut my arm a little on something, she said as she tried to reach Senjutsu before something fell out of her bag. Land of Rain, Amiga Core, Tower of Pain. Zetsu returned to the Akatsuki base of operations, bringing the mushroom creature and a small blood sample with him. Zetsu, what is that? Obito asked as he and Pain examined the creature. From what I've been able to find out by communicating with this creature, its name is Matango, Zetsu said as Obito watched her. And the blood? Pain asked. From the one and only Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, said White Zetsu as Obito's dark smile reappeared. Give it to Animo so he can see if he can use it in any way, and with this Veloci on the way, we'll have another person to help the Akatsuki, Obito said as he looked back at Ame. Solar System, Planet Earth, Land of Rain, Amiga Core, Tower of Pain. Obito was looking out of the village when Zetsu emerged from the ground behind him. If you keep doing that, one day I'll think you're going to jump, said Black Zetsu. Did you catch him? Obito asked the plant man. It was difficult to find him, but we made it, said White Zetsu as a man emerged from the inner shadows of the tower. He was a gray-skinned man with black symbols on his shoulders. He dressed like a tribal man or a nomad, a red and black tunic, a hood, and black pants ripped to his knees. He also wore black bracelets and long socks that didn't cover his heels or toes. His face was painted black and white, resembling a skull. What did you want? The man asked Obito. Do you want to join us? Obito asked in turn. The man mocked him. Why would I want to do that? He asked the Uchiha. We can help you get those amulets, Black Zetsu began. But only if you join us and help us, Obito concluded. The man looked at them both before smiling and extending his hand. Do you believe in magic? He asked as he held out his hand, and Obito shook it. Then let's do it right, Obito said, smiling. Dimension Kamui. Obito sat in an infinite void of rectangular prisms of many sizes as he stared into the void and words began to form in his head. Those who followed the light have failed you, he told her. Said the voice. Obito sat up abruptly and stared, searching with his eyes for the source of the voice. While he was searching for the voice, another voice spoke to him. First my being must be complete, said another voice, but this time it was a woman's. First, the reincarnation of my grandchildren must die. The voice continued. His search becomes more frantic before he finds two figures. The first was a woman with long, white hair that reached her feet and two brown horns sticking out of her head. In the center of her forehead she had an eye that seemed to have the Sharingan Rinnegan fusion with 9 Tomoe, and her eyes were Byakugan. She wore a high-necked hime kimono with Tomoe running down the center and edges of the dress, adorned with intricate gold and purple lines. The next one was a gigantic worm that appeared to be kilometers long and was covered in segmented plates and numerous spines, and its head had 6 barbed jaws surrounding bright, eye-like structures. Obito looked at them both as he stepped back and watched them. Who are you? He asked them. I am Kaguya Otsutsuki, mother of chakra, said the woman with the third eye as she floated closer to him. And I am Yule, the honest worm, said the worm. And Obito could tell that it also had a male voice. What do you want? He asked them as he tried to use his eye to escape. But he couldn't use his chakra. You are the one who will plunge the world into the darkness we need, Yule said as he approached him, while the light seemed to be absorbed from the dimension. You are the one who will bring me back, he said. Kaguya while Obito remained in a world of nothingness. Kaguya's red eye began to emit a blood-red light, and Yule's eyes were the same but with a sickly green light. He frantically began searching around for something and tried again and again to use his Sharingan, but it didn't work no matter how hard he tried. But then an orange light caught his attention. He looked in that direction and saw Rin with his flaming hand cannon in his hand. She raised her arm and fired her weapon at Obito, and a flaming shot pierced his chest, right where his heart was. Darkness then enveloped Rin as a yellow flash formed in front of him, taking the form of Minato and cutting Obito with one of his kunai. Minato was then devoured like Rin before a blue light formed in the corner of his eye. He turned to look and found Kakashi staring at him with two Sharingan, one hand covered in lightning. "You will pay for what you have done," Kakashi said before exploding and showing his hand full of lightning on his chest. The true Kamui dimension. Obito sat up abruptly, sweat dripping down his face, clutching his chest and groping for a hole. "Those who followed the light have failed you," he said. Yule's voice, searching with his eyes for the worm. As he looked around, he failed to see a crack in space. "My ascending dimension." In another dimension there was another worm that looked through the tear at Obito before looking away and looking at another tear in which another being was observing it. "You call me, Lady Air?" a female voice asked the worm. "It seems we need to put our plan into action as soon as possible," Air said as he closed the rift in space. Then she surveyed her surroundings before saying to herself, "My time to fight you is almost here." Then he looked at a large black pyramid floating there and said to the pyramid, "For doing this to me, I will destroy you along with her." Solar System, Planet Earth, Land of Rain, Amiga Core, Tower of Pain, Laboratory of Animo. In a laboratory, Animo observed experiments with people in large glass containers while analyzing the readings he obtained. While he was working, Obito entered his laboratory and looked around before approaching him. "How's your research going?" Obito asked. "Thanks to Zetsu for gathering animals for me to use, I have the first of the new Kekkei Genkai for you," Animo said as Obito looked at the people in the containers. As Obito observed each person in the containers, he saw that they were fused with animals. One of them has bat wings for arms, pointed ears, and fangs sticking out of its mouth. Another one had long arms that looked like centipede arms. And there were more and more of them. "So you only focused on animals?" Obito asked, but Animo shook his head. "No, I've done other things too," Animo said as he approached another container holding a man. "In this container is a man for whom I created the Kekkei Genkai that allows the user to use their fat to do many things," he said before pointing to another. "I have examined the experiment Makuten from Rochi, and I did something additional by turning the person's body into wood," he said as Obito seemed interested in it. "Is it the same Ace Makuten Hashirama who can contain the bijou?" he asked. "That's right, and your plan to capture them will work," Animo said as he approached another container. "If you have this one, you speak," he added. Inside the container was a teenage girl with purple hair. "I gave her the ability to control someone's mind," Animo said as Obito nodded. "Are you the only one so far?" he asked the mad doctor. "No, follow me," he told Obito, who did indeed follow him, and they entered another room. "Do you see that woman over there?" Animo pointed to a woman in a hospital bed. "Yes," Obito said as he approached her. "I made his skin so he can glide over any surface," he told the rough Uchiha. "That man over there can now produce wax from his body," he continued while pointing to another bed. Obito seemed interested. "Candle wax or earwax?" he asked before approaching another man who was oozing. "And this one?" he asked. "Candle wax, and that man can create a bubble in which he can control everything inside," Animo said before looking at the woman's chart. "And she'll wake up soon," Animo added as Obito looked pleased. Obito approached another man and asked, "And who is this man?" Animo looked up from the chart. "He can turn his body into mochi," Animo said as Obito tilted his head. "He was eating mochi at the time, and something fused with his DNA and well," he continued. Then he pointed to another teenager. "This young man now has the power to stretch his limbs," Animo told the Uchiha. Obito approached another bed and found nothing, but it seemed as if someone was inside. "Who's in this bed?" he asked the doctor. "A teenager to whom I gave the ability to bend light around her body," Animo said, picking up another chart. "Now this girl can grow her fists to gigantic sizes," he said before shaking his head. "She's going to need some work," Animo said before entering another room where there were more containers with people inside. Obito looked at one of the children inside the container and asked the doctor, "What is this one's Kekkei Genkai?" "He can make hammers," Animo said as he looked back, "and this man here can turn into a bull," he told the black-haired man. Obito looked at the graphic of the woman on the container. "Gigantification, so that it can grow larger?" he asked, looking at her. "That fight, now this man here," Animo said as he stood in front of another container, "can make clones of himself that are like that clone thing you ninjas do," he said as Obito nodded. And so, they went through each person in the containers, and Animo informed Obito about each of the people he was working with, while Obito seemed pleased. "You've done an excellent job, Doctor," Obito said, while Animo seemed pleased. "Thank you, but that's just the icing on the cake," said Anima as she entered a dark room with 3 test tubes. Obito looked at the 3 of them and asked the man, "What are you?" "Those were the first things I did," Animo said, looking at the 3 of them. "That one over there can take Kekkei Genkai from others and can also grant them to others," Animo told the Uchiha. Her eyes took on an expression, and she said, "I'll take that one." Animo rolled his eyes. "All right, but let me tell you about the other 2 first," he said as Obito nodded. "The middle one is a power enhancer that can be passed on, and the last one changes the body and turns it into a living weapon." "Good," Obito said before he and Animo left with the first test tube. The 2 of them did not see another person in the room who took the other 2 test tubes and left. "He will need this," the person said before fading into the shadows. Solar System, Mars, Black Garden. On a grassy hill, above some markings, a woman with completely black hair and dress stood watching a huge row of inactive robots that appeared to be praying to a gigantic mass of an ink-black substance. He scanned his surroundings with his red eyes as he looked at the robots. "What was your plan, Witness?" she asked aloud when something joined her. It was a humanoid with pale white skin from whose head some kind of smoke was coming out, with large round eyes and dressed in black clothes that seemed to show an afterimage. The smoke showed faces as it floated into the sky. "I plan to send them against those she has chosen," a male voice said as the woman turned towards her. "She's no idiot, and her body is on its way, so you need to move carefully," he said as he turned to face the robots. "And my sister's chosen ones are not so easy to defeat," he added as Witness nodded. "I know this, Mother, but the Vex aren't just the pieces of metal you see before you now," she said. As he turned around and sat down to head towards a large round doorway. "There are millions of Vex behind this door," he continued. The woman rested her chin on her hand and asked, "Will they come here or will they go where they are?" Before Witness could respond, a rift in reality opened next to the woman, revealing a winged humanoid with 3 eyes. They wore armor and dark robes. "My lady, I have found a race to whom the Witness must teach the ways of the logic of the sword," they said in a male voice. The Witness seemed intrigued as he looked at the alien. "And what are they?" he asked. "They are the Dark Elves of Svartalfheim," he said as the Witness opened his own crack in reality to look at them. "They yearn for the ether," said the Witness as he looked at the women. "But I can use them to test the chosen mind," he said to the women. "It's strong," she said with a lost look. "But it would be a good test to check its strength," he added as the other 2 nodded. Then he turned to the one wearing armor. "Oryx, find the ether and send it to Earth so that it can be used to lure both him and the Dark Elves to fight each other," he told the now-named Oryx, who nodded. "Witness, go find Shvurad and tell him he can gather something for me," said the smoky-looking being, who bowed deeply. Oryx's vision vanished as the Witness seemed to fade away like mist at dawn. The woman began walking through the fields of Mars until she stood next to a large black metal tetrahedron. A door of the tetrahedron opened as she entered. The interior was made of the same black metal as the exterior, but she continued walking while grotesque statues of creatures that seemed to have transformed from one thing into another lined the path toward where she was heading. Each one shows a person wielding some kind of weapon. As I walked, the statues had no names, but I had to look at them to know what they were. As she ventured deeper into that black metal place, beams of energy seemed to fly above her. A crimson, an olive green, and a navy blue. Each beam struck a wall that opened onto a throne room with a chessboard in front of it. As I walked, it was clear that the game had not yet started. "Still, so, my dear sister, is this how you wish to play?" he said, looking at the board. "Then, let's play," he said, moving upon that changed shape. The shape was that of a human being with a disfigured face. "Obito Uchiha, you like to think that you give them life," he said as he moved Obito 1 square forward, bringing him closer to a pawn that was also changing shape. He transformed into another human being with a billowing cape and a strange watch. "Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, but all you bring is death," he said while looking at the board. "Shall we continue our game with the garden then?" asked. But even though there was no one in front of her on the other side of the board, she was talking to her sister. Naruto's mindscape. The traveler gazed into the night as she listened to her sister's words. The words of darkness. "So you want to play?" she said as a chessboard formed in front of her. It was the same one that the woman with black hair had. "Do you think you know what I do?" he asked as he looked at the blackboard and could feel the darkness emanating from him. "We have a problem," she said as Naruto approached her and looked at the committee. "What is that?" he asked. "The garden game," she said with a sad look on her face.